Chapter 927. Tyrannical Hegemony? The emperor suddenly became angry and shouted, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to teach me a lesson?" The masked old man sighed deeply, his old eyes full of disappointment. He stepped in front of the white-clothed woman, looked at Qin Feiyang and bowed. "My lord, this old man will take you away." "My lord!" Everyone present was once again deeply shocked. This terrifying old man actually called Qin Feiyang's mother, "my lord"? Didn't this mean that this man was Qin Feiyang's mother's subordinate? The white-clothed woman looked up at the masked old man and said, "It's you." "I'm sorry. I didn't tell you my identity immediately, and I didn't stop Feiyang in time." The masked old man said. The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, "You have your reasons for doing this. I won't blame you." As she spoke, she carried Qin Feiyang, got up, and glanced at the imperial palace. When he was alive, Feiyang hated this place the most. "I hope that after he dies, you can find a pure land for him to bury. Don't let his soul be disturbed again. Now I'll entrust this matter to you." The white-clothed woman handed Qin Feiyang to the masked old man. The masked old man took Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about you?" "You know I can't leave." The white-clothed woman shook her head. The masked old man looked at the white-clothed woman for a long time. After a long sigh, he turned and flew into the sky. Whoosh! But at this time, Yiglao and the middle-aged man instantly stood in front of the masked old man. Yiglao said in a deep voice, "You can leave if you want to, but you have to leave Qin Feiyang here." The emperor glanced at Yiglao and the middle-aged man, then looked at old Qin and the three fake gods whose faces could not be seen clearly. He shouted, "Don't let them take Qin Feiyang away." The four of them immediately surrounded the masked old man, Yiglao, and the middle-aged man, their eyes flashing fiercely. "Do we really have to fight before we can leave? However, if this old man were to act, someone would definitely die today." The masked old man looked at the gods with disdain, not showing the slightest fear. No matter if it was Yiglao or Qin Wenin and the other three, when they heard the words of the masked old man, a cold sneer appeared in their eyes. They were all false divinities, yet they still dared to boast like that. How foolish! Boom! The six of them unleashed their auras and attacked the masked old man. The masked old man narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous signal. It was like a sleeping lion that was about to awaken. But suddenly, the masked old man withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang in his arms. His eyes trembled slightly. Seeing this, Yiglao and the others raised their eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. Immediately, the six of them narrowed their eyes. Qin Feiyang was still lying quietly in the arms of the masked old man. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. However, they could faintly sense that there was a faint life fluctuation within Qin Feiyang's body. How is this possible? Isn't he already dead? The six people's eyes were full of disbelief. Was it an illusion? However, this was not an illusion. Qin Feiyang really showed signs of life. And as time went by, this sign of life became more and more vigorous. The emperor, the woman in white, Zhuge Mingying, the mysterious lady, and the commander of the Kirin army also quickly noticed this abnormality. Their eyes were also full of surprise. A person who was already dead unexpectedly showed signs of life. What was going on? "I knew you wouldn't die so easily," Mu Qing murmured, her eyes flashed and she shouted, "Yiglao, quickly protect Qin Feiyang. You also protect him." The mysterious lady quivered and immediately shouted at the middle-aged man. Yiglao and the middle-aged man instantly changed sides and stood together with the masked old man, guarding against Qin Wendian and the other three. At the same time, below, the Mu family's ancestor and the second ancestor also firmly controlled the state preceptor. As long as Qin Wendian and the other three dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to kill the state preceptor. Boom! Suddenly, the red sword chi, the flame battle chi, and the purple gold dragon chi rushed out of Qin Feiyang's body one after another. The three types of battle chi intertwined together, exuding an unparalleled destructive aura. Battle chi recovery. This proves that he's not dead yet. Inside the spatial artifact, Lu Xingchen looked at this scene, and his eyes were also bursting with light. Not dead? Ren Wushuang and the others heard this, and their faces were instantly filled with ecstasy. He's not dead yet? Is this bastard a monster reincarnated? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened in anger. If Qin Feiyang really came back to life, then between him and Qin Feiyang, one of them would die in the other's hands sooner or later. The life fluctuations overflowing from Qin Feiyang's body became more and more amazing. Suddenly, a mysterious energy surged out of his body. This energy was repelling the masked old man, and it threatened him greatly. A hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes as he tried to let go of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not fall. Instead, he hovered in the air with his battle qi swirling around him. His expression was serene as though he was in a deep sleep. The mysterious energy surged even more violently. The masked old man, Yiglao, the middle-aged man, and old Qin began to retreat involuntarily. Clang. In the next moment, a loud dragon's roar rang in the air, followed by two deafening noises. The nine-leaf fire lotus, the red sword soul, and the purple gold dragon soul roared out of Qin Feiyang's body at almost the same time. When the three battle souls appeared, they immediately grew in size. Finally, the purple gold dragon soul was several thousand feet long. It was like a lofty mountain ridge as it spun around Qin Feiyang. Its dragon's might was vast and mighty. The red sword soul awakened on its own. It was like a huge sword that could split the heavens and earth. It hovered above Qin Feiyang, emanating a destructive aura. The flaming beast shadow that was hiding in the sword's soul charged out as well. It roared in the air, its ferocious might unparalleled. As for the nine-leaf fire lotus, the 9 fire lotus leaves fell off on their own as well. However, they did not explode. Each of the fire lotus leaves was the size of a dustpan. They were like 9 red shields that surrounded Qin Feiyang. Waves of fire surged and swept across the sky for several miles. The sky and earth changed color at this moment. What's going on? The others looked at this scene in shock and confusion. It was common knowledge that battle souls would only appear when their masters were awakened. Currently, Qin Feiyang was unconscious. It was impossible for him to awaken his battle souls. However, why would the 3 battle souls appear? Could it be that the 3 battle souls had their own consciousness? Impossible. Battle souls were controlled by their master's will. It was impossible for them to have their own consciousness. However, if that was not the case, how could this be explained? At this moment, the purple gold dragon's soul raised its head and roared. Suddenly, it dragged its huge body and soared into the sky. However, the red sword soul and the 9-leaf fire lotus did not move. They were like loyal guardians protecting their master, Qin Feiyang. Everyone's eyes followed the purple gold dragon soul as it rose into the sky. The purple gold dragon's soul soared into the sky, entered the clouds, and disappeared. Where did it go? The others were puzzled. However, in the next moment, an even more majestic aura surged in the sky. However, it was not a dragon's might. It was an emperor's might. This emperor's might was many times more powerful than the current emperor's. As soon as the emperor's might appeared, everyone in the imperial capital felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. Even false gods like Yiglao and Old Qin could not help but want to worship it. At this moment, everyone looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. It felt as if an ancient great emperor had returned. What's going on? The emperor's eyes trembled. In the face of this emperor's might, even he could not help but feel terrified. Strong winds howled in the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. When the scene within the dark clouds appeared before everyone's eyes, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder was roaring in everyone's minds. At the peak of the sky, the purple gold dragon's soul had disappeared without a trace. However, there was a stone statue in its place. The stone statue was about 100 feet tall. It shone with a dazzling purple gold divine light. How's this possible? Looking at the stone statue, the current emperor shook his head frantically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The stone statue's face was well-defined and carried a strong sense of vicissitudes. One could tell at a glance that it was a middle-aged man. His eyes were bright like the eyes of the heavens. They seemed to be able to see through all things and the world's origin energy. He was holding a sword in his hand. However, it was not a complete sword. It was a broken sword. There was no tip of the sword. Although the broken sword was only a stone statue, everyone could still feel the terrifying sharpness. They felt that as long as this person waved the sword, the world would shatter. Why did the stone statue appear? Old Qin and the other false gods, the commander of the Kirin army, Zhuge Mingyang, and everyone in the imperial palace turned pale with fright. This figure, this face, this broken sword, they were all too familiar with it. It had even been imprinted in the depths of their souls and could never be forgotten. Because the owner of this stone statue was the first emperor who founded the Great Qin Empire and left behind a world-shaking reputation. Moreover, this stone statue was exactly the same as the god statue worshipped by the mermaid clan. Its body that was over 30 meters tall was like a towering mountain, and it emitted an aura that made one feel despair. Qin Feiyang, quickly answer me. Why did the ancestors' god statue appear here? Suddenly, the emperor retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was floating in the air, and roared hysterically. The Great Qin Empire had been around for tens of thousands of years. However, this was the first time that the god statue of the first emperor appeared. And this must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes tightly and did not give any answer to the emperor. If this child did not fall out with his majesty, he would definitely be the most suitable candidate for the next emperor. But now we must not let him live. Otherwise, in the future, it will definitely affect the fate of our Great Qin Empire. Old Qin and the other false gods looked at each other, and a cold light surged in their eyes. They rushed towards Qin Feiyang at the same time. They were full of murderous intent. How dare you? The masked old man roared. Yiglao and the middle-aged man hurriedly chased to stop them. But after all, they were all false gods. As for Old Man Qin and the other three, they suddenly attacked without any warning. Therefore, it was too late for the masked old man and Yiglao to stop the four of them. As expected, Qin Feiyang would definitely be killed by the four of them. At the same time. Chapter 9:28. It seemed like Qin Feiyang was about to be killed by the four of them. Boom. In the skies, the stone statue of the first emperor suddenly released a purplish-gold divine light that enveloped Qin Feiyang. Old Qin and the others were sent flying by the purplish-gold divine light. Their bodies trembled as they spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. The stone statue of the first emperor was protecting Qin Feiyang? Why was this happening? Soon after, an even more shocking scene appeared. The purplish-gold divine light carried the unconscious Qin Feiyang and slowly rose into the air. The nine-leaf fire lotus and the scarlet sword soul followed him and protected him. Finally, Qin Feiyang entered the skies and hovered before the stone statue. The purplish-gold divine light surged into his body. At this moment, every inch of his skin and every cell on his body shone with a dazzling purplish-gold light. What's going on? The others were shocked and puzzled. The appearance of the stone statue of the first emperor was already shocking enough. However, they did not expect it to protect Qin Feiyang. The masked old man suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at him. They did not know what he was laughing about. If I'm not mistaken, he must have obtained Emperor Qin's legacy. The masked old man enunciated each word clearly. His eyes shone brightly. What? Emperor Qin's legacy? As soon as he said this, everyone's bodies and minds trembled. Their minds buzzed. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by this, Qin Feiyang's body was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Initially, all the blood in his body had been drained. However, at this moment, another strand of blood was born. However, this blood was not red. It was purplish gold. As soon as this strand of purplish gold blood appeared, it began to flow in his body. Finally, it entered his heart. Immediately, his heart shone with a dazzling purplish gold light. In the end, his entire heart turned purplish gold. At this moment, his heart, which had stopped beating, started to beat again. His vitality was also restored by more than half. At the same time, strands of purple gold blood were endlessly born from his heart. Like a stream, they flowed towards Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. In the meantime, the broken blood vessels all over his body were also healing rapidly. About 10 breaths passed. The purple gold blood covered Qin Feiyang's entire body. His life force had already recovered to its peak, but he still did not wake up. He lay in front of the stone statue with a serene expression. Boom! Suddenly, his body was filled with a weak aura. This was not the aura of a fighting soul, but the aura of his own cultivation. Before his death, his cultivation had completely disappeared. However, at this moment, step by step, he began to recover. Martial artist, martial master, martial ancestor. Battle king, battle emperor, battle master. In less than 100 breaths of time, his cultivation had returned to its peak state. 9-star war sect. But it did not stop there. His aura was still rising, as if he was about to break through the shackles and step into the battle saint realm. At this moment, his eyelids twitched, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out. His eyes didn't change much. They were still the same as before, dark and deep. However, his weakness had already disappeared. Just as he opened his eyes, a muffled explosion rang out from within his body. Boom! The aura around his body suddenly increased by several times. A shocking saint aura also surged out of his body. What? Not only did he not die, he even benefited from a disaster and broke through to the battle saint realm? Everyone was dumbstruck. Especially Zhuge Mingyang, his expression was extremely ugly. Back then, when Qin Feiyang had just entered the shrine, he was only a 1-star battle master. At that time, he was already a 9-star battle master, a full 8 small realms apart. But it had only been a few years, and he had already caught up to him? At this rate, surpassing him was only a matter of time. Am I not dead? What's going on with my cultivation? At the same time, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he lay in the air. The light in his eyes had already dissipated and was replaced by a trace of confusion. So, he noticed the purple gold divine light around his body, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. What was this? Why did it give him a very comfortable feeling, and his entire body was warm? Ancestor. When his gaze swept past the stone statue, it was the same as the emperor and the others' reaction. It was filled with shock. After a long while, he came back to his senses. He immediately sensed a familiar aura. Mother's aura. Mu Qing's aura. And the aura of an emperor. Looks like I didn't die yet. Qin Feiyang muttered, the corner of his mouth pursing into a bitter smile. He had thought that he would definitely die after crippling his own bloodline, but he didn't expect that he would survive. What was even more unexpected was that he would experience 2 life and death tribulations in one day. He looked at the statue of the first emperor and muttered, "Did you save me?" The statue stood tall in the sky, like an ancient emperor looking down on the common people. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and sank his mind into his body. Looking at the purple gold blood flowing in his body, his expression suddenly became dull. How did the blood become this color? Purple gold blood, purple gold divine light, could it be the ancestor again? He raised his head to look at the stone statue again, his eyes full of surprise. Suddenly, the statue of the first emperor began to collapse, turning into a gorgeous rain of light. Following closely, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a purple gold divine dragon rushed out of the rain of light. This is... Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. This purple gold divine dragon, although alive, was not made of flesh and blood. Wasn't this his purple gold dragon soul? Qin Feiyang understood. Back then, he had opened the purple gold dragon soul in the mermaid clan's holy land because of the ancestors' approval. Although the statue in the holy land was carved from stone, it contained the ancestors' will. So, his purple gold dragon soul also had a trace of the ancestors' will. And now, when he was in danger, the ancestors' will appeared and saved him from danger. In other words, the statue he saw before was formed by the ancestors' will. Thank you, ancestor. From this moment on, I will cherish my life. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed 3 times in the direction where the statue disappeared. Not only did the ancestor save him, but he also helped him break through to the Battle Saint realm. It could be said that he was given a great fortune. And he had a premonition that the purple gold blood in his body was definitely not simple. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to the first emperor. Immediately, he looked at the purple gold dragon soul again and smiled, "Thank you too." The purple gold dragon's soul let out a long roar, turned into a waterfall, and fused into Qin Feiyang's body. And just as the purple gold dragon's soul entered his body, his expression was slightly stunned. In his mind, a huge amount of information emerged. This information was very unfamiliar to him. What is it? Qin Feiyang calmed down and checked the information. A trace of bewilderment crept up in his eyes. This was actually a cultivation method of a battle art, called the Divine Dragon Art. Divine Dragon Art? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and his face instantly revealed a look of ecstasy. He finally realized why the Divine Dragon Art gave him a sense of familiarity. Because this Divine Dragon Art was the battle art created by the first emperor. When he was young, he sneaked into the emperor's study and read an ancient history book. In this ancient history book, there was some information about the first emperor. Although there wasn't much information recorded, there was one thing that was clearly written. Back then, when the first emperor conquered the world, in addition to his own strength, he also controlled a super terrifying battle art. This battle art was the Divine Dragon Art. According to the records, the power of this Divine Dragon Art had already surpassed the limits of a perfect battle art. Back then, many of the tyrants who dominated a region were defeated by this Divine Dragon Art. There were even records that the previous emperor of the Tianyang Empire, Mu Tianyang, was also defeated by the Divine Dragon Art. One could imagine how terrifying this Divine Dragon Art was. But before the first emperor disappeared, he didn't leave behind the cultivation method of the Divine Dragon Art. As time passed, the Divine Dragon Art became an ethereal legend. In the past, when Qin Feiyang read this ancient history, he didn't believe that there really was a Divine Dragon Art. Because it was too unbelievable. Beyond the limits of a perfect battle art, wasn't this equivalent to a divine art? How could there be a divine art in this world? But now it was different. After cultivating the 6-word divine art, his understanding of the divine art was deeper than anyone else. Perhaps this Divine Dragon Art was really a supreme divine art. Qin Feiyang suppressed his excitement, closed his eyes as if there was no one else around, and carefully read the cultivation method of the Divine Dragon Art. What is he doing now? Seeing this, everyone was suspicious. Don't need to comprehend? However, in less than 5 breaths, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and there was a hint of surprise between his eyebrows. This Divine Dragon Art was very profound, but at this moment in his mind, it was very clear and clear. Every single cultivation method was clearly displayed, including the true meaning and profound meaning of the Divine Dragon Art. There was no need for him to comprehend it all, he could easily grasp it. However, Qin Feiyang was clear in his heart. This was not because he was talented, but because he had obtained the inheritance of the first emperor. And it was a complete inheritance. But at the same time, he was very puzzled. He had opened the purple gold dragon soul for so long, but why did he only get this inheritance now? He raised his arm and opened his palm. A wisp of purple gold divine light emerged from his palm. That purple gold divine light was very small, about the size of a strand of hair, but it exuded a mighty dragon might, as if a real dragon had appeared. The emperor and the others below looked at the wisp of purple gold divine light, their eyes full of surprise. The masked old man's performance was particularly special. He stared firmly at the purple gold divine light, and there seemed to be a trace of disbelief in his old eyes. But there was also a hint of nervousness, anticipation, and even a hint of joy, which seemed extremely complicated. However, Qin Feiyang did not notice all of this. He also stared at the purple gold divine light, his heart full of doubts. A moment later, with a slight thought in his mind, More purple gold divine light emerged from his palm. A purple gold square seal quickly condensed. The square seal, which was as big as an adult's fist, floated in front of Qin Feiyang, emitting a dazzling radiance that illuminated the sky. At the bottom of the square seal was a vivid and lifelike purple gold divine dragon. Chapter 929. Seeing the square seal, the masked old man's eyes trembled slightly. He quickly rushed up to the sky and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Don't talk. The masked old man secretly transmitted his voice while carefully looking at the square seal. At the same time, the emperor and others below also stared at the square seal in shock. It's really the divine dragon seal. The masked old man looked at the square seal for a moment, then looked at the bottom of the square seal. When he saw the purple gold dragon imprinted at the bottom of the square seal, his eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the masked old man in shock and asked, "How did you know?" The divine dragon technique had a total of 4 moves. And this square seal was the first move, the divine dragon seal. Not only do I know that this is the divine dragon seal, but I also know that you have mastered the divine dragon technique. I also know that the blood in your body has changed. The masked old man laughed hoarsely. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wave of divine power swept out and flew toward Qin Feiyang's wrist. Before Qin Feiyang could react, he felt a pain coming from his wrist. When he looked down, there was a wound on his wrist. Wisps of purple gold blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Looking at the purple gold blood, Qin Feiyang's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment. When he looked inside his body, he didn't feel any aura from the blood. But now, when the purple gold blood flowed out of his body, it emitted a strong dragon aura, just like the blood of a dragon. What? Purple gold blood? The emperor and others also saw the purple gold blood, and their faces were full of disbelief. The masked old man looked at the purple gold blood with burning eyes and transmitted his voice. Do you know what blood this is? This is purple gold dragon blood. Dragon blood. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. That's right. Now the blood flowing in your body is dragon blood, and it's pure dragon blood. The masked old man nodded. Why is that? Qin Feiyang asked instinctively. His face was full of disbelief. Because you received the inheritance of the Qin Emperor. You know what? The blood in the Qin Emperor's body is also purple gold dragon blood. Furthermore, only those who possess the purple gold dragon blood can cultivate the divine dragon technique. As far as this old man knows, in this world, only you and the Qin Emperor possess the purple gold dragon's blood. The masked old man said. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Shocked, aren't you? The masked old man asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then can you tell me where you obtained the inheritance of the Qin Emperor? The masked old man thought to himself. Human. Qin Feiyang was about to blurt out the words, mermaid clan, but he suddenly became vigilant. The masked old man smiled and said, actually, even if you don't tell me, this old man knows. You know? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The masked old man smiled faintly and said, the mermaid clan's holy land, right? What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled violently, and his eyes were full of horror. He actually knew. Everyone thought that the Qin Emperor didn't leave the cultivation method of the divine dragon technique. But in fact, he did leave it. It's just that he left the inheritance of the divine dragon technique in the statue of the mermaid clan, waiting for a lucky descendant to inherit it. Coincidentally, you went to the mermaid clan and obtained this complete inheritance. Perhaps, it's not a coincidence that you can obtain this inheritance. It's the result that the Qin Emperor had long expected. The masked old man sighed, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his tone. Expected result? You mean, the first emperor had expected that I would go to the mermaid clan 10,000 years ago? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. The masked old man nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't believe it. He knew that the first emperor was very strong. But to predict the future, this was simply a fantasy. One had to know. At that time, he wasn't even born. The masked old man glanced at Qin Feiyang, shook his head, and said with a smile, "This old man can only tell you that the strength of the Qin Emperor is not something you can imagine. Then tell me, I have activated the purple gold dragon soul for so long, why did I only get the inheritance of the divine dragon technique today?" Qin Feiyang said. This old man has already said before that to cultivate the divine dragon technique, you must have the purple gold dragon blood. In the past, although you were also a descendant of the Qin Emperor, you didn't really inherit the bloodline power of the Qin Emperor. To put it bluntly, in the past, you were not qualified to inherit this inheritance. The masked old man said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. The purple gold dragon blood was a necessary factor to cultivate the divine dragon technique. Without the purple gold dragon blood, it was naturally impossible. The masked old man continued, and this inheritance left by the Qin Emperor is also a test. Test? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. Not everyone dares to cripple their own bloodline power, especially a monster like you. Because the more talented a person is, the more they cherish their bloodline power. The masked old man said, "I agree with this point. If not for the current emperor forcing me to this point, I wouldn't have done such a stupid thing like destroying my own bloodline power." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Do you hate him?" "No, actually, you should thank him. If not for him forcing you, would you be able to awaken the purple gold dragon blood? Maybe you won't be able to awaken it in this lifetime. If you can't awaken the purple gold dragon blood, you won't be able to get the inheritance of the Qin Emperor." The masked old man smiled. "Grateful?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and asked, "This purple gold dragon blood, other than being able to cultivate the divine dragon technique, does it have any other benefits?" "Of course. The most obvious one is your talent. After awakening the purple gold dragon blood, your talent and comprehension will increase exponentially. Your cultivation speed will at least be twice as fast as your current foundation. As for the other benefits, it's not convenient for me to say too much. I'll leave it to you to slowly discover." The masked old man said. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Putting aside his talent and comprehension, just his cultivation speed. After opening the door of potential, his cultivation speed was already very shocking. But now, he was actually able to double the speed on top of that. For example, he needed 1 year to cultivate from a 1-star battle saint to a 2-star battle saint. But now, he only needed half a year. This kind of speed was simply shocking to death. "How do you know so clearly? And why do you give me a familiar yet strange feeling?" Qin Feiyang looked at the masked old man, his eyes full of confusion. "Don't worry too much about this old man's identity. You'd better think about how to make the emperor sign that unfair contract. After all, if you can't make him agree, you won't be able to roam the forgotten continent in peace." The masked old man pondered for a while and smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. He asked secretly, "Senior, do you have any ideas? If you use the royal tutor or the young prince to threaten him, there's no doubt that it'll be a long tug of war. After all, he's the emperor of a nation. He won't be able to put down his pride in front of so many people. You can try another method. Who knows, it might be more effective than this one." The masked old man said. "Try another method," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior." Huff! He exhaled deeply. With a thought, the 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul that were protecting him returned to his sea of qi. His gaze also turned cold and sharp. No matter what he had gone through, at least he had achieved his wish. From now on, he would have nothing to do with the emperor. Sush. He lowered his head and looked at the crowd below. Finally, his gaze fell on the emperor. His expression was no longer filled with pain and sadness. Instead, it was cold. It was as though he was looking at a stranger. "Do you know what this is?" Qin Feiyang waved his arm. The divine dragon seal hovering before him immediately expanded in the wind. Streams of terrifying aura surged out crazily, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed in all directions. Rumble! Finally! The divine dragon seal grew to several thousand feet in size. It was like a towering mountain. With the deafening sound of wind and thunder, it pressed down on the emperor. As they looked at the divine dragon seal, the emperor, old Qin, and the other false gods felt even more puzzled. What was that? Why did it give them a sense of déjà vu? Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen, who was hiding in the spatial divine item, looked at the divine dragon seal. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How familiar! A hint of confusion could be seen on the mysterious madam's face as well. What's that? Mu Qin was puzzled. I can't remember. The mysterious madam shook her head. It's the first form of the divine dragon technique, the divine dragon seal. At this moment, a slightly agitated voice rang in the air. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang's mother. She was also looking at the divine dragon seal with a bright smile on her face. Divine dragon seal. However, when the emperor, old Qin, and the other false gods heard these three words, it was like a bolt from the blue. Their bodies and minds trembled. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of the white-clothed woman's reminder, they all remembered. They also finally knew what the purple gold blood that flowed out of Qin Feiyang's body was. Mu Qin looked at the expressions of the emperor and the others. She turned to the white-clothed woman and asked, "Auntie, what is the divine dragon technique?" The divine dragon technique is a battle technique created by the Qin emperor. Back then, he was able to suppress all the heroes mainly because of this divine dragon technique. And this divine dragon technique has already surpassed the boundary of a perfect battle technique. This time, it was the mysterious madam who spoke. There was a deep fear and shock in her eyes. It seemed that she was quite familiar with the Qin emperor. Surpassed the boundary of a perfect battle technique? Mu Qin's eyes widened in anger. Wasn't this the legendary divine technique? In other words, this bastard, after destroying his bloodline power, not only did his previous talent not disappear, but he also obtained a great fortune? Not only did his talent not disappear, it is even more terrifying than before. I can even predict that another Qin emperor is about to rise. Chapter 930. The divine dragon seal descended from the sky, and the dragon aura surged, shocking everyone present. The emperor's expression was quite ferocious at this moment. He suddenly rushed into the sky and shattered the divine dragon seal with a punch. This aura is exactly the same as the legendary divine dragon seal. His face was slightly dazed, and then he rushed into the sky and stood opposite Qin Feiyang. Quickly tell me, where did you get the inheritance of your ancestor? He looked a little exasperated at this moment. What's wrong? Are you feeling unbalanced? That's true. To think that you, the emperor of the great Qin Empire, didn't get the divine dragon technique, and now that I got it, you must feel bad. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and he looked at him mockingly. The emperor's face was gloomy. Although you are the emperor, you don't have the purple gold dragon soul, purple gold dragon blood, or divine dragon technique. To be honest, I really feel sorry for you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Enough. The emperor shouted angrily. Did I say anything wrong? Having the purple gold dragon soul, purple gold dragon blood, and divine dragon technique is the most orthodox descendant of the Qin emperor. Qin Feiyang sneered. The emperor's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you plan to kill your father and usurp the throne?" Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and laughed unscrupulously. Father? Wasn't this word a little too funny? Let me tell you, I have no interest in this bullshit emperor's position. I only care about my mother and my friends. Tell me, what do I have to do to make you promise not to hurt them? Qin Feiyang said. As long as you tell me where the inheritance came from, not only will I promise you not to hurt them in the future, but I will also make you the crown prince. The emperor said. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Qin Feiyang is now in a state of qi deviation, we can't let him come back. The current empress's face changed, and she hurriedly persuaded. If Qin Feiyang was made the crown prince, then what about the little prince? She would never allow such a thing to happen. Celestial Empress is right. The current Qin Feiyang is already blinded by hatred. If he is crowned as the crown prince, Not only will the little prince suffer in the future, I'm afraid that even the other princesses will be harmed by him. Zhuge Mingyang knelt in the void and said respectfully to the emperor. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. What does it have to do with this person that the emperor conferred him the title of crown prince? Zhuge Mingyang was once the #1 monstrous genius in the imperial capital, and he was also the only son of Zhuge Wuhou. The emperor valued him greatly. But at the end of the day, he was just a subject. What right did he have to jump out and dissuade the emperor? Not to mention, even old Qin and the other semi-divinities had yet to express their opinions, so why would he rush out in such a hurry? In the meantime, the masked old man sized up Zhuge Mingyang with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Shut up, all of you. But in the face of the current celestial empress and Zhuge Mingyang's advice, the emperor's face showed extreme impatience. Right now, he only wanted to know where the inheritance of the divine dragon technique came from. Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Brother Qin, I have a suggestion. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing said, let Zhuge Mingyang have a life and death battle with you. If you lose, tell him where the inheritance came from. Zhuge Mingyang's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he nodded and said, good idea. Of course, he knew Mu Qing's inner thoughts. He wanted to use his hands to get rid of Zhuge Mingyang and avenge Mu Shui. But even if he was used by Mu Qing now, he didn't care. Because he also wanted to get rid of Zhuge Mingyang. He always felt that if this Zhuge Mingyang didn't die, he would pose a great threat to him sooner or later. So, it was better to take this opportunity to get rid of future troubles forever. How about this suggestion? If I lose, I'll tell you everything you want to know. But if I win, I want you to personally draw up a contract and announce it to the world. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and said. The emperor turned his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang, his expression uncertain. He was very clear about Zhuge Mingyang's strength. In the entire Great Qin Empire, almost no one in the younger generation was his opponent. But he knew Qin Feiyang's strength better. A few years ago, he suppressed his realm and fought with Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he was defeated by Qin Feiyang. This proved that with Qin Feiyang's ability, it was sufficient for him to reign supreme in the same realm. If Qin Feiyang's cultivation was weaker than Zhuge Mingyang's, he wouldn't hesitate. But now, Qin Feiyang was also a one-star battle saint and had mastered the ancestors' divine dragon art. And he also had the 6-word divine art. If the two of them fought, he didn't have much confidence in Zhuge Mingyang. I really didn't expect that there would be a time when you don't dare to nod. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The sarcasm on his face was undisguised. The emperor clenched his hands. Why don't you do it? Just like a few years ago, suppress your cultivation to the same realm as mine. Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. The emperor's face was ashen. The battle a few years ago could be said to be the stain of his life. Although the people in the imperial capital didn't dare to talk about it in front of him, they gossiped a lot behind his back. Sometimes, he even heard some palace maids and guards talking about it in private. Every time he heard these discussions, he felt a sense of shame in his heart. It was like a sharp blade was ruthlessly stabbing into his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. And now, Qin Feiyang once again brought up this matter in front of everyone. The anger in his heart soared straight up to a critical point. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the emperor, stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, do you have the right to speak here? Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I accept his challenge. The emperor was stunned. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Mu Qing's face was also filled with shock. After fighting with Qin Feiyang for so many years, Mu Qing was very clear about Qin Feiyang's strength. In the battle between Zhuge Mingyang and Qin Feiyang, there was no chance of victory at all. He thought that Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't have the guts to accept. But he didn't expect that he would accept. Where did he get the courage to fight with Qin Feiyang? Your Majesty, although I may not be his opponent, I'm willing to defend your dignity with my life. Zhuge Mingyang knelt in the void and said firmly. There was a determined light in his eyes. Good. The emperor nodded repeatedly. He was very happy. In fact, he had no other choice now. Because in the whole younger generation of the imperial capital, only Zhuge Mingyang had the ability to fight with Qin Feiyang. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang murmured. Zhuge Mingyang's attitude was really too abnormal. To please the emperor? But for Zhuge Mingyang, it didn't seem to be necessary at all. Because the emperor thought highly of him. For other young talents, if they wanted to enter the imperial palace, they had to be notified and approved. But every time Zhuge Mingyang entered the imperial palace, he didn't notify anyone. For example, this time, he came as he pleased. And when the emperor saw Zhuge Mingyang barging in without permission, he didn't say anything. It was equivalent to acquiescing that Zhuge Mingyang could enter and leave the imperial palace freely. For a subject of the Great Qin Empire, this could be said to be a kind of supreme honor. Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. What was Zhuge Mingyang thinking? Just when Qin Feiyang was puzzled, Zhuge Mingyang got up and rushed to the emperor's side. Boom! His aura exploded. Come on. I will prove to the world that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am the #1 evildoer of the imperial capital. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. His aura was like a rainbow, shaking the sky. #1 evildoer. Qin Feiyang murmured, his body shook violently, and the saint's aura roared in all directions. The emperor and the masked old man both retreated to the distance at the same time. But before the emperor retreated, he said such a sentence. You are not allowed to use any weapons. Because Chang Shui and the ancient castle, the lethality was too shocking. If Qin Feiyang took out these two artifacts, Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't even have the slightest resistance. So, he wanted to put an end to this situation. Qin Feiyang glanced at the emperor and said lightly, You worry too much, just Zhuge Mingyang, I don't need to use weapons. Arrogant. Zhuge Mingyang was furious. With the billowing saint's aura, he took a step forward, raised his fist, and threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. I am arrogant. Because I am no longer the Qin Feiyang of the past. Qin Feiyang roared, raised his arm, and threw a punch without dodging. Boom! The two fists met with a loud bang. A destructive air wave, like a tide, rolled out in all directions with the two of them as the center. At this moment, the void within a few miles twisted crazily, as if it was about to shatter. Humph! The two of them snorted at the same time, and their bodies retreated uncontrollably. I remember that in the Black Dragon Swamp, you forced us into a desperate situation with your own strength, and almost killed us. But now, is this all you've got? Qin Feiyang stepped into the void, stabilized his body, and then roared and rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang again. I only hate that I didn't kill you back then. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pushed his hands out, and a majestic battle chi roared out. That battle chi was very special. It was green in color. At first glance, it looked like an ancient green dragon, roaring in the sky, containing a shocking destructive force. And that battle chi also exuded a strong dragon's aura. What? Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. As everyone knew, the aura of battle chi was based on the battle soul. Battle chi that contained dragon's aura. Could it be that Zhuge Mingyang had also activated some kind of dragon soul? Boom! He clenched his fist, and the flaming battle chi surged out. At this moment, his whole body was burning with raging flames, as if he had turned into a man of fire. I would like to see how capable you are. Immediately, Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes, and a sharp light flashed, and he punched toward Zhuge Mingyang's battle chi. Accompanied by a loud bang, the roaring battle chi was dispersed. This dragon's aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. After activating the purple gold dragon soul and purple gold dragon blood, he was very sensitive to dragon's aura. When he touched Zhuge Mingyang's battle chi, he could clearly feel that the dragon's aura contained in the battle chi was not an ordinary dragon's aura. The dragon's aura was very pure, and it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 931. Qin Feiyang stabilized himself in the air, looking at Zhuge Mingyang opposite him. He said, I didn't expect you to have also activated the dragon soul. There are still many things you can't imagine. Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly, The battle chi in his chi sea poured out, covering the sky and rushing towards Qin Feiyang. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's body shook, the flame battle chi emerged, the fire waves rolling, sweeping across the sky. At this moment, he was like a fire god, standing in the flames, his long hair fluttering in the wind. You've already piqued my interest, I hope you won't disappoint me in the end. Qin Feiyang pointed to the sky. The fire waves around his body immediately rushed towards Mu Qing's battle chi. It was like a giant flame python, dozens of feet long, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, fierce and threatening. Boom! The two battle chi collided, exploding with an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, both of their bodies trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. Bang, bang, bang! But the two of them did not stop at all, and rushed towards each other again. Immediately, a hand-to-hand battle unfolded in the sky. Neither of them used any battle arts, nor activated their battle souls. Their fists hit the flesh, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. In terms of strength alone, Zhuge Mingyang is not inferior to Qin Feiyang. To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feiyang, this child is also an amazing person. Lady Mysterious whispered. I don't deny his strength. But now Qin Feiyang is only warming up, the real means are yet to come. Mu Qing stared firmly at Zhuge Mingyang, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger. Boom! Gotcha! Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Zhuge Mingyang, their speed was at the extreme. The two of them constantly collided in the sky. Those below the battle sage realm could not catch their figures at all, and could only hear the deafening collision sounds. About 100 breaths passed. The battle between the two had already reached its climax. It was unprecedentedly intense. This was also Qin Feiyang's first time fighting to his heart's content. He felt that the blood in his body was about to boil. Her fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Zhuge Mingyang didn't back down either. Like a god of war, the more he fought, the braver he became. Bang! Another few hundred breaths passed. After a fierce collision, the two of them finally separated. They stood at the top of the clouds and looked at each other. There were wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. However, there was no sign of weakness between their brows, and the aura they exuded was even more powerful. It's been so long, the warm-up should be over. Can we get serious now? Qin Feiyang spoke. His eyes were like lightning, appearing extremely fierce. As you wish. Azure Dragon's secret art, dragons roar to the heavens. Zhuge Mingyang raised his head and roared. Battle chi surged out of his body. Ding! Following a loud dragon roar, an enormous beast appeared in the sky. It was an azure divine dragon. It was a few hundred zhang long, like a mountain ridge, flying above Zhuge Mingyang's head. Tear him apart. Next. Zhuge Mingyang pointed at Qin Feiyang from afar. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. That mystical dragon immediately turned around and charged towards Qin Feiyang with a monstrous aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes glinted. With his current strength, he could tell at a glance that the so-called Azure Dragon's secret art was a perfect battle art. Furthermore, it had reached the peak of a perfect battle art. In other words, the Azure Dragon's secret art alone was enough to make Zhuge Mingyang the strongest among those of the same cultivation level. But this time, Zhuge Mingyang was unlucky to have encountered him. The fourth style of the Oasis technique, Oasis End. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. An invisible force immediately roared out. The fourth style of the Oasis technique could also unleash the destructive power of a perfect battle art. Boom! Following a thunderous explosion, the two battle arts clashed in the air, emitting a blinding light. Heaven and earth lost their color at this moment. Puff! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces were slightly pale. That's all there is to it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What's the rush? The best part is yet to come. Zhuge Mingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and placed his hands in front of his chest, quickly forming seals. A destructive aura spread out from his hands like a volcanic eruption. Almost at the next moment, an eye appeared in between his hands. The eye was tightly shut. It was the size of a pebble and emitted waves of dragon aura, just like the eye of a dragon. That destructive aura had originated from that eye. Azure Dragon's secret art, second style, Azure Dragon Eye, destruction. Zhuge Mingyang let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened and shot out a bright beam of light. As soon as the light beam appeared, the destructive aura became even more terrifying. Qin Feiyong's pupils contracted. The destructive power contained in the light beam was almost at the critical point of a perfect battle art and a god technique. He also stopped looking down on them. After all, as the former #1 monster in the imperial capital, how could he not have some trump cards? If he was careless, he might suffer a great loss. Guyuan sword technique. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and a red sword aura surged out, rushing into the sky like a waterfall. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 40 flaming sword shadows condensed. Each of them was dozens of feet long and emitted a destructive aura. The number of sword shadows formed by the Guiyuan sword technique was completely dependent on his cultivation level. Battle Monarch, 10. Battle Emperor, 20. Battle Master, 30. Now that he had broken through to the Battle Saint level, he could form 40 sword shadows. 40 sword shadows were equivalent to 40 killing moves. This was not something that an ordinary person could bear. It could even be said that even if one's cultivation level was higher than Qin Feiyong's, they might not be able to bear it. In short, the higher Qin Feiyong's cultivation level, the more terrifying the power of the Guiyuan sword technique. Clang. When the 40 sword shadows appeared, Qin Feiyong controlled a sword shadow and slashed at the light beam. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, the sword shadow was instantly shattered by the light beam. Qin Feiyong's body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he was also quite surprised. He had also faced many strong enemies. For example, in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, he fought with the monsters of the 9 prefectures. The methods of these monsters were obvious to everyone, but as long as their cultivation level was not higher than Qin Feiyong's, they would not be able to block the Guiyuan sword technique. However, at this moment, that beam of light seemed to have destroyed one of his sword shadows effortlessly, but its power was not just ordinary frightening. I said, the good show is yet to come. Looking at Qin Feiyong's shocked expression, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Isn't it a bit too early to be complacent? Qin Feiyong sneered, and the sword shadows above his head slashed at the light beam one after another. Clang! The sword shadows kept shattering. Waves of destructive air waves rolled out in all directions like a tide. The void within a radius of dozens of miles was crazily distorted. Even the sky was trembling. Qin Feiyong stood in the void, and his face was getting paler and paler. Because every time a sword shadow was shattered, his body would suffer a heavy blow. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But he was like Mount Tai, motionless. Look at Zhuge Mingyang. Although he had the upper hand, there was not a trace of joy on his face. Even the disdain he showed before had disappeared and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. And if one looked carefully, one would find that his hands on his chest were slightly trembling. It was obvious. Those sword shadows also caused him a lot of pressure. Boom. When the 20th sword shadow slashed at the light beam finally collapsed. The Azure Dragon's eye was also shattered. Zhuge Mingyang also spat out a mouthful of blood. I'd like to see how you're going to take the remaining 20 sword shadows. Qin Feiyong sneered. The 20 sword shadows all moved in an instant and slashed at Zhuge Mingyang. Looking at this scene, the emperor's heart sank. Zhuge Mingyang's performance was not bad, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was not as good as Qin Feiyong. You shouldn't have bet on Zhuge Mingyang. Mu Qing looked at the emperor, without the slightest respect, and full of sarcasm. The emperor glanced at him coldly, but said nothing. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang again, and the hands hidden in the sleeves were already clenched. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the 20 sword shadows had already appeared above Zhuge Mingyang. The terrifying sharpness tore his skin. In an instant, he became a bloody man. However, Zhuge Mingyang's expression did not show the slightest panic or fear. He stared at the 20 sword shadows, his eyes flashing fiercely. Suddenly, he leaped, not retreating but advancing, taking the initiative to meet the 20 sword shadows with his flesh and blood. What? Does he want to die? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Mu Qing and the others below were also stunned. One must know. Each of these sword shadows was comparable to a perfect battle art. In other words, with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, the power of each sword shadow was comparable to a full blow from a 5-star battle saint. And Zhuge Mingyang was only a 1-star battle saint, yet he wanted to meet it with his flesh and blood. If this was not courting death, what was? Zhuge Mingyang, don't be rash. Old Qin could not help but shout. But Zhuge Mingyang turned a deaf ear to him, the fierceness in his eyes becoming more intense. Qin Feiyang, now I'll show you my true strength. The third move, Green Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. With a roar, he raised his fist and punched the 20 sword shadows. Qin Feiyang stared at Zhuge Mingyang. Although he did not know much about Zhuge Mingyang's character, he would definitely not bluff. Perhaps this person really had something to rely on. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Just before Zhuge Mingyang's fist met the 20 sword shadows, Zhuge Mingyang's fist suddenly rushed out a gust of battle qi. Following closely, that gust of battle qi turned into a green dragon, crushing the 20 sword shadows as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The whole process took less than half a breath, and all the sword shadows turned into ashes. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang spat out blood, his eyes full of disbelief. Mu Qing and the others below were also shocked. In an instant, 20 sword shadows were crushed. What level of battle art was this green dragon secret art? Divine art. Chapter 932. At this moment, the bright sky palace fell into a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Zhuge Mingyang in disbelief, including Yiglao, Old Qin, and the other false gods. The strength that Zhuge Mingyang displayed was far beyond their expectations. They thought that Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't have much power to fight back against the monstrous Qin Feiyang. However, they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would be suppressed by Zhuge Mingyang instead. The shock in Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't dissipate for a long time. Without a doubt, this Azure Dragon secret art must be a divine art. Zhuge Mingyang actually mastered a divine art. This was too unbelievable. At the same time, after crushing the 20 sword shadows, the Azure Dragon didn't disappear and turned to roar at Qin Feiyang. Its momentum was earth-shattering and terrifying, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it swept in front of Qin Feiyang and crashed into Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. And his chest was badly mutilated, with purple gold blood flowing out. His internal organs were also seriously injured. If you had used all your strength from the beginning, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. So, don't underestimate anyone, especially me, Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang stood proudly in the air and looked at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. He shouted, "Destroy him for me." The Azure Dragon roared and rushed at Qin Feiyang again, the dragon's aura rolling in all directions. Qin Feiyang felt a deadly sense of crisis even before he got close. He finally came to his senses, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Boom! He raised his arm without hesitation and slammed his palm in the air. Return formula. A golden light emerged from his palm and turned into a huge wave that rushed at the Azure Dragon. Rumble! With a loud bang, the golden light and the Azure Dragon were locked in a stalemate in the void. The destructive aura shook the heavens. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. It could actually contend with the return formula. If this Azure Dragon secret art was not a divine secret art, then what was it? A divine art. Where did Zhuge Mingyang get it? Self-created? That was impossible. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhuge Mingyang, but that the divine art was too profound. In this world, it was likely that only deities would understand the profound meaning of deity arts. Only by knowing the profound would one have the chance to create a divine art. Like him. Although he had mastered the 6-word divine formula and the divine dragon formula, he was not very clear about the profoundness of these 2 divine formulas. Therefore, this Azure Dragon secret art must have been obtained by Zhuge Mingyang by chance. But where was it? The Great Qin Empire had a divine art? Or was the Azure Dragon secret art given to Zhuge Mingyang by someone? Given. At this point, he suddenly thought of Elder Qin, the state preceptor, and the other 4 false gods. Because these 5 were all false gods, they might really have some divine arts. However, when he looked at the 5 of them, he found that Elder Qin and the state preceptor were both shocked. Obviously, they only just found out. As for the other 3, although they were shrouded in black mist and their expressions could not be seen, it was definitely not them. Because, if the Azure Dragon secret art was really taught to Zhuge Mingyang by them, then the state preceptor and Elder Qin would definitely know. After all, they were all false gods of the Great Qin Empire, so they must be very familiar with each other. The most important point was, although they were all false gods in the Great Qin Empire, the emperor was the one with the real power. Therefore, no matter what they wanted to do, they had to ask the emperor first. This was the system. No matter how strong you were, no matter how long you lived, you had to maintain a certain level of respect for the emperor. But now, the emperor was also surprised. Therefore, he could basically conclude that the Azure Dragon secret art had nothing to do with these people. Just as Qin Feiyang was puzzled, the stalemate was finally broken. The Azure Dragon suddenly howled and turned around, crashing into Zhuge Mingyang's body like lightning. Zhuge Mingyang let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body flew out like a meteorite. The skin on his body instantly cracked and blood splattered into the sky. It seems that the divine art that I have mastered is still stronger. Qin Feiyang's spirit was greatly boosted as he immediately rushed towards Zhuge Mingyang with monstrous killing intent. Seeing how powerful Zhuge Mingyang was, he did not dare to drag it on any longer. Because he was worried that this person might still have some tricks up his sleeve, so he had to end this battle as soon as possible. And now, Zhuge Mingyang was severely injured by his divine art, which was undoubtedly a good opportunity. You lost just like that? The emperor muttered. Zhuge Mingyang's performance did not disappoint him. After all, his opponent was Qin Feiyang. It was already very good for him to be able to fight like this. But he was not satisfied that he could not get an answer from Qin Feiyang. Shui, the person who killed you will soon get his retribution. You can rest in peace. Mu Qing was also muttering to herself with a trace of relief on her face. All these years, because of Mu Shui's death, he had been living in self-blame and guilt, unable to find peace at all. Although he did not kill Zhuge Mingyang with his own hands, he still had a part of the credit. It could be considered as revenge for this blood feud. Not only the emperor and Mu Qing, but at this moment, everyone present thought that Zhuge Mingyang had reached the end of his road. Your Majesty, Zhuge Mingyang is a talent. We can't let him die in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Let him admit defeat quickly. Yes, if he is trained well, he will definitely do something in the future. In the future, he may even be the only one who can stop Qin Feiyang. Elder Qin and the other fake gods were secretly transmitting voice messages to the emperor, looking extremely anxious. The emperor was in a dilemma. But in the end, he listened to Elder Qin and the others and shouted, Zhuge Mingyang, I order you to admit defeat immediately. Admit defeat? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Instead of stopping, he used the phantom steps to maximize his speed. No matter what, he had to kill this person today. However, Zhuge Mingyang did not show any signs of admitting defeat at all. His eyes were sharper than before. Boom! Suddenly, he stepped into the void, stabilized his body, looked down at the emperor, and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry I can't obey. How dare you? The emperor was angry. I, Zhuge Mingyang, have never admitted defeat in my life. Especially in front of Qin Feiyang, I can't admit defeat. Zhuge Mingyang said word by word, his eyes filled with determination. Finished. He ignored the emperor and looked up at Qin Feiyang, shouting, Today, one of you must die here. Qin Feiyang coldly smiled and said, That's what I think too. Then let's fight. Zhuge Mingyang was so angry that his hair stood on end. A terrifying dragon's might roared out from his body. Immediately after, a behemoth rushed out from behind him. That divine dragon was hundreds of feet long, covered with blue dragon scales the size of a dustpan, and 4 dragon claws under its abdomen, obviously hard and powerful. Azure Dragon. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. According to legend, in ancient times, there were 4 divine beasts that could overturn rivers and seas and cover the sky with one hand. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. Although these 4 divine beasts were not as powerful as the purple gold divine dragon, in the eyes of the world, they were godlike existences. Who would have thought that Zhuge Mingyang would actually activate the Azure Dragon Fighting Soul? Azure Dragon Fighting Soul, coupled with the powerful Azure Dragon secret art, this Zhuge Mingyang was simply impeccable. Looking at the roaring Azure Dragon Fighting Soul in the sky, many people felt a sense of awe. But Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, was boiling with battle intent. Clang! With a giant sword that could tear the sky and earth apart, a red sword soul appeared. Kill! Both of them shouted at the same time. The Azure Dragon Fighting Soul and the red sword soul pierced through the sky, crazily colliding in the void. The dragon might was torrential, and the sword radiance was boundless. The 2 fighting souls carried the will of their respective masters, competing against each other, neither of them wanting to be at a disadvantage. What the hell is this bastard doing? Mu Qing was extremely angry. The Qin Feiyang in front of him was not the Qin Feiyang he knew. Just a mere Zhuge Mingyang, how could he not be able to deal with it? You can't blame Qin Feiyang for this, you can only say that Zhuge Mingyang is too strong. Madame Mystery whispered. Of course. The Qin Feiyang they knew didn't only have this many tricks up his sleeve. High up in the sky, the 2 fighting souls were locked in a fierce battle. And every time they collided as the masters, Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang, as if they were struck by lightning, streaks of blood constantly flowed from the corners of their mouths. Suddenly, a loud beast roar resounded, shaking the sky. The flaming beast shadow roared out from the red sword soul, exuding a terrifying, ferocious aura. Every time I see this flaming beast shadow, I feel that it's unbelievable. Yet, there's a beast soul hidden in the sword soul. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. In the space divine item, Dong Xingyang and the others looked at the sword soul and the beast shadow on the screen, exclaiming in amazement. I don't know if you guys have noticed that the beast shadow contains a trace of divine aura. At the same time, Elder Qin, who was outside, secretly transmitted a message to the 3 false gods shrouded in black fog. The 3 of them stared at the flaming beast shadow and nodded slightly. Clang. As soon as the flaming beast shadow appeared, it and the red sword soul pounced on the Azure Dragon Fighting Soul. And the aura of the flaming beast shadow was even stronger than that of the sword soul. In less than half a blink of an eye, the beast shadow and the sword soul had both arrived. The Azure Dragon Fighting Soul immediately suffered a devastating blow. Its huge body quickly cracked and collapsed. It kept wailing, just like Zhuge Mingyang, whose eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had tried his best, but why was he still no match for Qin Feiyang? Could it be that Qin Feiyang was really unbeatable? He was not convinced. He, Zhuge Mingyang, was the #1 demon in the imperial capital. What was Qin Feiyang? Innate ability, destruction. He roared towards the sky, his long hair fluttering. The Azure Dragon Fighting Soul disintegrated, but it did not dissipate, turning into an obscure aura. This aura was formless and colorless, like a raging wave in the ocean, instantly sweeping across the sky and drowning Qin Feiyang. When this aura enveloped him, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. His cultivation had actually dropped by a realm. From a 1-star battle saint, he instantly fell to a 9-star battle master. How could this be? Chapter 933. How could Qin Feiyang's cultivations suddenly fall to the 9-star war sect? Could it be because of Zhuge Mingyang's Azure Dragon Fighting Spirit's innate ability? You must be surprised. This is the innate ability of the Azure Dragon Fighting Spirit. Whether it's a human or a beast, as long as they enter this domain formed by the Azure Dragon fighting spirit, their cultivation will drop by a small realm. Although it's only a temporary drop, it's enough to kill you. Now, in the face of the difference in cultivation, what else can you use to fight me? Zhuge Mingyang laughed out loud and rushed forward like lightning. With a single punch, he shattered the Scarlet Sword spirit. His battle strength was unparalleled. The strength of the War Soul was determined by the Master's cultivation. The stronger the Master's cultivation, the stronger the War Soul. Qin Feiyang's cultivation had been weakened by a realm, so the power of the Scarlet Sword spirit had naturally dropped by a level. After the Scarlet Sword spirit shattered, the Flaming Beast shadow also dissipated. However, Zhuge Mingyang did not stop at all and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. He stepped on the perfect battle technique, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Without any mercy, he punched towards Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. His chest was also spurting blood. His heart was even more shattered. The intense pain caused his face to contort. I, Zhuge Mingyang, am the true prodigy, Zhuge Mingyang said. And you, Qin Feiyang, are just lucky to be born in a good family. You've been the center of attention since you were young. Compared to me, you're still far from it. Zhuge Mingyang roared and caught up to Qin Feiyang in a few steps. Then he stomped on Qin Feiyang's chest. Boom! Kacha! Qin Feiyang howled in pain and crashed into a palace below. The palace was instantly shattered. He smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The ground cracked, and a huge crater that was dozens of feet wide appeared on the ground. As for his heart, it had already shattered into pieces. Defeated, Mu Qing looked at the scene in disbelief. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang had always been an invincible existence in the same realm. But now, he was defeated by Zhuge Mingyang. Was this a dream? When did Qin Feiyang, who had always been invincible, become so weak and unbearable? Innate ability, destruction. In the face of such a terrifying innate ability, there is no one in the younger generation who can compete with him. Not even Qin Feiyang. The Mu clan's ancestor whispered. His old eyes were filled with disbelief. Mu Qing's all-seeing eye and Qin Feiyang's 3 fighting souls were already powerful enough. However, Zhuge Mingyang's Azure Dragon fighting soul was even more terrifying than theirs. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Zhuge Mingyang anymore. Even the fake gods had a solemn look on their faces. Although this innate ability could only weaken one's realm, it was enough to kill anyone. The scene fell into a dead silence once again. Huff! Zhuge Mingyang let out a long breath. His body slowly sank and landed on top of the huge crater. Then, he waved his hand and a gust of wind whistled in this place. The dust that filled the sky was quickly blown away. Qin Feiyang was seen lying at the bottom of the huge crater. He was barely breathing and dripping with blood. His entire chest was deeply sunken, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Did you see that? This is my strength. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape the fate of death. And from this moment onwards, the title of the #1 monster in the Great Qin Empire no longer belongs to you. Zhuge Mingyang said. His expression was full of arrogance and contempt. The title of the #1 monster? Hee, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and suddenly laughed. There was a touch of ridicule on his blood-stained face. Seeing that Qin Feiyang could still laugh, Zhuge Mingyang's eyebrows twitched. But then he shook his head, smiled, and said, "No matter if it was in the past or now, you are only a stepping stone under my feet. And now, your mission has been completed. You can leave this world." Stepping stone. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, and a touch of ferocity gradually appeared in his eyes. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to use him, Qin Feiyang, as a stepping stone? Don't take yourself too seriously. In fact, in the eyes of others, you are nothing. No, I shouldn't say that. After all, you have the bloodline power of His Majesty. However, you are just an insignificant, pitiful worm. No one loves you, no one protects you, and no one cares about you. Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully, raised his arm, and the battle qi surged on his fingertips. Wait. But at this time, the emperor opened his mouth and coldly shouted, looking at Qin Feiyang, "Now that you have lost, you can tell me." Defeated? Qin Feiyang slowly got up, grinned at the emperor, and said, "Are you sure I have lost?" The emperor frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't fight like a cornered beast." Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. At this time, they used the words cornered beast to describe him. Weren't these people too naive? The purple gold dragon blood in his body burned. On the surface of his body, there were wisps of purple gold flames rising. The broken heart and the injuries all over his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this another advantage of the purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang whispered. The purple gold dragon blood flowing in his body was like a spring of life, providing an endless stream of vitality. Moreover, although the power of his bloodline was crippled, the merged fire of life was still there. Now, even if he did not open the battle character secret, he could still have a true immortal body. "You don't have the ability to kill me," Qin Feiyang shouted angrily, and his aura surged wildly. The domain formed by the Azure Dragon War Soul showed signs of being unable to suppress him. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened. Why was this fellow's vitality so tenacious? Boom! Accompanied by a wave of fire, the nine-leaf fire lotus charged toward Qin Feiyang from behind. The sky above the imperial palace instantly turned into a sea of fire. Raging flames surged, and waves of fire surged, illuminating the heavens and the earth. "Explode!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The 9 fire lotus leaves fell off in an instant and shot toward Zhuge Mingyang. "It's useless." Zhuge Mingyang shook his head, looking extremely arrogant. He pressed his hand down in the air, and the Azure Dragon War Qi turned into a waterfall that fell from the sky and collided with the 9 fire lotus leaves. The 9 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time. Boom! Crack! A world-destroying aura suddenly spread out in this place. The ground shattered, and the palace collapsed. If the emperor and the others did not make a move in time, half of the imperial palace would have been destroyed in an instant. Spurt! At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned paler. "It's still so destructive?" His heart was filled with shock. "You should know who you're being arrogant in front of now." Qin Feiyang shot into the sky. His skin, long hair, and eyes instantly turned blood red. At this moment, he was like a god of war who had returned, and his body exuded a shocking battle intent. That was right. He had activated the battle formula. When he arrived in front of Zhuge Mingyang, he raised his arm and threw a punch. The power contained in this group of attacks made Zhuge Mingyang's expression change. However, the domain formed by the Azure Dragon War Soul was still there, and Qin Feiyang's cultivation base was indeed at the 9-star battle sect. So, facing the difference of a realm and being sensed by the War Master and the War Saint, he had full confidence that even if he fought with his bare hands, he would still be able to suppress Na Feiyang. He abruptly raised his arm and punched out. Bang bang bang. Rumble. The 2 fists collided crazily. Invisible waves of air surged out in all directions with an earth-shattering force. The close-quarters combat this time was many times more intense than the warm-up at the beginning. Both of them had used all their strength, and their bodies were dripping with blood. But in comparison, Qin Feiyang's injuries were even more severe. His entire arm had already been lacerated, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. However, the more he fought, the braver he became, and the more powerful he became. The domain formed by the Azure Dragon War Soul was about to collapse. Zhuge Mingyang became more and more alarmed. This person's fighting spirit and tenacity were simply unprecedented. It gave him the feeling of a fighting machine that didn't know pain or exhaustion. Even if I only have the cultivation of a 9-star battle sect, it's more than enough to deal with you. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang raised his head and roared. Red sword qi, flaming battle qi, and purple gold dragon qi poured out. Clang! A light sword appeared out of nowhere. This was a light sword condensed from 3 types of battle qi. It was more than 1,000 feet long, and its sharpness tore through the clouds, piercing through the 9 heavens. "Break for me!" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the light sword slashed down from the sky. At this moment, the void seemed to be split into 2 halves. The domain formed by the Azure Dragon War Soul had finally reached its limit and collapsed in an instant. Qin Feiyang's cultivation also instantly recovered to that of a 1-star battle saint. "I won't lose. I can't lose here either. Qin Feiyang, I will definitely destroy you." The domain was forcibly disintegrated, and Zhuge Mingyang also suffered a fatal injury. But his appearance was getting crazier. He rushed towards the light sword and punched the light sword. The 3rd style of the Azure Dragon's secret art, the Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon, reappeared. Clang. Against the deity art, the light sword was shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. But at this moment, his eyes were even more terrifying than Zhuge Mingyang's. "Destroy me? Who gave you the guts to say such words? Let me tell you today, it's not you who will destroy me, it's me who will destroy you. And I will completely destroy you." Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold and piercing. Following a deafening dragon roar, the purple gold dragon's soul roared out. Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the purple gold dragon's body. He was like a king, looking down at Zhuge Mingyang from above. Innate superpower, Emperor Divine Prison. He spat out these few words coldly. Rumble. Immediately, a mighty aura rushed out from the purple gold dragon's soul like a volcanic eruption, instantly covering dozens of miles of the void. Inside it, there was an extremely powerful dragon and Emperor's might. The Azure Dragon formed by the Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon was immediately imprisoned in the void. Zhuge Mingyang was also unable to move. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing. Not only Zhuge Mingyang, but everyone in the Imperial Palace below who was enveloped by this aura felt as though their bodies were frozen, unable to move. In their hearts, an uncontrollable fear emerged. Even Yiglao, Old Man Qin, and the other false gods felt a sense of oppression from the depths of their souls. Chapter 934. The prison of gods sealed all directions. Everyone turned pale at this sight. Zhuge Mingyang struggled madly, but under this pressure he was like an ant, appearing extremely small and insignificant. "I just got the inheritance of my ancestor, but do you know why I didn't use the dragon god technique?" Qin Feiyang looked down at Zhuge Mingyang like a god of war riding a dragon god. "Why?" Zhuge Mingyang asked instinctively. "Because you don't deserve it." Qin Feiyang said coldly. "Don't deserve it?" Zhuge Mingyang's heart trembled. The words, "don't deserve it," almost made his state of mind collapse. The dragon god technique was a divine technique created by the first emperor. He once defeated the previous emperor Mu Tianyang with the dragon god technique. It was easy to imagine how destructive it was. If Qin Feiyang had used the dragon god technique, he would have been defeated long ago. But Qin Feiyang didn't use it. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang might not have fully mastered it. After all, it was a divine technique. How could he use it freely in such a short time? But he never thought that Qin Feiyang deliberately didn't use the dragon god technique. In other words, from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang didn't take him seriously. I've said it before. Today, I will completely destroy you. Now kneel down. Qin Feiyang shouted. The pressure of the emperor prison instantly soared to another level. Zhuge Mingyang's body trembled. His legs immediately went out of his control and knelt down in the void. "I can't kneel. In this world, except for my family and His Majesty, no one has the right to make me kneel." Zhuge Mingyang roared in his heart. For someone like Zhuge Mingyang who had a strong sense of self-esteem, kneeling to someone was more painful than killing him. Especially when the person he had to kneel to was Qin Feiyang. If he knelt down now, he would live in this shadow for the rest of his life. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would lose his faith and confidence and continue to be muddle-headed. And Qin Feiyang did this because he wanted to completely crush Zhuge Mingyang mentally and spiritually so that he would never be able to make a comeback. "Kneel." Qin Feiyang enunciated every word, and the pressure he exuded grew stronger and stronger. "In your dreams, Zhuge Mingyang roared hysterically. He struggled with all his might. However, no matter what he did, it was to no avail. Knees slowly bent down. His face was filled with despair. Your Majesty, quickly stop Qin Feiyang. We can't let Zhuge Mingyang kneel here. That's right. Zhuge Mingyang is an arrogant person. If he is forced to kneel, I'm afraid he will never be able to stand up again. Zhuge Mingyang is extremely talented, and he is even more loyal to your Majesty. You must protect him, your Majesty. Seeing this, Old Qin and the other false gods, including the current empress, hurriedly looked at the emperor and advised him anxiously. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes extremely gloomy. Unexpectedly, in the end, Zhuge Mingyang was still defeated by Qin Feiyang. Fine. He sighed deeply, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We admit defeat." But at the same time, Zhuge Mingyang also reached his limit. His legs bent and he directly knelt in the void. Oh no! Old Qin and the other false gods' eyes trembled as they looked at Zhuge Mingyang with worry. The moment Zhuge Mingyang knelt down, he seemed to have lost his soul and gave up resisting. I knelt down to Qin Feiyang. Why is it like this? Qin Feiyang's cultivation was destroyed when he was 10 years old and he was expelled from the imperial capital. He was wandering outside with no one to rely on, and I have always lived in the imperial capital with endless cultivation resources, but why am I still inferior to him? Why is God so cruel to me? Since there is a jade, why is there a bright jade? Since there is a Zhuge Mingyang, why is there a Qin Feiyang? He knelt in the void and muttered to himself. His whole person looked extremely lonely. Her originally bright eyes were now empty and lifeless. High in the sky. Since his goal had been achieved, Qin Feiyang also put away the purple gold dragon soul. In fact, in the beginning he didn't have any malice towards Zhuge Mingyang. On the contrary, he admired this person. Because Zhuge Mingyang was indeed a character. But he didn't expect that because of the death of the first prince, Zhuge Mingyang repeatedly targeted him. He even tried to kill him several times. He was not a saint. It was impossible for him to not fight back. And as for the current result, although he was not very satisfied, he could reluctantly accept it. Originally, he planned to directly kill Zhuge Mingyang after defeating him. But now that the emperor had admitted defeat, he naturally couldn't kill him. However, now that Zhuge Mingyang's state of mind had collapsed, no matter how good his talent was, it would be difficult for him to become a great person. In the future, he would not be a threat to him. Phew. After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the emperor, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward and landed in front of the emperor. He sneered and said, "If you had admitted defeat earlier, Zhuge Mingyang would not have fallen to this point. It's all your fault." The emperor couldn't help but clench his hands. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "If you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat. Quickly fulfill your promise. Wait here." The emperor suppressed his anger, flicked his sleeves and left. After a while, an old man dressed in eunuch attire, holding an imperial edict, hurriedly flew over. Qin Feiyang had seen this eunuch before. He was the chief eunuch of the imperial palace. His cultivation was also not bad. He was a war king. The chief eunuch stopped in the air and bowed to Qin Feiyang. Then he opened the imperial edict and read it out. Imperial Edict. In the next 10 years, no one is allowed to harm Qin Feiyang's mother, as well as anyone related to Qin Feiyang. Those who violate this will be executed for the crime of rebellion. After reading it out, the chief eunuch closed the imperial edict and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the imperial edict and looked at the contents. He couldn't help but frown. "Is your highness satisfied?" The chief eunuch asked cautiously. "Look at me. Do I look satisfied?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The contents of this imperial edict were indeed the same as what the chief eunuch had read out. But why was it only 10 years? For an ordinary person, 10 years was 1/6 or 1/7 of their life. It was very long. But for a martial artist, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. He had worked so hard for so long and sacrificed so much, but he only got 10 years? This The chief eunuch hesitated for a while and said, "Should I ask His Majesty again?" "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head, because he knew that the emperor would not change his mind. 10 years, although 10 years was not long, it might be enough for him. He waved his hand and put away the imperial edict. Then he landed in front of the white-clothed woman. "Your Highness, His Majesty also said that you should leave the great Qin Empire immediately." The chief eunuch hurriedly said. Scram. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and looked up at the chief eunuch. His eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. The chief eunuch shrunk his neck and hurriedly turned to flee. "You want to drive me away now? You really can't wait." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He retracted his gaze and looked at his mother. His gaze also softened. "Son, I'm really proud of you." The white-clothed woman took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood on Qin Feiyang's face. Her eyes were filled with love. Qin Feiyang grabbed his mother's hand and asked, "Mother, are you really not leaving with me?" Whether it was his tone or his expression, there was a trace of pleading and reluctance. "I can't." The white-clothed woman shook her head. There was an inexplicable sadness between her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang lowered his head. Although he knew that his mother would say this, he could not help but feel disappointed. "Son, you've grown up and have your own path to walk. Don't always worry about me. I'll be fine. You also work hard. I'll always be here waiting for you." The white-clothed woman said with a smile. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. "You're the one who gave birth to me and raised me. How can I not miss you?" Qin Feiyang suppressed his voice and roared. His heart was filled with sorrow that couldn't be dispelled. His mother was right in front of him, but he couldn't let his mother live a stable and peaceful life. He couldn't even be filial to his mother. He was really unqualified as a son. "I understand your feelings. But the reality is so cruel. Go. When you come back next time, I believe that everything will be as you wish." The white-clothed woman endured the reluctance in her heart and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Yiglao. He said, "I'll have to trouble Senior to open the space-time gate immediately." Clang. Yiglao immediately took out the space-time gate. Then, with a wave of his hand, divine power flowed into the gate. The middle-aged man also stepped forward to help. The two false gods worked together, and in less than 10 breaths, the space-time gate opened. "Let's go," Yiglao urged. "What about him?" The great ancestor pointed at the state preceptor. The state preceptor was still under the control of the great ancestor and the second ancestor. "We must let him go." Old man Qin stepped in front of the space-time gate and said with a gloomy face. The other 3 false gods also released their terrifying divine power and shrouded everyone. "We didn't say that we won't let him go. Why are you so nervous?" Mu Qing smiled sarcastically and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, Wolf King appeared out of thin air and said lightly, "Give him a farewell gift." Wolf King was stunned and turned to look at the state preceptor. His eyes suddenly crawled with a trace of a smirk. It stood up on its hind legs and swaggered over. The state preceptor has been in a sober state. When he saw Qin Feiyang call out Wolf King, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. And when he saw Wolf King walking towards him with a smirk on his face, he was even more anxious. Because Wolf King has long been notorious in the Great Qin Empire and will definitely not do anything good. Put on. At the same time, Qin Feiyang knelt in front of the white-clothed woman and kowtowed 3 times. He whispered, "Mother, you have to take care of your body." "I will." The white-clothed woman nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang took a deep look at his mother and resolutely got up, turned around and stepped in front of the space-time gate. Chapter 935. What do you want to do? The imperial preceptor stared at it vigilantly. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Brother is such a kind person. No, a wolf. Brother is such a pure and kind wolf. How could he do those dirty things, right?" Wolf King said very seriously. "Pure? Go to hell." Everyone present cursed in their hearts. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up," Qin Feiyang urged the Wolf King. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang, who was still kneeling in the void. Then, he entered the gate of time and space without looking back. "You're lucky this time." Mu Qing looked at Zhuge Mingyang with a cold smile and followed in. Obviously, the killing intent in his heart had not disappeared. The Mu family's ancestor and second ancestor also let go of the imperial preceptor and stepped into the space-time gate with Yiglao, the mysterious madam, and the middle-aged man. Wolf King glanced at the audience and looked at the imperial preceptor again, and said with a smile, "Since we are old friends, then before we leave, I must give you a gift that you will never forget." His voice fell. A certain part of Wolf King's lower body suddenly shot out a stream of water. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. The priest's wife and the others were also frozen in place, their cheeks twitching non-stop. The other party was the imperial preceptor of the Great Qin Empire and a fake god. He actually directly poured a pool of urine on his head in front of everyone. This bastard, isn't he too cheap? This so-called gift was indeed unforgettable. The imperial preceptor was even more dumbfounded. He knew that this ruffian wolf would definitely humiliate him, but he didn't expect it to be in such a way. "What's with your expressions? Brother, this is holy water, guaranteed to cure all diseases. People who don't have a good relationship with me, even if they beg me, I won't give it to them." However, Wolf King not only didn't have the slightest sense of shame, but was also very dissatisfied with everyone's reaction. After peeing, it shook a certain part of its body a few times. Hearing this, everyone was completely speechless. According to what it said, wouldn't the imperial tutor be grateful to it? What a complete scoundrel. Yiglao and the others shook their heads and entered the spatial gate one after another. This was a stain that the state preceptor would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. "Although the holy water is precious, we have a good relationship. You're welcome. Everyone will meet again if fate allows it." Wolf King patted the Grand Tutor's shoulder. His eyes were full of mockery. He then waved his claws at Old Man Qin and the others before slipping into the gate of time and space. The space-time gate also began to dissipate. Everyone glanced at the gate of time and space before turning to look at the Grand Tutor. Their faces were filled with sympathy. Encountering this ruffian wolf was truly his misfortune. The commander of the Kirin army stepped forward and bowed. "Lord State Preceptor, do you want me to take you for a bath?" The State Preceptor finally regained his senses. Smelling the stench of urine all over his body, a monstrous rage instantly rose in his heart. "Damned beast, I swear I'll tear you into pieces and burn your bones to ashes," he roared angrily. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. "It's finally over." Inside the spatial divine item, the old man muttered and couldn't help but let out a long breath. "Is it over?" "No. This is just the beginning." Lu Xingchen shook his head. "This is just the beginning," everyone muttered. That's right. The emperor's edict only lasted for 10 years. Today, 10 years later, Qin Feiyang would definitely return once again. At that time, the Great Qin Empire would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. And 10 years later, no one could predict how much Qin Feiyang would grow. Perhaps at that time, it would truly be the end. Forgotten continent. Black Cloud Mountain. A huge stone gate appeared in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the others walked out one after another. Yiglao put away the spatial gate, looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing, and said, "Everything is over, don't be distracted anymore, try to get the Heaven Star Flame as soon as possible." "Over?" Qin Feiyang shook his head non-committally, and said, "You guys go first, I want to be alone for a while." Yiglao looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the mysterious lady and the middle-aged man, then secretly said a few words to Mu Qing, opened a spatial gate, and left with the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor. The middle-aged man also looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the mysterious lady, and said, "I'll also leave first, don't forget what you promised me." The mysterious lady nodded. After the middle-aged man opened the spatial gate and left, the mysterious lady walked to Qin Feiyang's side and smiled. "Are you lost?" Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. 10 years was simply too short. He didn't know if he would have the strength to fight with the imperial preceptor by then. One must know. If he wanted to compete with the Imperial Preceptor, he must break through to the false god realm in these 10 years. And now, he was only a 1-star battle saint, far from the false god realm. Breaking through to the false god realm in 10 years, even with your talent, it's almost impossible. But as long as you enter the divine ruins, everything is possible. Of course, don't give yourself too much pressure, because even if you don't break through to the false god realm, there will be someone to help you. The mysterious lady smiled faintly, and when she said the last sentence, she glanced at Mu Qing meaningfully. I don't want others to help me. I want to rely on my own ability to overthrow them. I will definitely go to the divine ruins. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. You can calm down so quickly, I really didn't misjudge you. Work hard. One day, the great Qin Empire will change because of you. The mysterious lady smiled faintly, opened the teleportation door, and left without looking back. At this point, only Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Mu Qing were left here. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing and said, "You go back first." Mu Qing frowned and thought, "There's something I think I need to tell you." What? Qin Feiyang asked. Mu Qing said, "When you were unconscious, the masked old man called your mother a little special." What did he call her? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing said, "He called your mother Lord." What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he suddenly turned to look at Mu Qing. Wolf King also said, "Brother was in the castle and heard it too." This, Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise and doubt. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and he looked at Wolf King and Mu Qing angrily, saying, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Mu Qing said helplessly, "The situation was so chaotic at that time that I completely forgot about it." Little Qin Zi, do you know who he is? The Wolf King looked at Su Wen curiously. Qin Feiyang nodded, took a deep breath, and said with a smile in his eyes, "In this world, there is only one person who will call my mother Lord, and that is Uncle Yuan." What? Is it that old man? Wolf King was dumbfounded. He is Uncle Yuan. It turns out that he has never left me and has been secretly watching me, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This, Mu Qing and Wolf King looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. If this person was really Qin Yuan, then didn't that mean that Qin Yuan was a fake god? Oh my god. This is too amazing. Brother, why didn't I see that he was so strong before? Wolf King said in surprise. Nonsense, what was your cultivation level at that time? I guess you were not even a martial arts grandmaster. Mu Qing rolled her eyes. As a semi-divinity realm cultivator, it was easy for him to conceal his cultivation. That's true. Wolf King smiled awkwardly. Mu Qing also left, leaving only Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. A man and a wolf landed on the top of a mountain, sitting on the edge of a cliff, looking at the sky. So far, there are 5 fake gods. The foundation of the great Qin Empire is very terrifying. A moment later, Wolf King sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the past, although he was also under pressure, he could still bear it. But now, after learning about the foundation of the imperial capital, frankly speaking, this pressure made him a little breathless. But it doesn't matter, you still have us. Let's not talk about Fatso and the others. Brother's talent is not worse than yours. When you step into the false god realm, I will definitely step into the false god realm too. When the time comes, we will go back to the imperial capital and turn it upside down. The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and said with a smile, "Thank you." Time flew by. The next day, early morning. After a night of settling down, Qin Feiyang's heart finally calmed down completely. Phew. He let out a long breath, got up, looked at Wolf King and said with a smile, "I have already broken through to the Battle Saint realm one step ahead of you. You have to work harder, otherwise the gap between you and me will become bigger and bigger." Don't be so proud, I am also about to break through. Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain. Don't doubt it. Uncle Yuan personally told me that with the purple gold dragon's blood, my current cultivation speed can be doubled. Do you know what kind of concept this is? Qin Feiyang said. What? Wolf King's eyes widened in anger, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Are you anxious now? Qin Feiyang looked at it playfully. Nonsense. Quickly send me to the castle. I want to go into seclusion. Seclusion until death. Wolf King roared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. With a wave of his hand, Wolf King suddenly disappeared. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment before taking out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, a shadow appeared. It was Yen Wei. You're back? Looking at Qin Feiyang, Yen Wei was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, It's been hard on you to leave you alone in the trading pavilion during this period of time. I've been cultivating in the trading pavilion every day. What's there to be tired about? But you, a few days ago, there was news that you were in trouble. What happened? Yen Wei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. A small accident happened, but it's already settled. That's good. Yen Wei heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few days, he had been worried about Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, The mysterious person who bought the medicinal herbs hasn't appeared yet? Yen Wei nodded. Who? Chapter 936. On the second day after you left. However, he used the portal to come and go, so I couldn't follow him. Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, Did you ask about his background? But he was very tight-lipped. No matter how much I asked, he just wouldn't tell me. Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Yen Wei pondered for a while and said, I think it's very likely that he's from the Mu family. Why do you think so? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. You just left the Central Divine Kingdom, and he appeared right after. What does this mean? This means that he knows that you've left. And in the whole forgotten continent, other than me, only the Mu family knows that you've left. Yen Wei analyzed. Qin Feiyang fell into deep thought. To be honest, Yen Wei's analysis was very reasonable. He could almost conclude that it was the Mu family. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it didn't make sense. Because if Yen Wei could think of it, the Mu family could also think of it. Even if other people in the Mu family couldn't think of it, with Mu Qing's brain, he definitely wouldn't ignore this point. If he was Mu Qing, he definitely wouldn't go to the trading pavilion to buy herbs at this time. Because if he did that, he would expose himself. But other than the Mu family, who else could it be? After all, there was one thing that Yen Wei was right about. This time, in the whole forgotten continent, only the Mu family knew that he had returned to the Great Qin Empire. It seems that no matter what, the Mu family is the prime suspect. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, looked up at Yen Wei and asked, Have you asked about the Mu family's address? Without your permission, I don't dare to act rashly, so I haven't asked about it yet. Yen Wei said. Now your first task is to find out the Mu family's address. The sooner the better, Qin Feiyang said. All right. Yen Wei nodded, and the shadow disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out an illusory form pill and changed into Ancestor Mu's appearance. He then opened a portal and returned to the main tower. But he didn't return to the alchemy room in the first tower. Instead, he headed straight for the depths of the main tower. He was going to the Warrior Mountain Range. Going to the Warrior Mountain Range was naturally to find Guofeng, because this Guofeng still owed him a rank 6 pillfire. Along the way, he had to pass by the fighting arena and martial arts treasury. Isn't that admiring the ancestors? I haven't seen him in a few days. I wonder what he's doing. Just like before, as long as Qin Feiyang appeared, it would inevitably cause a commotion. But for this, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it. That's not right. Why did his aura become even stronger? He seems to have a holy aura. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Battle Saint realm? Those with sharp eyes also noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's aura, and their eyes were filled with surprise. You must be joking. He only broke through to the 9-Star War sect after entering the main tower. How long has it been? How could he break through again? You must be hallucinating. Another person followed. Is it really an illusion? Some people muttered. Qin Feiyang's speed was too fast and basically brushed past people, so no one could carefully observe his aura. So, Qin Feiyang arrived in the air above the martial arts treasury. Glancing at Elder Wang who was guarding the door, he did not stop and continued to fly deeper. At the same time, Elder Wang, whose eyes were tightly shut, suddenly opened his eyes when he sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. 2 rays of light shot out. Wait. He hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang was startled. He stopped, lowered his head to look at Elder Wang, and asked suspiciously, "Is Elder Wang talking to disciple?" "Yes." Elder Wang nodded, then soared into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, sizing up Qin Feiyang. "What's the matter, Elder Wang?" Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled and asked. "Your aura?" Elder Wang was bewildered. "So it's for this?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and laughed. "This disciple is lucky. I just broke through to the 1-star war saint." "You really broke through?" Elder Wang was dumbstruck. "Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Lucky? Who would believe that?" Elder Wang took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down the shock in his heart. He smiled and asked, "How is the soul refining technique?" At the mention of the soul refining technique, Qin Feiyang's mind was filled with countless questions. He cupped his hands and pleaded, "I hope you can tell me the truth. What level of battle art is this soul refining technique? Didn't this old man say that it has no grade?" Elder Wang said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "This disciple does not dare to doubt your words, but according to this disciple's observation, this soul refining technique does not seem to be simple." Elder Wang suddenly became interested and asked, "What do you mean?" To be honest, this disciple has many battle arts, and there is no lack of perfect battle arts. But even if these are perfect battle arts, this disciple can easily comprehend them. But this soul-refining technique, this disciple has been comprehending it for a long time, but I have no clue at all. This is obviously not normal. Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely puzzled. "I see. This problem, you have to solve it yourself. This old man can only tell you that the soul-refining technique is indeed a type of battle art with no grade. If you really can't comprehend it, then give up. After all, it is not a precious battle art, so there is no need to waste too much time." Elder Wang said with a smile. After saying that, he did not give Qin Feiyang a chance to ask again. He turned around and dived down, landing in front of the martial arts treasury, and sat down cross-legged, then closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously, but did not pester him any further, and turned to leave. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, Elder Wang opened his eyes again, glanced around, and seeing that there was no one around, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. Very soon, the virtual image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Chief Pagoda Master. Elder Wang said with a smile, "Chief Pagoda Master, that kid has broken through to the Battle Sage realm." The Chief Pagoda Master was stunned and asked, "Who is it?" "Ancestor Mu." Elder Wang said. "What? This is impossible, don't joke around." The Chief Pagoda Master stared and shook his head. "Look at this old man, do I look like I am joking? He just passed by me and I personally confirmed it." Elder Wang said with a smile. The Chief Pagoda Master was extremely shocked. He was a very cautious person. When he had asked Gong Sun Bei to look for Qin Feiyang, he had already investigated Qin Feiyang. Although he did not find out Qin Feiyang's identity, he knew Qin Feiyang's cultivation like the back of his hand. When Qin Feiyang entered the Central Divine Kingdom, he was still only an 8-star war sect. After a year of closed-door cultivation, he broke through to the 9-star war sect. And when he asked Gong Sun Bei to look for Qin Feiyang, it was also when Qin Feiyang had just stepped into the 9-star war sect. In other words, it had only been 10 days since Qin Feiyang had broken through to the 9-star war sect. He broke through a realm in 10 days. How did he do it? When you made this request, it was because you didn't want to accept him as your disciple and deliberately made things difficult for him. But I didn't expect him to actually do it. Now, tell me, how do you plan to deal with it? Elder Wang looked at him mockingly. What else can I do? As the Chief Pagoda Master, I can't possibly go back on my word. The chief pagoda master smiled bitterly. This time, he had really miscalculated. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What about the soul refining technique?" This old man also asked just now. Although he hasn't comprehended it yet, he has already discovered that the soul refining technique is extraordinary. Elder Wang said. The chief pagoda master said, "In that case, this child is indeed a promising talent. Let's not talk about the soul refining technique for now. Just based on his talent in cultivation, he is worth us focusing on nurturing." Elder Wang said. The chief pagoda master nodded his head and laughed. "It seems like you like him a lot." "There's nothing I can do about it. His performance is too good. I can't help but like him. Right? So many days have passed. Is there still no news of Qin Feiyang and that mysterious woman?" Elder Wang frowned. These two seem to have evaporated into thin air. The chief pagoda master shook his head. During this period of time, in order to find Qin Feiyang and the mysterious woman, he had put in a lot of effort, but there was still no news. Qin Feiyang, Elder Wang pondered for a while and said, "How about this? Let Gong Sun Bei and the others stop the investigation first." The chief pagoda master was stunned and asked, "Why? If it were you facing the investigation of the chief pagoda master, would you appear?" Elder Wang asked. The chief pagoda master shook his head. "Isn't that right? Right now, Gong Sun Bei is leading people to search everywhere with great fanfare. If it were anyone else, they would hide, let alone this cunning Qin Feiyang. But if we don't make a move first and wait for the news to pass, he will appear sooner or later. At that time, we will wait for the opportunity to capture him." Elder Wang said. "Makes sense." The chief pagoda master nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Then, should I inform Gong Sun Bei now?" Elder Wang nodded. Then, the two turned off the image crystal at the same time. However, they would never have thought that the person they were looking for was right beside them. At the same time, Qin Feiyang pondered as he flew toward the warrior mountain range. Although Elder Wang had repeatedly stated that the soul refining technique was a kind of unranked battle technique, he felt that Elder Wang seemed to be hiding something. What kind of secret was this soul refining technique hiding? Unknowingly, a vast mountain range entered Qin Feiyang's sight. He temporarily put aside this doubt and looked up at the mountain range. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. Giant peaks stood tall, exuding a majestic aura. The mountain streams were lush with vegetation and ferocious beasts everywhere. A wide river, like a giant python, meandered across the entire mountain range. Among them, 10 giant peaks were especially special. The 10 giant peaks were of the same height, about 50 to 60,000 feet tall. They were extremely steep, like 10 giant swords, towering into the sky. On each giant peak, there were countless caves of various sizes. They looked like they were riddled with holes. However, these were not ordinary caves, but the cave dwellings of the Warrior Mountain Range's disciples. At the top of each of the 10 giant peaks, there was a tall stone tablet. On each of the tablets, there were 3 bold and powerful words engraved on them. First peak, second peak, third peak, and finally, third peak. The 10 giant peaks formed a circle, like 10 kings standing proudly among the mountains, looking down in all directions. Chapter 937. Qin Feiyang looked at the third summit. Guofeng was the king of the third summit, so he should be in one of the cave abodes at the top. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the peak of the mountain. Ancestor Mu? Why did he come to our martial artist mountain range? The disciples he met along the way all looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Swoosh. A moment later, Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the peak of the third summit, glanced at the cave abodes at the top, then closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He sensed the auras of many people, and they were basically all 9 Star War sectes. However, he did not sense Guofeng's aura. Not here? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and expanded his search range. Finally, on the other side of the third summit, he sensed a familiar aura and opened his eyes. Following that, he flew around the third summit to the other side and looked at the cave abode in the center. Guofeng's aura was inside. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the cave abode and was about to enter, but at this moment, a familiar figure hurriedly walked out of the cave abode. It was Guofeng. When he saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of the cave abode, Guofeng was stunned. But then, his face darkened, because he knew the purpose of Qin Feiyang's visit. "Long time no see." Qin Feiyang greeted affectionately. "What are you doing here?" Guofeng frowned. "Playing dumb?" Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to come and visit you." He knew how to play dumb too. "Visit me? Would you be so kind?" Guofeng sneered. "Your words make me sad. Although I'm not a good person, I'm still someone who keeps his promises. For example, I've always kept my mouth shut about you harassing Chu Xian." Qin Feiyang laughed. The meaning behind his words was obvious. If he continued to play dumb, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Guofeng's face sank, and a shocking cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. But he didn't say anything. He took out an iron box and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the iron box and opened the lid. Inside lay a cluster of alchemy fire. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership. After the blood contract was completed and he confirmed that it was a grade 6 alchemy fire, he put it away. "I've already given you what you want. I hope you can keep your word," Guofeng said solemnly. "That depends on my mood." Qin Feiyang chuckled, then turned around and left. "Be as arrogant as you want. It won't be long before I take it back with interest." Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Guofeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then turned into a stream of light and headed deeper into the mountain range. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at Guofeng in confusion. Then he flashed into the castle. Fatso and the others were cultivating. Qin Feiyang didn't disturb them. He looked at the Spirit Snake Emperor and said, "You go and monitor Guofeng." The Spirit Snake Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "This person will definitely not let it go, so I need to clearly grasp his every move," Qin Feiyang said. "This guy really does things flawlessly." The Spirit Snake Emperor muttered secretly. The longer it stayed with Qin Feiyang, the more terrifying it felt. But what was terrifying was not Qin Feiyang's methods, but his meticulous nature and mind. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Spirit Snake Emperor out of the castle. With the Spirit Serpent Emperor on his side, he could rest assured. He took out 3 clusters of grade 6 alchemy fire. One of them was a grade 6 alchemy fire, which was left behind by Pei Zhangfeng. The other 2 were given to him by Guofeng. It could be said that Guofeng had contributed a lot to the upgrade of the Nether Devil Flame to grade 7. So, the Nether Devil Flame swallowed the 3 types of alchemy fire one after another, and its aura instantly soared by a large amount. Fatso and the others were all awakened by this aura. Looking at the current Nether Devil Flame, their eyes were filled with fear. This was because the current Nether Devil Flame posed an extremely strong threat to them. "Little Qinzi, why do I feel that the Nether Devil Flame has a faint holy might?" Wolf King was surprised. "The grade of the alchemy flame corresponds to our cultivation," Li Mu said. "Grade 1 alchemy fire is equivalent to a martial artist. Grade 2 alchemy fire is equivalent to a martial master. And grade 7 alchemy fire is equivalent to a war sage. It is equivalent to a sacred object, so it naturally contains a holy might." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wolf King's face froze and said, "So you're saying just this Nether Devil Flame is enough to instantly kill a 9-star war sect?" "Not one, but a group. As long as the Nether Devil Flame is revived, no matter how many 9-star war sects come, they will all die," Qin Feiyang said. But just as he finished speaking, a trace of bewilderment suddenly crept up in his eyes. "What is it?" Wolf King asked in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang did not answer and closed his eyes. Ever since the Spirit Snake Emperor left, he had been spying on the Spirit Snake Emperor's inner thoughts. The reason he did this was not to guard against the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Instead, he wanted to know what Guofeng was doing through the Spirit Serpent Emperor. This sounded a bit mysterious, but it was indeed possible. Because, after the Spirit Snake Emperor followed Guofeng, some thoughts would inevitably emerge in his heart. Through the Spirit Serpent Emperor's inner thoughts, he could indirectly see what Guofeng was doing at that moment. In other words, the Spirit Snake Emperor was equivalent to a medium to convey information. And just now, he found out through the Spirit Snake Emperor's inner thoughts that Guofeng had arranged to meet Guiyun somewhere. Moreover, what did he seem to be plotting? You guys continue to cultivate, I'm going out for a while. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, said something to Fatso and the rest, and hurriedly left the castle. The castle that was exposed to the outside would automatically fall. Therefore, the place he appeared now was in a dense forest below the mountain stream. He glanced around, restrained his aura, and rushed in the direction Guofeng had gone. Not long after, he left the Warrior Mountain range and appeared in front of a mountain ridge. Then he rushed up the mountain ridge, stood at a commanding point, and looked ahead. However, in front of him, there were mountains and lush vegetation, and there was no way to find Guofeng. Why are you here? But at this moment, a cold voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Spirit Snake Emperor? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and saw a green silhouette leaping out from the forest below. At this moment, its entire body was green, and even its eyes were green. If it was mixed in with the leaves and grass, it would definitely be impossible to find it. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm worried about you, so I followed to take a look. Worried? Don't give me that. I think you're questioning my ability to do things. Spirit Snake Emperor looked at him unhappily. I'll question anyone, but I won't question your ability. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Spirit Snake Emperor said coldly, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you, I was just about to go back and report to you. Qin Feiyang didn't beat around the bush and waved his hand. No need to report, lead the way, I want to see what they are planning. You know, even without reporting, do you know how to pinch your fingers to read fortunes? Spirit Snake Emperor was shocked. I don't know how to pinch my fingers to read fortunes, but I can see what you're thinking. Qin Feiyang laughed. This, Spirit Snake Emperor was stunned and muttered, so that's how it is. It turned around and led Qin Feiyang into the forest below and flew forward. After flying for a while, Spirit Snake Emperor suddenly sent a sound transmission. I say, can you not peek into my thoughts in the future? I feel so uncomfortable. I'm not a peeping Tom. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. I think you are. Spirit Snake Emperor stopped and turned to glare at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang quickly said, Okay, I promise you, I won't peek into your thoughts in the future, okay? That's more like it. Spirit Snake Emperor smiled proudly and continued to lead the way. Looking at Spirit Snake Emperor's appearance, Qin Feiyang was very depressed. Who was the master here? Why did he feel that he didn't have any dignity at all? Of course. It was precisely because he didn't have any master's arrogance and never threatened or tempted others that Yen Wei and the Black Dragon Snake and other beasts would follow him wholeheartedly. If it was another attitude, everyone would probably have rebelled. In fact, this was a way of life. If you treat others well, others will naturally repay you double. About 20 breaths. The Spirit Serpent Emperor brought Qin Feiyang to the edge of the forest. They stood behind a bush and looked ahead. Not far away, there was a lake. The lake was about 1,000 feet long and the water was clear and sparkling. The shore of the lake was overgrown with weeds that were about a meter tall. Obviously, very few people set foot here. And on top of a blue stone by the lake, a figure stood. It was Guofeng. His back was facing Qin Feiyang and Spirit Snake Emperor. He lowered his head and scanned the lake. No one knew what he was thinking about. Swish. A figure descended above the lake. It was a purple-clothed young man with a tall and straight figure, bright eyes and white teeth, and an outstanding temperament. You're here. Guofeng finally raised his head and looked at the purple-clothed young man. And the purple-clothed young man was the king of the second tower, Guiyun. Guiyun nodded and landed in front of Guofeng. He frowned and said, What's the matter that made you look for me in such a hurry? Ancestor Mu came in the end. Guofeng said in a low voice. Guiyun raised his brows and said, You gave it to him? Guofeng said gloomily, I had no choice but to give it to him. Isn't this all your fault? Why did you look for Chu Xian for no reason? Her family is just a small tribe. She has no value at all. Gui Yun said angrily. There was also a trace of anger in Guifeng's eyes. It has already happened. What's the point of saying this now? Gui Yun said, I'm just reminding you to be more careful in the future. Then he paused and said, no matter what, we've finally settled this matter with Ancestor Mu. Although we lost 2 clusters of 6th grade pillfire, it's worth it. Now, what you have to do is to settle Pei Yu as soon as possible. Not necessarily. Guifeng shook his head. What do you mean? Gui Yun frowned. Guifeng said, Ancestor Mu is a greedy and insatiable person. I'm worried that he might use this matter to blackmail me. Even if he doesn't blackmail me, what if he tells Pei Yi about it one day? Our efforts would go to waste. Gui Yun's eyes turned slightly gloomy, and he asked, what do you mean? Kill him and get rid of all future troubles. Chapter 938. Kill me. Qin Feiyang frowned. This Guifeng was quite bold. He actually wanted to get rid of him. At the same time, Gui Yun fell into deep thought when he heard this. A moment later, he looked up at Guifeng and said in a low voice, according to the members of the First Pagoda, Ancestor Mu is very powerful and Pei Yi values him greatly. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of him. Of course I know that, but we can use a soft method. Guifeng said. A soft method? Gui Yun was doubtful. Guifeng said, in a few days, I'll invite him to a banquet and take the initiative to show my goodwill. Then, I'll take the opportunity to poison him at the table. Poison him? This? Gui Yun frowned. Guifeng said, I know this method is a little despicable, but it doesn't matter to someone like him. Are you sure you want to do this? Gui Yun looked at him with hesitation in his eyes. I'm sure. And I've already thought about what poison to use. Guifeng nodded. What poison? Gui Yun asked. The venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Guifeng said word by word with a cold glint in his eyes. Gui Yun's pupils constricted. He seemed to be very wary of the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. The two of them secretly discussed for a while more before leaving. The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked, Qin Feiyang, what is the bloodthirsty scorpion? Qin Feiyang said, it's a poisonous creature from 10,000 years ago. It's very scary. How scary? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was curious. Qin Feiyang said, the antidote pill can't remove it. Once poisoned, you'll die within 3 breaths. What? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was shocked. In this world, there was actually poison that couldn't be removed by the antidote pill? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked, then what do you plan to do? I didn't want to deal with them at first, but they were too insensible. They actually wanted to plot against me. And they used such a despicable and vicious method. In that case, this time, I'll get rid of all of them and make the Scorpion tribe disappear completely. Qin Feiyang said with a bone-chilling killing intent in his tone. The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked, so, you've already thought of a plan? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Spirit Serpent Emperor was stunned. He hadn't even thought of a way to deal with it, yet he had already said such big words. This was a little ridiculous. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. The Spirit Serpent Emperor also tactfully fell silent. Time passed by slowly. After a few hundred breaths, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Have you thought of it? Spirit Serpent Emperor hurriedly asked. Qin Feiyang nodded, a cold smile appearing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, Fatso appeared out of thin air. As soon as Fatso came out, he said impatiently, what are you doing? Fat Lord is going into seclusion. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed like Fatso was starting to get anxious after learning about the benefits of the purple gold dragon blood. I'll go into seclusion after this matter is settled. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Fatso was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, help me find a spider called Blood Soul Spider. Blood Soul Spider? Fatso was slightly stunned and asked, what's the use of it? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the Blood Soul Spider is also a highly poisonous creature from 10,000 years ago. It's even stronger than the bloodthirsty scorpion. Fatso's pupils shrank and he said in surprise, why are you looking for it? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course it's to neutralize the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion." "What do you mean?" Fatso was more and more confused. "Although the venom of the blood-soul spider and the bloodthirsty scorpion is enough to kill people, if you swallow these two venoms at the same time, it will have the effect of neutralizing the toxicity. In short, the combination of the venom of these two creatures is equivalent to the antidote," Qin Feiyang explained. This, Fatso and the Spirit Snake Emperor looked at each other. Was this the legendary fight poison with poison? Fatso frowned and said, "Then where is Fat Lord going to find this blood-soul spider? If I knew, why would I ask you out?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Fatso pursed his lips and said helplessly, "All right, I'll go ask Li He first." After saying that, he opened a portal and left. When the portal disappeared, Qin Feiyang looked at the Spirit Snake Emperor and said with a smile, "Let's go and find that key person." "What key person?" The Spirit Snake Emperor was suspicious. "A person who can crush anyone into pieces." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He changed into a clean set of clothes and opened a portal. The Spirit Snake Emperor looked at him in confusion and then shrank its body, turning into a stream of light and coiled around Qin Feiyang's index finger. The color of its skin quickly turned silver without any impurities. At first glance, Qin Feiyang looked like he was wearing an exquisite ring. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and shook his index finger. He nodded and said with a smile, "Your ability to change color is really good. Are you jealous? But this is something that can't be envied." The Spirit Snake Emperor smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He retracted his aura to the extreme and entered the portal. At the next moment, he descended on a street. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. And right in front of him, there was a restaurant with dragons and phoenixes. It was the Dragon Phoenix restaurant. Although it was still morning and not mealtime, there were many people entering and leaving the restaurant. Qin Feiyang tidied his clothes and strode into the Dragon Phoenix restaurant. "Young Master Mu, what a rare guest. What have you been busy with recently? It's been so long since you came to our Dragon Phoenix restaurant." A waiter immediately came up to greet him, nodding and bowing with a smile. To the waiter of the Dragon Phoenix restaurant, Qin Feiyang could be considered an acquaintance. "I'm busy cultivating. I don't have time," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The waiter said with embarrassment, "Young master is so talented and hardworking. You really make us mediocre people feel ashamed." Qin Feiyang smiled. The waiter asked, "Young master, do you want to sit in the hall or go to the pavilion?" "Let's sit in the hall," Qin Feiyang said. "All right, young master, follow me." The waiter shouted and turned around to lead Qin Feiyang to an empty table. There were already many guests in the hall. When they saw Qin Feiyang, there was a trace of curiosity in their eyes. During the last auction of the Dragon Phoenix wine, Qin Feiyang suppressed everyone and won the first place. However, in the end, he gave the opportunity to young Master Hao. Since then, this matter had been discussed enthusiastically in the Dragon Phoenix restaurant. Therefore, they all wanted to see what was so extraordinary about Qin Feiyang. And towards all of this, Qin Feiyang had always been calm. He sat at the dining table, looked at the waiter and said with a smile, "Give me a pot of dragon's wine and a few special dishes." "All right." The waiter nodded and immediately went to arrange it. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the top floor. Why wasn't there any sound of the zither today? Not long after, the waiter walked over with a pot of dragon's wine and 3 dishes. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the waiter, asking, "Why isn't your young miss playing the zither today?" The waiter came to a realization and said, "So young master is here for my young miss, but it's not time yet." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The waiter had clearly misunderstood, and he had just asked casually, "Young master, please enjoy." After the waiter finished setting up the dishes, he said with a smile and turned to leave. Just as the waiter left, a young man at the next table glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes, then stood up, holding the wine pot and wine cup. He walked to the opposite side of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Mu, can we sit down and chat for a while?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Sure, please take a seat. The young man sat next to Qin Feiyang and poured wine for Qin Feiyang, saying, Brother Mu, there's something that has been bothering me for a long time. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The young man poured the wine, then put down the wine pot and asked in a low voice, What was the answer you gave last time? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then shook his head and said with a smile, It's just a trivial answer, why are you so persistent? Perhaps in Brother Mu's eyes, this is just a small matter, but in our eyes, this is a very inconceivable thing. The young man smiled bitterly. Yes, the young lady of the Longfeng Pavilion is arrogant and mysterious. Think about it, over the years, I don't know how many people have tried their best to see her, but they have always been rejected. Even young Master Hao couldn't move her. Thus, to be able to obtain her approval is not an easy task. The other guests next to them couldn't help but sigh. Qin Feiyang glanced at these people with a hint of disdain in the depths of his eyes. Wasn't it just a woman? Was there a need to be like this? He couldn't figure out what was in these people's minds all day long. The young man put down the wine cup and sincerely cupped his hands. Brother Mu, I really hope that you can solve the doubts in our hearts. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, It's not a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. The answer I gave is that since ancient times, kings have been fickle, and the most ruthless royal family. Since ancient times, kings have been fickle, and the most ruthless royal family. Everyone immediately fell into deep thought. They remembered that in that painting, there were mountains and rivers, people at dawn, ferocious beasts and slaughter, and in the sky, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon floating, looking down at all of this coldly. I understand. Since ancient times, the symbol of every king is a 5-clawed golden dragon, so that 5-clawed golden dragon represents the king. And the mountains and rivers, the common people, and the slaughter represent everything in the world. That 5-clawed golden dragon is high up in the sky, looking down at all of this coldly. This reflects one word, ruthless. Since ancient times, kings have been fickle, and the most ruthless royal family. This sentence just so happens to fully explain the true meaning of that painting. Brother Mu is really brilliant to be able to think of this answer. I admire you. The young man cupped his hands and smiled. The others also understood and cast admiring gazes at Qin Feiyang one after another. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that an answer would actually cause a sensation. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink it, but at this moment, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. What's going on today? It's so lively so early in the morning? Before he finished speaking, a young man in embroidered clothes entered the Dragon Phoenix house. Behind him, there was a large group of young men and women. Chapter 939. Are you finally here? Qin Feiyang muttered as a bright light flickered in the depths of his eyes. The leader was none other than young Master Hao. And this time, he came to the Dragon Phoenix house precisely to wait for this young Master Hao. But he didn't take the initiative to greet him, because he knew that young Master Hao would take the initiative to greet him. Sure enough, when he saw Qin Feiyang, a smile crept onto young Master Hao's face and he said, Brother Mu, may I have the honor to invite you up for a few drinks? These words were quite polite. Is that necessary? The group of young men and women behind him raised their eyebrows without leaving a trace. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang was indeed a talent, but compared to them, he was still far from being worthy of sitting with them. Not to mention sitting with them and drinking. But this was young Master Hao's invitation, and they didn't dare to refute it. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at young Master Hao, and then glanced at the group of young men and women. Over the years, what kind of people had he not seen? Looking at the eyes of the group of young men and women, he could guess what these people were thinking. However, young Master Hao was very sincere in inviting him. Mu, didn't you hear young Master Hao's words? One of the women with heavy makeup saw that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, and a trace of impatience crept onto her face. Her tone was also very cold. I'm not deaf, of course I heard it. However, I know my place, and I don't deserve to sit with you disciples of famous sections. If young Master Hao wants to have a few drinks with me, then you can only lower yourself and sit in this hall. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. It could be seen that these people were all vain people, so he might as well satisfy their vanity. Sure enough. Hearing his words, the group of young men and women all had bright smiles on their faces. At the same time, the disdain on their faces became even stronger. What was young Master Hao's identity? He actually made young Master Hao lower himself and sit in this hall. Was it possible? To think that this person dared to open his mouth. Who did he think he was? Young Master Hao stared at Qin Feiyang in a complicated way, nodded, smiled and said, "All right, let's drink to our heart's content in this hall today." After saying that, he walked towards Qin Feiyang. What? The group of young men and women were petrified. The other guests in the hall, as well as the waiters in the restaurant, were also in disbelief. This was because many people knew that young Master Hao had never stayed in the hall before. This was his first time. This ancestor Mu really had too much face to let young Master Hao break the precedent. Young Master Hao, isn't this inappropriate? The gorgeous woman caught up with young Master Hao and said with a frown, "What's wrong? If you can't swallow your pride, you can go to the private room upstairs. Anyway, don't spoil my fun," young Master Hao said without looking back. Then he walked straight to Qin Feiyang. The young man from the very beginning also immediately picked up his wine jug and wine cup and stood up to give up his seat. "Please have a seat." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Young Master Hao smiled faintly and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. The group of young men and women looked at each other and finally walked to Qin Feiyang's table. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to sit. But are you afraid that we'll eat and drink your food? Don't worry. You don't need to pay a single gold coin today. All the expenses will be on us." The young men snorted coldly. "It's just a gold coin. I don't care about it. I'm just worried that sitting with a country bumpkin like me will bring shame to your young masters and young mistresses." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The group of young men and women's faces immediately darkened. Obviously, he didn't give them any face. Young Master Hao waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Just find a seat and don't make a fuss." Since young Master Hao had spoken, these people naturally didn't dare to make a fuss. There was an empty table at the side. A group of people sat around the table, their faces full of anger. Although they didn't say anything now, this grudge had been formed. The waiters of the restaurant also became busy. After all, these people were not only regulars here, but also disciples of famous families in the city. They didn't dare to neglect them. One of the waiters brought a set of clean cutlery and wine glasses to young Master Hao. Before leaving, he gave Qin Feiyang a look of admiration. In this divine city, only Qin Feiyang dared to treat these foppish disciples with such an attitude. Young Master Hao said suspiciously, "Brother Mu, I heard that you've been cultivating in seclusion. How come you're free to come to the Dragon Phoenix restaurant today?" "I don't have time to be free. I'm just relaxing appropriately." Qin Feiyang picked up the wine pot containing the dragon's wine and stood up to pour wine for young Master Hao while shaking his head and smiling. "That's true. Relaxing appropriately is helpful for cultivation. However, you're still not telling the truth." Young Master Hao transmitted his voice meaningfully. Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. He returned to his seat and thought to himself, "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Mu, don't play dumb. Although you're hiding it very well, I've already heard from my father that you've already broken through to the War Saint realm. I believe that I'll have another junior brother soon." Young Master Mu transmitted his voice with a smile. "You found out so quickly?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. It seemed like Elder Wang had told the Chief Pagoda Master. "I have to thank you for this. Without your help, even if I broke through to the War King, I might not be able to become the Chief Pagoda Master's disciple. Let me toast to young Master Hao." Qin Feiyang raised his wine cup and laughed. "Brother Mu, you're too polite. I'm just an introducer. What really moved my father was your hard work. Congratulations." Young Master Hao also raised his wine cup. Clink. The two of them lightly clinked their wine cups and then drank it all in one gulp. Young Master Hao transmitted his voice. "Brother Mu, I have some doubts in my heart. Can you answer them for me?" Please speak, young master. Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao waved his hand and said, Sai, don't call me young master if you don't mind, just call me brother. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. This is my honor. It doesn't look like you're trying to curry favor with me. But if you say you're not trying to curry favor with me, it's a little like you're trying to curry favor with me. Tell me, why are you so hard to see through? Young Master Hao shook his head, feeling rather helpless. Qin Feiyang said, This is because we haven't opened our hearts yet, so we can't be considered true friends. Young Master Hao said, Then tell me, when can we be honest with each other? Because only time can let you clearly recognize a person. Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao was startled and laughed bitterly. Chatting with you is really too tiring. Let's not talk nonsense. I want to know, how did you manage to break through from the 9-star war sect to the war sage in a mere 10 days? Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously, with a trace of anticipation. Of course. These words were also transmitted in secret. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then laughed. I can only say that I was lucky and obtained a good fortune. However, hearing this, young Master Hao's expression immediately became serious, and he said with a sound transmission, Brother Mu, I know it's very impolite to inquire about your privacy like this, but I really hope that you can be honest with me. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Sigh. Young Master Hao sighed deeply and asked, Can you see through my cultivation? Qin Feiyang seriously observed young Master Hao for a moment, and said, 9-star war sect. To be honest, my talent isn't bad. I've already stepped into the 9-star war sect after cultivating for less than 100 years. However, ever since I stepped into the 9-star war sect, I felt as if I had encountered a bottleneck and was unable to break through. Young Master Hao sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. So it's like that? Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened, and then asked in confusion, Head Pagoda Master's cultivation is profound, why don't you ask him for help? Is it useful to look for him? Of course. If I was just a martial warrior, martial master, or martial sect, it would definitely be useful to look for him. Because he can help me refine a high-quality scarlet fireglass pill and help me break through. But now that I am a 9-star war sect, I have never heard of any pill that can allow me to break through the shackles of the war sect and directly step into the war saint. To be honest, I've already been trapped in the 9-star war sect for several years. I'm really on the verge of despair. Young Master Hao said dejectedly. Qin Feiyang fell silent. A moment later, a light flashed in his eyes as he sent a sound transmission. I can help you break through to the war saint realm, but you have to promise to do 2 things for me. Really? Young Master Hao's gaze trembled as he looked at him longingly. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. As long as you can help me break through to the war saint realm, not to mention 2 things, even 200 things won't be a problem. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, his breathing somewhat hurried. First, you can't tell anyone that I helped you break through to the war saint realm, including your father. Qin Feiyang said. That's not a problem. Young Master Hao said without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, Second, I want you to help me eradicate the remnants of the Scorpion tribe. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, Why? Do they have a grudge against you? Of course there's a grudge. Otherwise, why would I eradicate them? Qin Feiyang said. This is not a small matter. Let's not talk about the others in the Scorpion tribe, just Guiyun and Guofeng, these 2 are the kings of the main tower. Even if it's me, I can't make a decision on my own. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang said, I know that, but what if they poisoned you first? Poison me? The more young Master Hao heard, the more puzzled he became. One had to know. He was the son of the chief pagoda master. Even if Guiyun and Guofeng borrowed courage from the heavens, they wouldn't dare to poison him. But what did Qin Feiyang mean by that? Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry about why I asked you that, just answer me if they poison you first, can you get rid of them? Nonsense. If they dare to harm me, I will make sure that none of them will live to see the sun tomorrow. Young Master Hao's words were very domineering, but he did have the qualifications to do so. That's good. In a few days, Guofeng will invite me to a banquet. At that time, I would like to ask you to do this. Next. Qin Feiyang said a lot to young Master Hao, and these words were all secretly transmitted, so only young Master Hao knew about it. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Alchemy Room 10 of the first tower. Qin Feiyang stood in the alchemy room, completely focused on refining the battle chi pill. After all, with the addition of the Ghost Snake Emperor, the number of battle chi pills he needed was even more than before, so he had to prepare enough battle chi pills at all times. Shua. At noon. Fatso appeared out of thin air in the alchemy room, hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang's side, and said, "Boss, found it." As he spoke, he took out a transparent glass bottle, only the size of a thumb, half filled with blood-red liquid. Qin Feiyang ignored Fatso. After the battle chi pill was out of the furnace, he took the glass bottle and pulled out the cork. A pungent stench immediately rushed into his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Holding his breath and carefully observing for a moment, Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "It is indeed the venom of the blood soul spider. Where did you get it?" Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. It took a lot of effort to get it. Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso, only to see that Fatso's clothes were ragged, and the blood on his wounds had not even dried. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. "You've worked hard." Patting Fatso's shoulder, Qin Feiyang put away the jade bottle. "What are you going to do now?" Fatso asked. "Nothing, just wait for Guofeng to come to me." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, then he took out an image crystal and sent a message to Yen Wei. Soon, Yen Wei's image appeared. "Have you found out the address of the Mu family?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yen Wei said in a deep voice, "No, there are many people who know the existence of the Mu family, but no one knows where they are." Qin Feiyang's brows suddenly tightened. Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yen Wei and said, "Li He also doesn't know?" Yen Wei shook his head and said, "According to Li He, only the Pill Tower's chief pagoda and his confidants know where the Mu family is." "That's troublesome." Fatso muttered. It was much more difficult to pry open the chief pagoda's mouth than prying open Li He's mouth. Suddenly, Fatso seemed to have thought of something, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "By the way, boss, why don't you ask young Master Hao? Maybe he also knows." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked up at Yen Wei and said, "You don't have to investigate this matter anymore, I'll handle it." Yen Wei nodded. "Don't." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at the stone door of the cultivation room at the same time. Could it be Guofeng? "I still have something to do, you be careful in the trading pavilion." Qin Feiyang reminded Yen Wei and turned off the image crystal, then sent Fatso to the castle. Then, with a wave of his hand, the stone door slowly opened, and a familiar face came into sight. It was Guofeng. "It's you?" But Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised. "What? Am I not welcome?" Guofeng said with a cold face. "Senior brother Guofeng personally came to find me. This is my honor, how can I not welcome you? Come in quickly." Qin Feiyang smiled and then stepped aside. Guofeng looked at the alchemy room and shook his head. "Let's not talk too much. This time I came to invite you to Longfeng House for a few drinks." Qin Feiyang was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. "I know, with our relationship, you will definitely suspect that this may be a trap. But this time, I came to invite you with sincerity. Because there is a good saying, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive, so I want to be friends with you. I just don't know if you are willing to give me this face?" Guofeng cupped his hands and said, his face full of sincerity. If Qin Feiyang didn't know Guofeng's plan in advance, he might have been deceived by this hypocritical face. "This," Qin Feiyang sneered in his heart, but his face revealed a hesitant expression. "It seems that I don't have the chance to be friends with you. Sorry to disturb you." Guofeng sighed deeply with a trace of regret on his face. Then, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. "It's a pity that you don't want to be an actor." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior brother Guofeng, wait." "What's the matter?" Guofeng stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. To be honest, I really can't believe that you can say such words, so I have a doubtful attitude. But I can see sincerity on your face. Since you have already let it go, wouldn't it seem that I am not magnanimous if I still haggle over it? So, I will be friends with you, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Guofeng immediately revealed a friendly smile and asked, "What about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Friendliness was just a facade, and under this facade, there was a murderous knife hidden. "Go, of course I have to go. Wait for me first, let me change my clothes. I have been refining pills these days and my body is covered in dust." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he closed the stone door. "Friends? Do you really think that I want to be friends with you? Don't be naive." Chapter 940. At the same time, inside the alchemy room, Qin Feiyang's eyes also turned cold. This Guofeng really knew how to pretend. He took out the image crystal and his battle chi surged. Buzz. A young man in white appeared in the air. It was young Master Hao. 3 days ago. In order to facilitate communication, he and young Master Hao established a contract bridge. "Is he here?" Young Master Hao asked. "Yeah, he invited me to the Dragon Phoenix house." Qin Feiyang laughed. Young Master Hao said, "Have you found the Blood Soul Spider's venom?" "Found it. Don't worry, I won't let you be in any danger." "Of course, I don't dare to let anything happen to you. After all, I don't want to be hunted down by the Chief Pagoda Master." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "As long as you know. You can go first, send me a message later." Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them turned off the image crystal at the same time. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he changed into a clean set of clothes. He opened the stone door and walked out of the alchemy room. The killing intent in Guofeng's eyes had already been hidden, and he appeared to be extremely friendly, but in reality, he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would change his mind at the last minute. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go." Guofeng opened the teleportation gate to show his politeness and let Qin Feiyang enter first. Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked into the teleportation gate. Dragon Phoenix house. In front of the door, 2 people appeared out of thin air. The 2 waiters standing at the door were surprised to see Qin Feiyang and Guofeng standing together. Why were the 2 of them walking together? But the waiter also knew what to ask and what not to ask. A waiter greeted them with a flattering smile. "Young masters, please come in." Guofeng said, "Take us to the private room." The waiter immediately turned around and led the way. 4th floor. Private room number 3. The waiter pushed open the door and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the other person entered the private room and carefully scanned the room. Inside the private room, there was an independent tea room, dining room, and bedroom. Although the decorations were not luxurious, it was very clean and tidy. "Are the 2 young masters satisfied?" the man asked with a smile. Guofeng nodded. The waiter asked, "What would you like to order?" Guofeng smiled faintly and said, 2 pots of dragon's wine. As for the rest, you can do as you deem fit." "All right." The shop assistant nodded, bowed, and left. Guofeng's eyes flashed as he pointed at the tea house and said with a smile, "Junior brother Mu, shall we go and have some tea first?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang readily agreed. He didn't seem to be on guard at all. The 2 of them walked into the tea room and sat opposite each other in front of the coffee table. Guofeng personally cleaned the tea set, boiled the water, and brewed the tea. Not long after, the boiling teapot emitted a refreshing tea fragrance. Although Qin Feiyang had a defenseless appearance from beginning to end, he had actually been secretly paying attention to Guofeng's every move. This was because poisoning could not only be done on the dining table, but also in the tea. However, during the entire process of Guofeng making tea, he didn't notice any small movements from Guofeng. "Please." Guofeng picked up a teacup and handed it to Qin Feiyang with both hands. Qin Feiyang took it in his hands, put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. After tasting it, he nodded and smiled, a mellow fragrance, flowing between the teeth, and also carrying a hint of orchids, not bad. Guofeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It seems that senior brother Mu likes to drink tea very much. Qin Feiyang laughed. To be honest, I am not interested in wine, but I have a special liking for tea. So it's like that? Guofeng revealed a look of understanding, and then a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took out the Qianquan bag, as if he was looking for something. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Found it. A moment later, Guofeng raised his head and smiled at Qin Feiyang. He took out a tea set from the Qianquan bag and placed it on the tea table. Qin Feiyang looked down, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This tea set consisted of a teapot and 6 teacups. It was emerald green, like jade, with a hazy luster, without any flaws. This tea set is made of Qinghai nephrite, called Qinghai Jiaojiao. Using this Qinghai Jiaojiao to make tea can completely remove the impurities in the tea leaves and make the tea more fragrant. Since junior brother Qin likes to drink tea so much, I will give this tea set to you. Guofeng laughed. Qinghai nephrite. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he quickly waved his hand. This is too precious, I can't accept it. This kind of jade could be called the best jade. A fingertip of it was enough to let an ordinary person live a worry-free life for several lifetimes. And among the royal family and nobles, Qinghai nephrite was also a symbol of status. It was said that the imperial jade seal of the Great Qin Empire was made of Qinghai nephrite. One could imagine how valuable this tea set was. No matter how precious something is, it needs to be used by someone to show its extraordinariness. And to tell you the truth, junior brother Qin, I don't like drinking tea very much, so it will only be a pearl covered in dust if I keep it. So, junior brother Qin, don't refuse. Guofeng carefully pushed the teapot and teacups to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. To be honest, he was a little tempted. Because as Guofeng said, the tea set made of Qinghai nephrite could indeed remove the impurities and odors in the tea leaves, making the tea more mellow and pure. It was no exaggeration to say that even the inferior tea leaves could be used to make the best tea. It could be said that this set of Qinghai Jiaojiao was something that countless tea drinkers dreamed of. But the problem was that he didn't know whether Guofeng had done anything to this tea set. Seeing this, Guofeng looked dissatisfied and said, "If you still think of me as a friend, take it." But Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's right. Come on, now I'll use this Qinghai Jiaojiao to make a pot of good tea for you. By the way, I'll let you check it out." Guofeng smiled and began to clean the tea set. Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything, carefully paying attention to Guofeng's every move. At last, until Guofeng finished making the tea, he didn't find anything strange. "Try it." Guofeng picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. He poured another cup for himself, raised his head and drank it up, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "The taste is really much better than before." Seeing this, Qin Feiyang completely let go of his doubts. Guofeng dared to drink it directly, so there must be no problem with the tea set. Guofeng probably gave him the Qinghai Jiaojiao, just to let him completely relax his vigilance. Qin Feiyang also picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth and tasted it. There was a trace of shock on his face. This pot of tea and the previous pot of tea were made of the same tea leaves. However, the taste was completely different. It was mellower and sweeter, and it also had the smell of the sea, which made people feel relaxed and couldn't help but be intoxicated. "How is it?" "I didn't lie to you," Guofeng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang laughed. This tea set was indeed made of Qinghai nephrite. Because when he was a child he also used this kind of tea set in the imperial palace, so it was not difficult to distinguish. Dong! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Guofeng looked at the door and said. The waiter pushed the door and entered, followed by more than a dozen staff members, each of whom was holding a plate of delicious dishes in their hands. "Please enjoy, young masters." After putting the dishes on the table one by one, the waiter led the staff members out of the elegant room and closed the door. "Brother Qin, please." Guofeng got up and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Please." Qin Feiyang also got up and made a gesture of invitation. Then the two of them walked to the table together. After sitting down, Guofeng picked up the wine pot and said, "Let's make it clear first. Today we are going to get drunk, so we can't use battle qi to dissolve the alcohol." "Of course," Qin Feiyang said without hesitation with a smile. At their level, no matter how strong the wine was, it couldn't make them drunk, because as long as they activated their battle qi, they could instantly evaporate all the alcohol. And Guofeng said so because he wanted to get Qin Feiyang drunk and then find an opportunity to make a move. Qin Feiyang's answer was also to reassure Guofeng. But in fact, the two of them were secretly activating their battle qi to dissolve the alcohol and stay sober. The two of them drank while talking and laughing. They didn't mention the previous grudges again. If people who didn't know saw this scene, they would really think that the two of them were old friends for many years. In less than an hour, the two of them finished 2 pots of dragon's wine and ordered 2 more pots. Gradually, Qin Feiyang began to show signs of drunkenness, and his words became more and more unscrupulous. "Brother Gua, I'll be honest with you. I used to hate you very much." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Why?" Guofeng looked at him in confusion. His eyes were also hazy with drunkenness. "Because you are the king of the 3rd peak. You are arrogant and condescending. However, after getting along with you now, I realize that you are quite a nice person." Qin Feiyang said. Guofeng laughed and whispered into Qin Feiyang's ear, "Brother, to be honest, I used to hate you too." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Is it because I threatened you?" "That's right." Guofeng slammed the table hard, stood up and said angrily, "Look at you. You are just a small fry. How dare you threaten me, a king? Aren't you courting death? How can I endure this?" Sorry, I was wrong." Qin Feiyang also stood up shakily, reached out and hooked his arm around Guofeng's neck, and apologized repeatedly. "Sai, I didn't really blame you. Why are you apologizing? You have to remember that we are friends now, brothers. Let's forget about those unhappy things in the past. In the future, we will love and protect each other, and make a name for ourselves in the forgotten continent." Guofeng roared heroically. "Yes, make a name for ourselves. Come, let's not go home until we are drunk." Qin Feiyang was also full of pride. "All right, let's not go home until we are drunk." The two of them directly picked up the wine jug, clinked it hard, and began to gulp it down. After drinking, Qin Feiyang sat down on the chair and waved his hand. "Brother, I can't take it anymore." "You can't take it anymore? Are you still a man? Let me tell you, the two of us have to be carried back today. Waiter, give me 2 more jugs of dragon's wine." Guofeng walked to the door, opened it, and shouted outside. "All right, coming right up." The waiter below shouted. Guofeng staggered back to the table, patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and said, "Brother, hurry up and pull yourself together, we still have to continue. I really can't take it anymore." Qin Feiyang collapsed on the chair, waving his hands, his entire body reeking of alcohol. "A man can't say no, a woman can't say no, understand? Hurry up and wash up, wake up, we'll continue drinking later." Guofeng forcefully pulled Qin Feiyang up, and then pushed Qin Feiyang towards the bedroom. Because in the bedroom, there was a separate washroom. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I really have to hand it to you, your alcohol tolerance is so good. All right, I'll go wash up, you have to wait for me, you're not allowed to drink secretly." "Who do you think I am? You're still drinking secretly, hurry up and stop talking nonsense." Guofeng waved his hand impatiently. "I treat you as a brother." With a loud laugh, Qin Feiyang staggered towards the bedroom. The washroom was on the left side of the bedroom, but he walked towards the right. "Brother, the washroom is on the left, you can't even find the direction, can you do it?" Seeing this, Guofeng hurriedly said, "Left." Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked at the wall on the left, turned his head to look at the right and suddenly said, "Yes, right, no, it's left. Let me tell you, don't look down on me even if there are 10 more jars. It can drink it." Qin Feiyang turned around, pointed at Guofeng, shook his head and said, and then walked towards the washroom. "All right, you're good?" Guofeng nodded and smiled helplessly. Clang. Qin Feiyang finally entered the washroom and closed the door with force. A burst of water came out from the washroom. Young Master Gua, this is the wine you want. The waiter walked into the private room with 2 jugs of wine. On the table, Gua Feng pointed at the table, completely drunk. Unexpectedly drunk like this. After the waiter put down the jug, he looked at the drunk Gua Feng, shook his head, turned around and walked out, and closed the door. Just as the door closed, Gua Feng's drunkenness disappeared in an instant, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. He walked to the bedroom, looked at the washroom door, and quickly returned to the table, taking out a jade bottle from his arms. The jade bottle was only the size of a thumb, and it was half filled with a small bottle of transparent liquid. This was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Don't blame me for being cruel, you asked for it. Gua Feng smiled coldly, pulled out the cork, and poured only 1 drop into Qin Feiyang's wine cup. The venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion was the complete opposite of the venom of the bloodthirsty spider. It was colorless and tasteless, and even if it was not mixed with wine, it was difficult to detect. Just this 1 drop was enough to take Qin Feiyang's life. Then, Gua Feng put away the jade bottle, returned to the chair, and pretended to be drunk. At the same time, in the washroom, Qin Feiyang's previous drunkenness had also disappeared. At this moment, he held the image crystal in his hand. So, young Master Hao's shadow showed up. But Qin Feiyang did not say anything, and only nodded to young Master Hao. Young Master Hao also nodded in response, and the shadow dissipated. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and stood in front of the sink, his eyes flashing with cold light. Although he did not see Gua Feng poisoning with his own eyes, he could imagine that Gua Feng asked him to come to the washroom to wash up to create an opportunity to poison. It's not that easy to kill me. Qin Feiyang sneered, held the water, washed his face, and returned to the table in a drunken state. Gua Feng glanced at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Look at you now, if others see you, they will definitely laugh at you. Aren't you the same? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Yes. Come, let's continue. Gua Feng picked up the wine pot and filled the wine cup in front of Qin Feiyang. Humph, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Qin Feiyang raised his wine cup and snorted. But in his heart, he was thinking, did Gua Feng put the blood-thirsty scorpion's venom in the wine cup or the wine pot? So, he had the answer in his heart. Gua Feng also poured a cup for himself, and after pouring it, he drank it without hesitation. Obviously, if Gua Feng really did poison, it must be in the wine cup in his hand. What are you waiting for? Drink it. Don't tell me you can't drink it. If you really can't drink it, don't force yourself, I won't laugh at you. Seeing Qin Feiyang holding the wine cup but not drinking, Gua Feng could not help but make fun of him, but he was actually very nervous. He had done so much for this moment. If Qin Feiyang did not drink at this time, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. But he did not dare to show too much urgency. Can't drink it? How dare you look down on me? Let me tell you, although I don't usually drink, I can still drink. Today I must make you drunk. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, holding the wine cup and putting it to his mouth. At this moment, Gua Feng's eyes were firmly fixed on Qin Feiyang, and his hands could not help but clench. As long as Qin Feiyang drank this cup of wine, then the humiliation he had suffered before could be doubled back. However, when Qin Feiyang was about to drink, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Is he here? Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, but pretended to be puzzled, put down the wine cup, and looked at the door suspiciously. Damn it. Just one more step. Which bastard came to ruin my good thing at this time? Gua Feng was about to go crazy, and he was even about to vomit blood, but he had to endure. He also looked at the door, and with a sullen tone he shouted, "Who is it? Can you not ruin our good mood?" The door opened. A white-clothed young man with his hands behind his back entered uninvited with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Hao. Gua Feng's gaze trembled. Why would young Master Hao come? At the same time, Qin Feiyang secretly sent a sound transmission and laughed. Luckily you came in time, otherwise, I would have had to drink this cup of wine. Young Master Hao glanced at the wine cup in front of Qin Feiyang, then looked at Gua Feng and Qin Feiyang and laughed. Just now, when I entered the Dragon Phoenix house, I heard from the waiter that the two of you were drinking here, and that you were already drunk, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. You won't blame me, right? No. It's our honor for young Master Hao to come, isn't it, Brother Gua? Qin Feiyang immediately stood up and laughed. Guofeng nodded his head, but in his heart, he was cursing the waiter's 18 generations of ancestors. Why was he so talkative? Actually, the waiter was also very wronged. Because this matter had nothing to do with the waiter at all, and he also did not tell young Master Hao that Guofeng and Qin Feiyang were drinking here. And young Master Hao said so just to find an excuse to not arouse Guofeng's suspicion. Young Master Hao laughed. Looking at the smell of alcohol all over your body, you really drank a lot. How about it, won't you invite me to drink a few cups? Guofeng was about to say that it was not convenient, but Qin Feiyang beat him to it. Of course, quickly, please sit. Like this, Guofeng could not say anything more. Young Master Hao closed the door behind him, walked to the table, and sat between Qin Feiyang and Guofeng. Then, young Master Hao looked at Guofeng and said with a frown, "Why aren't you moving? Do you not welcome me?" Guofeng shuddered and quickly took a clean wine cup, placed it in front of young Master Hao, and filled it to the brim. At this moment he was very flustered. Ever since Qin Feiyang gave the opportunity to meet Dragon Phoenix House's young miss to young Master Hao last time, young Master Hao had a good impression of this ancestor Mu. If now he poisoned Qin Feiyang to death in front of young Master Hao, it would definitely arouse young Master Hao's dissatisfaction. Young Master Hao might even report this matter to Chief Pagoda Master. At that time, he would be charged with the crime of poisoning a fellow disciple. And once Chief Pagoda Master investigated, he might not even be able to save his life. But the poison had already been used, and it was too late to take it back. What should he do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Younger brother Mu, you see, this place has been messed up by us. It's really a bit inappropriate to use it to entertain young Master Hao. How about we change rooms?" As long as they changed rooms immediately, Qin Feiyang would not drink this cup of wine. Although this also meant that his plan to poison Qin Feiyang to death had failed, there was still plenty of time in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and asked for young Master Hao's opinion. Young Master Hao waved his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I'm not particular about it. Just do as you like." This, Guofeng's face stiffened. Qin Feiyang picked up the wine cup and said with a smile. Then as young Master Hao said, "Come, let's drink this cup." Young Master Hao nodded and clinked the wine cup with Qin Feiyang's. Guofeng hurriedly stretched out his hand. "What's wrong?" Both of them looked at him in confusion. Guofeng's eyes kept rolling. Now he was in a bit of a dilemma. Suddenly, he grabbed a new wine cup, handed it to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "Younger brother Mu, your wine cup looks a bit dirty. Use this clean one." "Dirty?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the wine cup suspiciously, then looked up at Guofeng and said, "It's okay, Brother Gua, what's wrong with you? Why have you become strange since young Master Hao came in?" Of course, he knew what Guofeng was hesitating about. He said that on purpose, in order to see Guofeng make a fool of himself. Needless to say, seeing Guofeng like this, he was quite happy in his heart. "Is there?" Guofeng laughed embarrassedly. Bang! Young Master Hao slammed the wine cup on the table. The wine cup didn't break, but some wine spilled out. But whether young Master Hao did it on purpose or not, he just happened to touch the chopsticks next to him, and the chopsticks immediately flew out and fell to the ground. Young Master Hao glared at Guofeng and said, "What do you mean? If you don't welcome me, just say it." No. Guofeng hurriedly waved his hand. "Really?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Guofeng shook his head. Young Master Hao snorted coldly, "I don't think you have the guts. Go and pick up the chopsticks." Guofeng nodded and quickly turned around and ran over. Just as Guofeng turned around, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao quickly exchanged wine cups. In other words, now the poisoned wine cup was in young Master Hao's hands. Chapter 941. At the same time, Guofeng, who went to pick up the chopsticks, had a trace of madness in his eyes. Because he knew that there was no way out now. He couldn't care so much. Get rid of Qin Feiyang first. If he really caused young Master Hao's dissatisfaction, he would slowly find a way to persuade him. After all, Qin Feiyang would be a dead man by then. Maybe young Master Hao would be merciful and let him go. Thinking of this, he bent down to pick up the chopsticks, returned to the table, and handed the chopsticks to young Master Hao. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Are you sleepwalking? It's dirty on the ground. How can I use it?" Yes. Guo Feng suddenly patted his head, quickly took a pair of clean chopsticks, and respectfully handed it up. Young Master Hao nodded in satisfaction, then raised his glass and said with a smile, "Come on, let me toast you too." After that, without the slightest hesitation, he drank the cup of poisoned wine. Qin Feiyang shot a glance at Guo Feng. Then he also raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Guo Feng also drank. At the same time, he also smiled. He knew the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion better than anyone else. Now, even if a god descended to the mortal world, Qin Feiyang would not be able to escape death. He put down the glass and let out a long breath. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, his goal had been achieved. Then Guo Feng leaned on the chair and looked at Qin Feiyang coldly, waiting for Qin Feiyang to die of the poison. However, Qin Feiyang also laughed. He slowly put down the glass and took out the jade bottle containing the blood soul spider's poison. Guo Feng's pupils shrank, staring at the jade bottle. It was also at this time. Young Master Hao suddenly screamed in pain. "What's going on?" Guo Feng immediately looked at young Master Hao, his eyes full of surprise. Young Master Hao was holding his chest at this moment, his face quickly turned pale, and his lips turned purple. This was obviously a sign of poisoning. But wasn't the poisonous wine drunk by Qin Feiyang? How could young Master Hao be poisoned? Guo Feng suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, only to see Qin Feiyang sitting there without any signs of being poisoned. How could this be? He was dumbfounded. Those who drank the poisoned wine were completely fine. Those who didn't drink the poisoned wine were poisoned instead. He couldn't figure out what was going on. "I can only tell you that you're finished." Qin Feiyang grinned and quickly pulled out the cork. He stood up and poured out a drop of blood soul spider's venom for young Master Hao. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Guo Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, when he saw Qin Feiyang feed young Master Hao the poison in the jade bottle, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Could that be? His face was instantly filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang slowly put away the jade bottle and said with a smile, "Yes, this is the venom of the blood soul spider." "This is impossible," Guo Feng shook his head. Only he and Guo Yun knew the plan to poison Qin Feiyang. Guo Yun would never leak the secret. How did Qin Feiyang know? And he prepared the venom of the blood soul spider in advance. Was it a coincidence? After taking the venom of the blood soul spider, young Master Hao looked even more uncomfortable. The two poisons collided crazily in his body, making him feel worse than death. His face had been distorted. But in less than 10 breaths, the pain on his face slowly dissipated. His pale face and purple lips were also gradually returning to normal. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was fully confident that the venom of the blood soul spider could detoxify the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Because he was afraid that something would happen. After all, young Master Hao's identity was too terrifying. If anything happened, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and looked at Guo Feng jokingly. "You don't think this is a coincidence, do you?" Guo Feng's face darkened. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I admit that your performance today was very good. There was no flaw at all, but you found the wrong target." Guo Feng growled, "Since there was no flaw, how did you know?" "Because when you and Guo Yun were plotting by the lake, I was hiding nearby, so I heard every word you said to Guo Yun," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Guo Feng's eyes trembled. It turned out that this person had known early on. Then it was obvious that all the previous actions of this person were purely acting. "You think you are very smart. You think that everything is under your control. But in fact, from the beginning, your ending has been doomed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Guofeng said in a deep voice, "What about young Master Hao? Did you find him on purpose as well?" "That's right. 3 days ago, I told young Master Hao everything." Qin Feiyang nodded. "But you already know my plan. It can be said that it's easy to deal with me." "But why do you still want to involve young Master Hao?" Guofeng roared. "It's very simple. The people I want to deal with are not just you, but also the rest of your Scorpion tribe, including Gui Yun." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing these words, Guofeng couldn't help but tremble. It turned out that this was the real purpose of this person. If young Master Hao was not involved, then even if the matter was exposed, the only one who would be punished in the end would be him, and Gui Yun and the others would not be implicated. But now, young Master Hao was poisoned, which was equivalent to him being charged with murdering the son of the Chief Pagoda Master. This was not a small matter. Because young Master Hao was the only son of the Chief Pagoda Master, even the Chief Pagoda Master himself was reluctant to scold him. One could imagine what kind of consequences he would face once the Chief Pagoda Master knew that he murdered young Master Hao. "I'm afraid that no one in his Scorpion tribe would survive. You are really vicious." Guofeng stared at Qin Feiyang with resentment. "Vicious?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems that compared to you, I am still far behind." Guofeng's face was as calm as water, his hands clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. If looks could kill, then Qin Feiyang would have already been dismembered into 10,000 pieces. Suddenly, Guofeng looked at young Master Hao and said, "I don't understand, why are you helping him?" The poison in young Master Hao's body had been completely neutralized. Facing Guofeng's question, he only smiled faintly and did not give any explanation. "Answer me, why is that? What benefits did he give you?" Guofeng roared in exasperation. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "This is my business, you can't interfere. You are the son of the Chief Pagoda Master, high and mighty, and I am just a remnant of the Scorpion tribe. Of course I can't interfere with your business. But don't push me too far." Guofeng roared. "You asked for it. If you had been more honest and not schemed against Brother Mu, would this have happened?" Young Master Hao said indifferently. "Honest? Are you joking? Although my Scorpion tribe has been destroyed, I am still the king of the Third Peak. And him? He is just a piece of trash from the 9 great regions. What right does he have to threaten me? So, I have to make him pay the price." Guofeng pointed at Qin Feiyang angrily, his eyes flashing with shocking killing intent. "Trash?" Young Master Hao shook his head and laughed. Guofeng was indeed the king of the Third Peak, but Qin Feiyang could refine the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. It was obvious who was more valuable between the two. So in young Master Hao's opinion, Guofeng was simply talking about himself when he said the word, trash. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at Guofeng contemptuously, turned to look at young Master Hao and said with a smile, "Brother Hao, don't talk nonsense with him. Send a message to your father and let him settle this matter." Young Master Hao nodded and immediately took out the image crystal. Guofeng's eyes trembled, and he quickly knelt in front of young Master Hao and begged, "Young Master, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time, I swear, I will be honest in the future." But young Master Hao turned a deaf ear to him, and his battle chi surged toward the image crystal. Seeing this, Guofeng's eyes suddenly flashed with a ruthless light. "If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Go to hell." Boom! He suddenly stood up and threw a punch at young Master Hao. "You're courting death." Young Master Hao's eyes were also full of killing intent. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying holy aura burst out in the room, instantly imprisoning Guofeng. Guofeng looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Because the owner of this saint aura was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You didn't expect it, right? I have already broken through to the Battle Saint realm." So fast, Guofeng was extremely shocked and also despaired. Although he was a 9-star war master and was only a small realm away from Qin Feiyang, he had not opened the gate of potential and was simply unable to break through the shackles of Qin Feiyang's pressure. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's Saint Aura also alarmed everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Bang! Almost in the next moment, the door was forcefully pushed open. A slightly plump middle-aged man barged into the room. It was the steward of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Pang Su. But when he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Guofeng in the room, his expression froze. "Greetings, young Master Hao. Greetings, young Master Mu." Coming back to his senses, Pang Su hurriedly bowed and saluted. He looked at Guofeng, who was imprisoned in the air, and asked suspiciously, "Young masters, what's going on?" It was also at this moment that the image crystal in young Master Hao's hand shone brightly. An illusory figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man, about 30 or 40 years old. His body was thin, and he had a head of long snow-white hair. He was also wearing a white robe that was spotless. At this moment, he was sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard, drinking tea alone. Each of his actions was emitting a scholarly aura. That's right. This was young Master Hao's father, the Pill Tower's chief pagoda master who controlled the Forgotten Continent. Seeing the chief pagoda master's shadow appear, Guofeng's face immediately turned as pale as paper. Pang Su's gaze also trembled slightly as he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Chief Pagoda Master." An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 942. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and bowed to the Chief Pagoda Master's shadow. So many people? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, the Chief Pagoda Master was also quite surprised. No need to be so polite. Then, the Chief Pagoda Master smiled at everyone, appearing amiable. He looked at young Master Hao and asked, "How? Is there something you need from your father? Aren't you talking nonsense? Why would I look for you if there's nothing?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became strange. Was this how young Master Hao usually spoke to the Chief Pagoda Master? The Chief Pagoda Master was also a little embarrassed and said, "What is it, speak?" Young Master Hao said, "Guofeng poisoned me before, and he used the venom of the blood-thirsty scorpion." The teacup in the Chief Pagoda Master's hand instantly shattered. Poisoned young Master Hao? Pang Su was also shocked. Such a big thing actually happened? What's going on? After a moment of silence, the Chief Pagoda Master asked. Young Master Hao waved his hand impatiently and said, "It's a long story, come here and I'll tell you slowly." The Chief Pagoda Master's shadow immediately dissipated. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, a terrifying aura descended above the Dragon Phoenix house. It was a purple-clothed youth, with a jade-like appearance, a tall and straight figure, and an unfathomable aura. Shwa! With another flash, he entered the hall of the Dragon Phoenix house. In an instant, the Dragon Phoenix house fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the purple-clothed youth with fear in their eyes. The purple-clothed youth glanced at the hall and said in a deep voice, "Little junior brother, where are you?" "Here." Young Master Hao replied. "Little junior brother?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. When the purple-clothed youth heard young Master Hao's voice, he jumped up and landed directly at the door. "So it's him." Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw that the person who came was Gong Sun Bei. But Gong Sun Bei actually called young Master Hao junior brother. Could it be that he was also a disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master? "Greetings, Lord Gong Sun Bei." Pang Su hurriedly went up. However, Gong Sun Bei ignored him and entered the room. He closed the door and walked to young Master Hao's side. Young Master Hao looked at Gong Sun Bei and frowned. "Where's my father?" Gong Sun Bei said, "Sir is drinking tea. However, there is no need for Sir to come personally for such a small matter." "I almost died, and you call that a small matter? It seems that my son is not as important as a cup of tea in his eyes." Young Master Hao snorted coldly. Gong Sun Bei beamed a bitter smile. He glanced at Guofeng and frowned. "What happened?" Young Master Hao said coldly, "I just wanted to drink a cup of wine, but I didn't expect Guofeng to put poison in the wine cup." Gong Sun Bei's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Who gave you the guts to plot against young Master Hao?" Guofeng's body trembled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Sir, it wasn't me who poisoned them. Gong Sun Bei was stunned. Young Master Hao and Qin Feiyang also frowned. But soon, Qin Feiyang thought of what Guofeng wanted to do and said, he is trying to quibble now. Quibble? Young Master Hao was suspicious. If I'm not wrong, he will definitely frame me or drag me down with him. After all, there was no one else present at that time. He can say whatever he wants. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Young Master Hao asked secretly, then what should we do? I have a way. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. At this time, Gong Sun Bei looked at Guofeng and frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Guofeng pointed at Qin Feiyang and said, at that time, other than me, there was only him, so he must have poisoned young Master Hao when we weren't paying attention. As expected. Qin Feiyang muttered, but he was not in a hurry to explain. Gong Sun Bei turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, do you have anything to say? This, Qin Feiyang was doubtful and did not say anything. It can't really be him, right? Pang Su looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered. Gong Sun Bei said impatiently, don't dawdle, tell me. Whoever poisoned him must have the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion on him. Even if there is no venom, there must be a container to hold it. You'll know when you search. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, makes sense. Gong Sun Bei nodded and turned to walk towards Guofeng. Seeing this, Guofeng's expression suddenly became panicked. At that time, he did not expect that young Master Hao would come, nor did he expect this to happen. So after poisoning him, he did not dispose of the excess venom. And now, the excess venom was in his arms. Gong Sun Bei walked over and first searched Guofeng's Qiankuan bag. Obviously, there was nothing. He grabbed Gong Sun Bei's clothes and tore them off. Clink. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Gong Sun Bei lowered his head and saw a thumb-sized jade bottle fall to the ground. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jade bottle, crossed his arms and looked at Guofeng. He smiled faintly and said, I don't know how you're going to quibble now. Guofeng's face was pale. Gong Sun Bei picked up the jade bottle and pulled out the cork. After carefully observing for a moment, killing intent surged in his eyes. This is indeed the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How do you explain now? He looked at Guofeng coldly. Guofeng stammered, terrified to the extreme. Gong Sun Bei shouted, tell me, why did you murder young Master Hao? Is there anyone else involved? Guofeng's eyes flashed and he nodded fiercely. Gong Sun Bei asked, it's him, Ancestor Mu. It's him who bewitched me to poison young Master Hao. Lord, I'm at most an accomplice. Please show mercy. Guofeng begged. Still quibbling. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and sighed. When you said that it was Ancestor Mu who poisoned you, I didn't believe it at all. Do you know why? Why? Guofeng looked at him suspiciously. Beside him, Pang Su also looked at Gong Sun Bei in confusion. Because Ancestor Mu is about to become the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple. So, as long as he's not a fool, he would know that even if he really wanted to murder young Master Hao, he wouldn't do it now. Gong Sun Bei said, what? Become the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple? What's going on? Why isn't there any news at all? Guofeng and Pang Su were both shocked. Gong Sun Bei said, I'll give you one last chance. Why did you murder young Master Hao? You're really long-winded. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and transmitted, Brother Mu, you have to silence him immediately. But Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Although Guofeng did murder you first, if Guofeng tells the truth, I'll definitely be scolded by my father. And your plan will also fail. Young Master Hao said. His words woke Gong Sun Bei up. Qin Feiyang had almost forgotten this point. As young Master Hao said, if Guofeng told the truth, Gong Sun Bei would only kill Guofeng at most. He made a prompt decision. He took a step forward and slapped Guofeng's head before Gong Sun Bei could react. Crack! With a scream, Guofeng's head exploded and he fell to the ground, dead. Gong Sun Bei was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, What are you doing? I haven't asked clearly yet. What if there's someone behind him? If you kill him now, won't the clues be lost? Qin Feiyang coughed and pointed at young Master Hao. Young Master secretly asked me to kill him. He thinks you're too long-winded. Gong Sun Bei was stunned. Young Master Hao also glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. How could he just throw this mess to him? How despicable! But there was nothing he could do now. He could only brace himself and accept this mess. He looked at Gong Sun Bei and snorted coldly, "Yes, I asked him to kill Guofeng. The evidence is conclusive, and you're still asking questions. I've never seen such a dawdling person like you." Gong Sun Bei smiled bitterly. This is not dawdling, this is taking responsibility. But what was done. What else could he do? He could only forget about it. Alright, this matter is over. You should go back early. Don't fool around outside all day. Gong Sun Bei said helplessly and took out a teleportation gate. Over? Young Master Hao frowned. Gong Sun Bei was stunned and asked, "Isn't Guofeng already dead?" Young Master Hao said, "Guofeng is dead, but the other people of the Scorpion tribe are still alive. I want you to eliminate them all." Eliminate them all? Gong Sun Bei looked at him in surprise. Yes. For those who want to poison me, I will make them pay a heavy price. Young Master Hao said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Gong Sun Bei fell silent. I agree with Young Master's approach, because by doing so, we can make an example out of them. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Young Master Hao, and nodded. All right, I'll make the arrangements now. Finished. He opened the teleportation gate and turned to leave. After the teleportation gate dissipated, Qin Feiyang and Young Master Hao looked at each other with a hint of a smile in their eyes. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission. Brother Mu, I've already helped you get rid of them. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Qin Feiyang was about to speak. But at this moment, Pang Su suddenly looked at Young Master Hao and bowed. Young Master, I'm really sorry. Young Master Hao was startled and asked in confusion, It's not like it's your Dragon Phoenix restaurant's poison, why are you apologizing to me? Although it's not my Dragon Phoenix restaurant's poison, it still happened in my Dragon Phoenix restaurant. So I thought that I would give the two young masters 2 jars of Dragon Phoenix wine for free as an apology. At the same time, it can also be considered as an advance congratulations to young Master Mu for becoming the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. Pang Su said, Dragon Phoenix wine. Still 2 jars. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up and he laughed, Then I won't be polite. As long as the 2 young masters don't mind. After Pang Su finished speaking with a smile, he hurriedly turned around and left. Steward Pang, what happened? Just now, we vaguely heard that Guofeng poisoned young Master Hao. Is this true? The moment Pang Su went out, the people gathered in the restaurant started to ask questions. But Pang Su did not say anything and walked straight to the wine cellar. Appeasing young Master Hao was the most important thing. Inside the pavilion, Qin Feiyang walked into the tea room and slowly brewed tea. Seeing this, young Master Hao frowned and also followed into the tea room, saying impatiently, Brother Mu, hurry up and help me break through to the War Saint realm. What's the rush? Come to the alchemy room tomorrow to find me. I promise to help you break through in one go. Qin Feiyang laughed. Actually, the real reason was because he had yet to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill. And now, it was impossible for him to go to the castle to refine it. Well, anyway, I've waited for so long, one more day won't make a difference. Young Master Hao thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Then, he sat opposite Qin Feiyang and looked at the beauty of Qinghai on the tea table. This tea set, suddenly, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This tea set is called Beauty of Qinghai. It was made of Qinghai nephrite and was also given to me by Guofeng. Qin Feiyang laughed. In order to make you lower your guard, he even took out this treasure. He really knows how to spend a lot of money. Young Master Hao was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, To tell you the truth, I really like people like him. You're taking advantage of me, you know? Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously, "Tell me, how did you and Guofeng become enemies? It's interesting to talk about it. I remember that day. Pei invited me to the Dragon Phoenix restaurant for a drink, and Guofeng happened to find me. Qin Feiyang made tea while satisfying young Master Hao's curiosity and slowly told the story." Chapter 943. Swoosh. Above the pill tower, one figure after another appeared unceasingly. They wore all kinds of clothes, men and women, basically all middle-aged appearances. Looking at their waists again, they all had a reddish gold token hanging. That's right. They were the divine envoys of the main tower. There were 10 people in the main pavilion, each one emitting an unfathomable aura. Mu Qing's grandfather, Lu Changfeng, was also among them. Lu Changfeng shouted, "People of the Scorpion tribe, come out immediately." What's the situation? The disciples of the 10 pill towers were all alarmed in an instant. So many divine envoys? In the third pagoda, a person appeared first. It was precisely the king of the third pagoda, Guiyun. But when he saw that there were actually 10 divine envoys, his pupils suddenly constricted. After Guiyun, the rest of the Scorpion tribe's people also appeared continuously, gathering around Guiyun. Looking at Lu Changfeng's 10 people, everyone's faces had unresolvable bewilderment. In less than 100 breaths, over 1,000 people gathered here. Guiyun bowed and said, "Lord Divine Envoy, may I ask why you called us out?" Boom. However, what answered him was one terrifying emperor pressure after another. The 1,000 people of the Scorpion tribe were all imprisoned in the void in an instant. Guiyun's expression changed and he hurriedly looked at Lu Changfeng's 10 people and said, "Lords, why is this?" Guofeng poisoned young Master Hao in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, committing a heinous crime. And as his clansmen, you all can hardly absolve yourselves from the blame too. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth coldly. "What? Poisoned young Master Hao?" Everyone's expressions changed when they heard it. Guiyun's face was also full of disbelief. Didn't Guofeng go to poison Ancestor Mu? Why would he poison young Master Hao? Guiyun said anxiously, "Your Excellency, there must be a misunderstanding here. Lords, please investigate clearly." Misunderstanding? Young Master Hao almost lost his life under the bloodthirsty scorpion's poison, and there was even Ancestor Mu testifying by the side. Is this called a misunderstanding? Lu Changfeng shouted. Ancestor Mu testifying? Guiyun was completely stunned. What on earth was going on? But no one gave him an explanation. Lu Changfeng raised his arm, battle chi surged on his index fingertip. A destructive aura of aura rolled out crazily. Even if Guofeng has guts as big as the heavens, he wouldn't dare to murder young Master Hao. My lord, please investigate this thoroughly. Don't kill the innocent. The people of the Scorpion tribe immediately panicked. It was obvious that these divine envoys had come to kill them. Boom. However, Lu Changfeng turned a deaf ear to him. Battle chi surged out of his fingertip and pounced toward the thousands of people. "No, I beg you," the group of people cried out in despair, but it was of no use. The battle chi instantly drowned them. Ah! Along with cries of agony, everyone died on the spot and their blood dyed the sky red, including Guiyun. When the disciples of the Pill Tower who came out later saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Second grandfather. What's going on? Did Guofeng really poison young Master Hao? Mu Qing also came out. She looked at the blood-soaked sky and secretly sent a message to Lu Changfeng. I don't know the details either, but I heard that it has something to do with Qin Feiyang. My guess is that this is Qin Feiyang's scheme. Lu Changfeng thought to himself. Mu Qing was stunned. This bastard actually caused such a big commotion as soon as he came back? I still have to go to the major cities to clean up the remnants of the Scorpion tribe. When you have time, go and ask Qin Feiyang. By the way, tell him not to make any decisions on his own in the future. It's best to discuss it with us first. Lu Changfeng said secretly and opened the teleportation gate. He walked in with the other 9 divine envoys one after another. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Then she turned around and entered the first pagoda without looking back. Warrior Mountain Range. There were more people of the Scorpion tribe here than in the Pill Tower. At this moment, the same scene was happening. Blood was raining down from the sky and corpses kept falling. More than a dozen divine envoys were like cold-blooded gods of death, harvesting everyone's lives. The disciples of the entire main pagoda were shocked. They were also laughing at Guifeng's stupidity. He actually dared to poison young Master Hao. Wasn't he courting death? And in less than half a day. This matter spread throughout the entire Central Divine Kingdom cities and tribes. Everyone found it unbelievable. Was this Guifeng a fool? Didn't he know that young Master Hao was the only son of the main pagoda master? Poisoning him? They were simply digging their own graves. At the same time, Dragon Phoenix House. So that's how it is. After listening to Qin Feiyang's story, young Master Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's really unlucky to have met a fiend like you. Fiend? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said helplessly, "Can you blame me for this?" He can only blame himself for wanting to have a foot in both boats. That's true. Young Master Hao nodded. He definitely couldn't tolerate this kind of person who had a honey mouth and a sword in his heart. Otherwise, who knew how many women would be ruined by his hands in the future? Buzz. At this time, the image crystal in young Master Hao's arms rang. Young Master Hao took it out and Gong Sun Bei's shadow immediately appeared. Gong Sun Bei smiled and said, "Junior brother, as you wish, the people of the Scorpion tribe have all been eradicated." So fast? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Then, young Master Hao looked at Gong Sun Bei and asked, "What about those outside? They're still being pursued." After all, the news has already spread. The remaining survivors will definitely hide. It will take a lot of time to find them. Gong Sun Bei said, "Alright, do as you see fit." Young Master Hao nodded and smiled. He then turned off the image crystal and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "How is it? The efficiency of my head pagoda is not bad, right?" Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. From this moment on, the Scorpion tribe could be considered to have truly perished. But why did Gong Sun Bei call you junior brother? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Young Master Hao pursed his lips and said, "He's my father's disciple, but he has already finished his apprenticeship." Sure enough. Qin Feiyang muttered and asked again, "Do you know where the Mu family is?" Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Why are you asking about the Mu family?" "Some time ago, I accidentally heard someone mention that this Mu family is very mysterious, so I'm a little curious." Qin Feiyang calmly said with a smile. Young Master Hao nodded and then his face became serious. He whispered, "Junior brother Mu, listen to me. Don't ask about the Mu family in the future." But Qin Feiyang was surprised. Young Master Hao said in a deep voice, "This Mu family is not only mysterious, but also very terrifying." Terrifying? Qin Feiyang was more and more surprised. "Let me tell you this. Since I was a child, my father has told me that I can be prodigal and bully others, but I must never offend the Mu family." Young Master Hao said. This, Qin Feiyang was surprised. "As for where the Mu family is, I don't know. I've asked my father before, but he didn't tell me because he was afraid that I would act recklessly." Young Master Hao said again. Qin Feiyang's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but he quickly concealed it. Young Master Hao got up and smiled. "Let's not talk about the Mu family. Let's go and drink some Dragon Phoenix wine to celebrate." "Yes, we need to celebrate." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. At about noon, Qin Feiyang got up and left, returning to the alchemy room number 10. As for young Master Hao, he still stayed in the Dragon Phoenix house. The purpose of staying in the Dragon Phoenix house was naturally for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Not long after Qin Feiyang returned to the alchemy room, there was a knock on the door. He waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Mu Qing came in with a smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Mu Qing walked into the lounge, sat on the chair, and said, "Gui Yun poisoned young Master Hao. Was it your plan?" "I don't have that ability." Qin Feiyang shook his head. don't play dumb. Who is young Master Hao? Unless Guofeng's head was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't poison him. Mu Qing pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang smiled. Maybe his head was really kicked by a donkey? Mu Qing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense, let's talk business. Since young Master Hao is willing to help you get rid of the remnants of the Scorpion tribe, does that mean his relationship with you is very good?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Not very good, because I promised to help him step into the Battle Saint realm." Help him step into the Battle Saint realm? Mu Qing was stunned and asked, "Can you do it?" "Whether I can or not, you don't need to know. Now tell me, other than your second grandpa, is there anyone else in the Holy Land?" Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Mu Qing immediately stared at him vigilantly. Qin Feiyang said, "Now that we are in a cooperative relationship, of course I need to know who is on the same side. What if I kill them by mistake when there is a conflict?" "Don't worry. They all know you, so they won't deliberately target you. On the contrary, at the critical moment, they will secretly assist you." Mu Qing laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "So, you really arranged for someone else to enter the Holy Land?" "Of course. We can't just hang on a tree like you, right? Okay, good luck in the Holy Land, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, second grandpa asked me to tell you, don't make decisions on your own in the future, and discuss with us first." Mu Qing smiled proudly, then got up and left without looking back. Discuss? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sneer. Although this time it was because of the Mu family that he was able to escape from the imperial capital, he really didn't have a good impression of the Mu family. Especially this Mu Qing, sometimes he really wanted to kick her. After closing the stone door, Qin Feiyang went to the castle. Everyone was concentrating on cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, "Give me 2 sets of medicinal materials for the 9-turn dragon blood pill." Fatso opened his eyes and frowned. "There is not much dragon blood left. Are you sure you want to help young Master Hao?" Qin Feiyang said, "I must do what I promised others, not to mention that the other party is the son of the chief pagoda master." Fatso sighed. If Qin Feiyang went back on his words now, young Master Hao would definitely not let it go. At that time, as long as young Master Hao casually said a few words in front of the chief pagoda master, then Qin Feiyang's dream of becoming the chief pagoda master's disciple would probably be ruined. Suddenly, Lu Hong opened her eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Right now, the blood flowing in your body is purple gold dragon blood. I was thinking, could it be used to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso were startled. That's right. Why didn't they think of it? Fatso immediately took out a set of 9-turn dragon blood pills medicinal ingredients and handed it to Qin Feiyang, urging, "Boss, quickly try it." Although Qin Feiyang was a human, the blood in his body was indeed dragon blood. Since it was dragon blood, then it might really be able to refine the 9-turn dragon blood pill. Qin Feiyang took the medicinal ingredients, glanced at Fatso and the other 2, then turned and walked towards the pill furnace, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. If it was really possible, then the problem of dragon blood would undoubtedly be solved. Fatso and Lu Hong also got up and followed behind Qin Feiyang. Arriving in front of the pill furnace, Qin Feiyang placed the medicinal ingredients one by one on the altar, then closed his eyes and calmed his heart. Phew! A moment later, he let out a long breath, and his entire body and mind seemed to have entered a state of heart as still as water. Then he opened his eyes, waved his hand, and the netherworld devil flame turned into a stream of light, suspended below the pill furnace. Then with a thought, the netherworld devil flame slowly began to recover. When the temperature in the pill furnace reached a certain level, he cut his finger, and a drop of purple gold blood immediately flowed out. The blood was suffused with a hazy purple gold divine light, and carried a pure dragon's might. Swish! At the same time, Qin Feiyang's head, a wisp of mental strength swept out, wrapped the drop of purple gold blood, and entered the pill furnace. The temperature in the pill furnace continued to rise. Under the control of Qin Feiyang's mental strength, the purple gold blood was like a colorful gem, constantly rotating. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, A trace of spiritual liquid flowed out from the purple gold blood. The spiritual liquid was also purple gold, looked very dazzling, and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang did not have any emotional fluctuations, but it was not that he did not, but that he did not dare to, because once there was an emotional fluctuation, the pill furnace might explode. However, Fatso and Lu Hong behind him could not hide the surprise on their faces. Because the appearance of the spiritual liquid already meant that Qin Feiyang's blood could be used as medicinal ingredients. Qin Feiyang had refined the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill several times, so he was not unfamiliar with it. After refining the spiritual liquid of the purple gold dragon blood, he began to refine the spiritual liquid of the other medicinal ingredients step by step. About 200 breaths passed. Finally, the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill was out. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand, immediately opened his hand, and looked down. Fatso and Lu Hong also came closer to take a look. The size of the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet was about the same as the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellets he had refined in the past. The only difference was that the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet was purple gold in color. Even the 6 patterns on the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pellet were emitting a bright purple gold divine light. A strong medicinal fragrance filled every corner of the ancient castle. "Boss, we're rich." Fatso's eyes lit up. The other medicinal ingredients of the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill, such as the dragon saliva fruit, although very rare, were not difficult to find. He had a lot of them now. Only the dragon blood could not be bought with money. But now that the problem of dragon blood was solved, they could refine a large number of 9 Revolutions dragon blood pills in the future. If they were to auction it, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? In other words, the purple gold dragon blood in Qin Feiyang's body was an inexhaustible treasure. Can you not show your greed so obviously? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's right, we don't even know if it's effective now. Why are you so excited? Lu Hong also looked at him with disdain. Fatso rubbed his head and chuckled. Won't we know if it's effective after we try it? As he spoke, he reached out to grab the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill. Qin Feiyang grabbed the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill and raised his eyebrows. Can you stop? Fatso laughed dryly. Fat Lord wants to personally test it. Test? Qin Feiyang sneered. How could he not know what Fatso was thinking? Seeing that he had stepped into the Battle Saint realm, he started to feel anxious, so he wanted to use the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill to step into the Battle Saint realm in one go. But Qin Feiyang firmly disagreed with this kind of thing. It was not that he was stingy, but that it was not time yet. Fatso had opened the door of potential. Even without the help of the pill, he could easily break through to the Battle Saint realm. And after stepping into the Battle Saint realm, the time needed to break through each small realm would gradually increase. For example, it took 10 years to break through from a 1-star Battle Saint to a 2-star Battle Saint, so it would take at least 13 to 14 years to break through from a 2-star Battle Saint to a 3-star Battle Saint. In short, the further one went, the longer the time needed. So, if they took the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill now, it would be a loss. Qin Feiyang's plan was to wait until everyone broke through to the 7 or 8-star Battle Saint realm before taking the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill. Of course. Except for the double-winged snow eagle and Yen Wei, after all, they had already taken it. Being seen through by Qin Feiyang, Fatso's expression was rather awkward. He smiled flatteringly and said, Fat Lord is just saying, don't take it seriously. Lu Hong shook her head and laughed. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, You broke through to the Battle Saint realm, the chief pagoda master already knew, but why didn't he come to find you? This kind of thing can't be rushed, let's wait. Qin Feiyang kept the 9 Revolutions dragon blood pill and took out the soul refining technique Jade Slip. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend it again. His stubborn temper rose. Chapter 944. Time flew by. Early the next morning, young Master Hao came to the first tower and stood outside Qin Feiyang's alchemy room, knocking on the door. Sigh. Inside the alchemy room. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He slowly opened his eyes with a trace of disappointment in them. After a night of meditation, he still didn't gain anything. Why is it so difficult to comprehend a rankless battle art? What kind of joke is this? He muttered and put away the soul-refining technique jade scroll. With a wave of his hand, the stone door quickly opened. "Good morning." Young Master Hao waved his hand and smiled. "Good morning." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, "Please come in." Young Master Hao entered the alchemy room, closed the stone door and asked, "Can we start now?" He looked a little impatient. "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he asked calmly, "I wonder if Brother Hao has heard of the soul-refining technique?" "Soul-refining technique?" Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, but it is said that this soul-refining technique is only a rankless battle art and doesn't have much value." "So, Elder Wang really didn't lie to me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. "Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's talk about it later." He took out the 9-turn dragon blood pill, walked in front of young Master Hao, and handed it over. "What pill?" Young Master Hao looked at the 9-turn dragon blood pill and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang laughed. "A pill that can help you break through to the War Saint realm." "Heard of it?" Young Master Hao's eyes lit up. He grabbed the 9-turn dragon blood pill and stuffed it into his mouth. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang grabbed his wrist and frowned. "Aren't you worried that this is a poisonous pill?" Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "If you wanted to harm me, you would have done it yesterday at the Dragon Phoenix house. Why wait until now?" Qin Fei shook his head and smiled, at the same time letting go. Young Master Hao directly put the 9-turn dragon blood pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a majestic energy, like a tide, crazily surged into his limbs and bones. What pure energy! Moreover, it also carries a strong divine dragon qi. Could it be that this elixir was refined using the flesh and blood of a divine dragon? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't ask anything. Focus on breaking through." In fact, he was also quite nervous. He was afraid that the purple gold dragon blood would not work. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Boom! In less than 10 breaths, young Master Hao's aura soared uncontrollably. "Isn't this too fast?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that the effect of the 9 Revolution Dragon Blood pill refined with the purple gold dragon blood was better than before? Rumble! All of a sudden, inside young Master Hao's body, a muffled explosion was heard. His aura was like a rainbow as he broke through the shackles of the 9-star Battle Master and stepped into the 1-star Battle Saint realm. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This effect was indeed better than the 9 Revolutions Dragon Blood pill that he had refined in the past. It really worked. At the same time, young Master Hao was also dumbstruck. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He felt as if he was dreaming. He had been trapped in the 9-star battle sect for several years, but he didn't expect that he would be able to easily resolve it with just a single pill. "Whew!" Qin Fei let out a long breath, cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Hao, congratulations." Young Master Hao finally came back to his senses. Feeling the surging power in his body, as well as the powerful holy might, he was immediately overjoyed. "I still have to thank Brother Mu for this. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for me to get what I want. So no matter what, Brother Mu, please accept my bow." Young Master Hao bowed and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "We are all friends, Brother Hao, you don't have to be so polite." "Friend?" On the other hand, young Master Hao fell silent. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. A moment later, he seemed to have made some sort of decision. He retracted all of his aura and laughed loudly. "All right, from today onwards, you are my friend, no, my brother." In other words, it was only at this moment that young Master Hao could be considered to have truly accepted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also rather surprised. He didn't expect young Master Hao to say such words. He laughed half-jokingly. "With a brother like you, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the main tower in the future?" "Of course." Young Master Hao smiled proudly. Looking at the sincere young Master Hao, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel hesitant. Because from the beginning to the end, he had been using young Master Hao. He had never thought of becoming a true friend with young Master Hao. But now, young Master Hao treated him as a brother and treated him with sincerity. He really didn't know how to face it. However, young Master Hao didn't know about this, nor did he notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He smiled and said, "This time I came here for another matter." "What?" Qin Feiyang asked. Young Master Hao said, "Father wants to see you." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. "That is to say, you will soon become my father's disciple, and before that, you may get a good fortune." Young Master Hao said, "A good fortune?" Qin Feiyang was doubtful. "Let's keep you guessing first." Young Master Hao smiled mysteriously and then said, "Go and pack up. Come with me immediately." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to enter the lounge. He washed up a little and changed into a new set of clothes. But just as he was about to leave the lounge, he suddenly lowered his head and fell silent. "Brother Mu, what are you doing? Can you hurry up?" "Outside." Young Master Hao urged impatiently when Qin Feiyang didn't come out for a long time. Coming. Qin Feiyang hurriedly responded. Alas. Then he sighed in a low voice, adjusted his mood, and walked out of the lounge. He looked at young Master Hao and said with a smile, "Let's go." His smile was sincere, and when he showed such a smile, it meant that he also recognized young Master Hao as a friend. He didn't want to use young Master Hao anymore, and he didn't want to let down young Master Hao's friendship. Otherwise, his conscience would feel uneasy. Of course, he wouldn't give up snatching the 5-colored crystal because of this. Because the 5-colored crystal was related to the safety of Yan Wei's entire tribe. After all, Yan Wei's tribesmen were now in the hands of the mysterious lady. And the mysterious lady was also a person who would do what she said. If he dared to change his mind at this time, then none of Yan Wei's tribesmen would survive. One had to know. That was millions of people. So there were some things that he had no choice. As for the future, what his relationship with young Master Hao would become, it could only depend on fate. Buzz. Young Master Hao opened a portal and the two walked in one after another. In the deepest part of the main tower, there were endless mountains and rivers, with overlapping peaks and verdant grass and trees. Below the mountain stream, there were many courtyards of various sizes. Every courtyard was independent, and it was extremely quiet and secluded. Whoosh! In front of one of the courtyards, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao appeared out of thin air. The courtyard was located in front of a lake. At this time, the sun had just risen, the morning sun spread over the earth, and everything was revived. The clear lake was also covered with layers of dazzling waves. And in the courtyard, there was a 2-story pavilion with an antique style, full of an elegant and quiet atmosphere. In front of the door of the pavilion, there was a flower bed, with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, attracting bees and butterflies. The strong fragrance of the flowers could be smelled from far away. And a winding path, winding through the flower bed, led to the pavilion and a pavilion. At this time, the main tower master was standing in the pavilion, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was closing his eyes to rest. And in front of him, there was a stone table with a piece of snow-white paper on it. Next to the paper, there was a brush, an inkstone, and ink neatly placed. Seeing the appearance of the head pagoda master, young Master Hao rolled his eyes. Then he said to Qin Feiyang, "My family's old man likes to play with words. Brother Mu, please don't take offense." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brother Hao, don't look down on playing with words and ink." Young Master Hao was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Playing with words and ink can cultivate one's temperament and stabilize one's state of mind. It is of great help to one's cultivation." Young Master Hao was stunned and said with a wry smile, "My old man said the same thing and even told me to try, but I'm really not interested. Everyone has their own ambitions." Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's nice to hear, unlike my old man, who always says that I'm idle and don't do my job. Actually, I'm also very wronged. Although I often take my friends out to play, it doesn't delay my cultivation. Young Master Hao said with a sullen face, looking very wronged. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Without opening the door to potential, to be able to cultivate to the 9-star war sect within 100 years, young Master Hao's talent could be considered 1 in 10,000. But if young Master Hao could calm down and cultivate, he might not have come to ask for his help today. Of course. As the only son of the main tower master, he did have the capital to play. After all, there was no pressure. Let's go in. Young Master Hao kicked open the gate of the courtyard and swaggered in. Does he have a problem with his father? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he quickly followed. The two of them passed through the flower bed and walked to the pavilion. Greetings, Chief Pagoda Master. Qin Feiyang bowed and said. However, the Chief Pagoda Master acted as if he didn't hear him and still closed his eyes. Don't talk at this time, because even if you do, he won't pay attention to you. Just watch. Young Master Hao whispered in Qin Feiyang's ear, then went straight into the pavilion and sat on the stone bench opposite the Chief Pagoda Master. Qin Feiyang also followed him into the pavilion and stood to the side, silently looking at the Chief Pagoda Master. Time passed breath by breath. After about 100 breaths, the Chief Pagoda Master suddenly took a deep breath. Qin Feiyang immediately knew that the Chief Pagoda Master had begun to write. He glanced at young Master Hao and saw that young Master Hao was indifferent, so he took the initiative to step forward, pour out the ink, and grind the ink for the Chief Pagoda Master. The Chief Pagoda Master also finally opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang's actions with a hint of admiration in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. He grabbed the brush and wrote on the white paper on the table unhurriedly. Every stroke he wrote seemed to be vigorous and powerful, but it was also filled with an ethereal aura. And there was no pause at all. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, all in one go. Furthermore, there seemed to be a formless demonic power contained within those words. It caused Qin Feiyang's state of mind to calm down. Chapter 945. What a good word. Qin Feiyang murmured. Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. The Chief Pagoda Master also looked at him in surprise, then put down the brush and asked with a smile, "Why do you say so?" Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then said, "Because I saw your painstaking efforts in the word." The Chief Pagoda Master was immediately interested and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Hearing this, young Master Hao looked at the word on the white paper again, but he didn't see anything. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "It's just a word. What painstaking efforts can there be? Brother Mu, don't be deliberately mystifying." Deliberately mystifying? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "The ancients said that stillness can give birth to calmness, and calmness can give birth to wisdom. Of course, the word stillness here doesn't refer to the stillness of external objects, but the stillness of the soul. Only with a calm heart can one's body and mind be as one, see through the essence of the world, and comprehend the root of all things. Similarly, there is a saying in Buddhism and Taoism that stillness can lead to enlightenment, and also to enlightenment." Qin Feiyang then turned to look at young Master Hao and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, the Chief Pagoda Master wrote the word stillness specifically for you, Brother Hao." "For me?" Young Master Hao was stunned. The Chief Pagoda Master hopes that Brother Hao can understand the true meaning of this word and concentrate on cultivation in the future. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Young Master Hao frowned and looked at the Chief Pagoda Master. But the Chief Pagoda Master didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I finally know why Elder Wang likes you so much." "He likes me?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "You don't know yet, do you? Elder Wang was full of praise for you in front of me. In fact, from the looks of it, he even wanted to take you as his disciple." The Chief Pagoda Master said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chief Pagoda Master sighed deeply. He looked at young Master Hao and said, "Hao, if you had even half of his wisdom, I would be satisfied. Am I really your son? Yes, he is about to become your personal disciple. In the future, we can be considered as a family. But there isn't one yet, is there? Is there a need for you to talk about me like that in front of him? Besides, haven't I already broken through to the Battle Saint rank?" Young Master Hao was obviously displeased and felt that he had lost face. Breakthrough? The chief pagoda master was startled. He carefully sized up young Master Hao and was overjoyed. Previously, Xiao Chun had been so focused on talking to Qin Feiyang that he did not notice the change in young Master Hao's aura. How is it? I didn't embarrass you by becoming a battle saint in less than 100 years, did I? Young Master Hao said proudly. The chief pagoda master rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Can you tell me how many years you've been cultivating? Me. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao with a hesitant expression. Young Master Hao said, It's fine. I'm not afraid of being shocked. Just tell me. It's been too long. I can't remember clearly. I guess it's been 200 years. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. Young Master Hao immediately laughed and said, See, I'm still the best. Look at how proud you are. The chief pagoda master glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and transmitted his voice. Thank you. Thank me? Qin Feiyang was startled. He was puzzled and asked, Why do you say that, sir? I can see that you're not telling the truth. I also know that you're not telling the truth because you don't want my son to be shocked. In the future, please help me take care of him. After all, you're all young people. There's no generation gap. The chief pagoda master transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The chief pagoda master said with a smile, All right, back to the topic. I'll take you to a place. I want to go too. Young Master Hao hurriedly said. The chief pagoda master frowned. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, All right, since you've already broken through to the battle saint realm, you can give it a try. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and swept up Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao into the sky, flying deeper into the sky. The chief pagoda master's speed was extremely fast. The mountains and rivers below flashed by like lightning. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao could only see blurry reflections. About 100 breaths later, the chief pagoda master suddenly slowed down. The mountains and rivers below immediately appeared clearly in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. The mountains below were stacked on top of each other, towering and majestic. Ferocious birds spread their wings and flew in the air. They were as big as mountains and as small as sparrows, but without exception, they all exuded an extremely terrifying aura. And in the mountains, there were even groups of ferocious beasts. Boom! Suddenly, a series of deafening noises could be heard from somewhere below. Qin Feiyang looked over and was instantly shocked. There was actually a few hundred mountains moving quickly there. The earth was trembling because of it. The mountains could actually move. Did he see a ghost? Young Master Hao transmitted his voice. That's not a mountain, it's a stone beast. Stone beast? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had also heard of this kind of ferocious beast. It was also a species from 10,000 years ago. And its appearance was just like a mountain. If it lay on the ground without moving, no one would notice that it was a ferocious beast at all. But the ferocious beasts here were a bit too strong, weren't they? According to his observation, most of the ferocious beasts and birds here had the strength of a battle emperor. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, young Master Hao transmitted his voice. The existence of these ferocious beasts is only to guard a place. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What kind of place would need so many powerful ferocious beasts to guard? The land of inheritance. Young Master Hao said. The land of inheritance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao secretly said, You'll know when we get there. The deeper they went, the more shocked Qin Feiyang became. Because in the depths, almost all of them were Battle Emperor-level ferocious beasts. Soon, a huge mountain came into sight. That giant peak stood tall and upright among the mountains. It was taller and more majestic than any other mountain, towering into the clouds. However, the peak of that huge mountain was very strange. It was as if someone had once used a huge axe to chop it. It was as flat as a mirror. That's the land of inheritance. Young Master Hao transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. He looked at the peak of the mountain with a strong desire in his eyes. Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a few blurry stone statues on the flat peak of the mountain. Very tall, very big. Although he could not see the faces of those stone statues clearly, He could already feel a strong pressure. Shwa. 10 breaths later, the chief pagoda master led the two of them to the peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang glanced at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was about half a mile long. It was paved with a layer of dark stone bricks, emitting an ancient aura. In the middle of the peak of the mountain, there were 4 stone statues standing side by side. From left to right. The first stone statue was of an old man with white hair. He wore a white robe and had a kind face. His body was emitting an ethereal aura. The second stone statue was of a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His hands were behind his back. His pitch-black eyes were looking down at the ground. His entire body exuded an astonishingly sharp aura. The third stone statue was of a woman. Compared to the previous 2 stone statues, she was particularly petite, but her aura was more outstanding. Her silky black hair was tied up high with a golden hairpin inserted in the middle, making her look graceful and luxurious. Her facial features were delicate, and she was tall. She wore a light golden long dress that dragged on the ground. A true phoenix pattern was embroidered on the dress. She looked like an empress who had descended to the world with a great majesty. When Qin Feiyang looked at the 4th stone statue, it was like a bolt from the blue. His mind rumbled. The 4th stone statue was the same as the 2nd stone statue. It was also a middle-aged man. But the difference was that he was wearing a purple gold dragon robe. His entire body was emitting a shocking domineering aura. And in his hand, he was holding a broken sword. Wasn't this his ancestor? How could this be? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess. One must know. This was the inheritance ground of the chief pagoda. The so-called inheritance ground was actually the place to accept the inheritance. This place could be said to be the most important forbidden area of the chief pagoda. And his ancestor, as the first emperor of the Great Qin Empire, how could his statue appear here? Greetings to the 3 ancestors. Suddenly, the chief pagoda master's voice sounded, waking Qin Feiyang up. Ancestor? There was a trace of surprise in his eyes as he followed the chief pagoda master's gaze. Immediately, his body and mind tensed up. He saw that under the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stone statues, there was an old man sitting cross-legged. These 3 old men had white hair and their eyes were like gold coins. There was not the slightest aura on their bodies. It was impossible to distinguish their cultivation. But Qin Feiyang could clearly feel a strong sense of crisis from the 3 of them. Greetings to the 3 ancestors. Young Master Hao also put away his frivolous attitude and bowed to the 3 people. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still looking at the 3 of them as if nothing had happened, young Master Hao hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Hurry up and salute. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly bowed, saying, This disciple admires the ancestors, greets the 3 seniors. However, in the face of Qin Feiyang and the other 2's salute, the 3 old men did not open their eyes, nor did they say a word. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly felt inconceivable to the extreme. It was understandable that these 3 old men ignored him and young Master Hao. After all, they were juniors. But the chief tower master was the person with the highest authority in the Forgotten Continent. To put it bluntly, he was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. So no matter what, in the face of the chief tower master's salute, they should at least reply. But these 3 people did not move at all, as if they did not put the chief tower master in their eyes at all. This was something worth pondering. Even the chief tower master did not pay attention to them. What kind of role did these 3 people play in the chief tower? But the chief tower master was not surprised by the 3 people's attitude, nor did he have the slightest trace of anger. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you know who they are? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Let me introduce them to you. The first statue is our Pill Tower's ancestor, who is also the first chief tower master. The Pill Tower was also founded by him. The second statue is the second chief tower master. He is also the ancestor's only disciple. As for the third statue, she is the previous chief tower master. Moreover, she is the daughter of the second chief tower master, and also my senior sister. Chapter 946. Senior sister? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He looked at the Chief Tower Master and said, "So, you're the disciple of the second Chief Tower Master?" "But because my talent is much worse than Senior Sister's, Master passed the position of Chief Tower Master to Senior Sister. Until 10,000 years ago, when Senior Sister met with an accident and had no successor by her side, everyone let me take the position of Chief Tower Master. If Senior Sister were still here, the current Pill Pagoda might be completely different." The Chief Tower Master sighed. There was a touch of disappointment between his eyebrows. Met with an accident? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Who would dare to harm the Chief Tower Master? However, he also knew what to ask and what not to ask. Phew. The Chief Tower Master took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "In our Chief Tower, there has always been a rule that only those who have obtained the inheritance of the previous generations can become the Chief Tower Master's disciple." The Chief Tower Master said, "It's really an inheritance." Qin Feiyang was secretly happy, because as long as it was an inheritance, he would inevitably obtain great benefits. The Chief Tower Master said, "Now, as long as you can obtain the inheritance of any Chief Tower Master, I will officially accept you as my disciple." Qin Feiyang looked at the three statues, then looked at the statue of the ancestor, and asked suspiciously, "Whose statue is that?" This sentence seemed to have touched the Chief Tower Master's heartstrings, and his eyes suddenly sank. His hands and his sleeves were tightly clenched together. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What did this mean? Could it be that the Chief Tower Master and the ancestor were enemies? But no, if they were enemies, the Chief Tower Master would definitely not allow the ancestor's statue to be placed in the place of inheritance. What secret was hidden in this? Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao from the corner of his eyes and transmitted his voice. "Brother Hao, do you know?" "I don't know. I've been here a few times before, so I'm not unfamiliar with the statue. But as for who it is, my father never told me." Young Master Hao said to himself, "It seems that there must be a story behind this." Qin Feiyang mumbled. The Chief Pagoda Master looked at the statue of the first emperor. After a moment of silence, he said, "He is a famous figure, but it has nothing to do with the inheritance." Qin Feiyang nodded and did not continue to ask. Chief Pagoda Master withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and young noble Hao. He asked, "Which one of you will go up first to receive the inheritance?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Brother Hao, you go first. After all, you are the host." "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Young Master Hao excitedly walked up to the three statues and bowed to them one by one. Immediately after, he retreated more than 100 feet and stood in front of the three statues. He bowed again and then cut his fingertip. 3 drops of blood flew into the air and entered the glabella of the three statues. Young Master Hao then closed his eyes, looking extremely pious. "This inheritance needs blood to open?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. This kind of situation was nothing for others, but for him, it was a very troublesome problem. Because his purple gold dragon blood was too special. And the Chief Pagoda Master, judging from his previous expression, must have known the first emperor. Since he knew him, then it was very likely that he also knew that the blood of the first emperor was also purple gold dragon blood. In this way, when the Chief Pagoda Master saw that he also had purple gold dragon blood, he would definitely associate him with the ancestor. How would he explain at that time? Buzz. Suddenly, the statue of the second Chief Pagoda Master bloomed with a hazy light. Did it work? Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over, a touch of surprise crawling up in his eyes. At the same time, the Chief Pagoda Master also looked up at the stone statue with an unconcealable joy on his face. Almost in the next moment, a white divine light flashed out from the glabella of the statue and entered the top of young noble Hao's head like lightning. Young noble Hao immediately entered an ethereal state. After 100 breaths, the light on the statue began to slowly dissipate. But young noble Hao showed no signs of waking up. Until another 100 breaths passed, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out of his eyes. "How is it?" The Chief Pagoda Master hurriedly walked up and asked. Young Noble Hao raised his head and glanced at the chief pagoda master. A sly look flashed in his eyes, then slowly got up and said in disappointment, "I only inherited an inferior battle art." What? The chief pagoda master's face turned pale. At the same time, the three old men also opened their eyes, their old eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang also had a look of astonishment. Inferior battle art? What kind of joke is this? How could someone leave an inferior battle art to a descendant? Young Noble Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the chief pagoda master and sighed. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Sighed. The chief pagoda master looked at young Noble Hao and finally sighed, his expression incomparably lonely. That look was more like he had aged more than 10 years. But suddenly, young Noble Hao laughed and said, "Old man, I lied to you, I got a divine art." Divine art? The chief pagoda master was stunned. "You didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be deceived by me? Awesome." Young Noble Hao laughed out loud, with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. "Little bastard." The chief pagoda master flew into a rage and directly slapped young Noble Hao's head, causing him to grimace in pain. "Serves you right." The three old men glanced at young Noble Hao with schadenfreude, then closed their eyes again. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at young Noble Hao, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He never thought that what was passed down was actually a divine art. This was a huge temptation. Now he didn't know how to choose? Accept the inheritance? But what if the chief pagoda master recognized the purple gold dragon blood? Actually, the exposure of the purple gold dragon blood would not expose his identity for the time being. Because, in the entire Forgotten Continent, only the Mu family knew that he had just awakened the purple gold dragon blood. So as long as the Mu family did not say it, even if the purple gold dragon blood was exposed, no one would associate him with Qin Feiyang. But he had to consider the relationship between him and the ancestor. If the chief pagoda master really knew that the ancestor was also the purple gold dragon blood, if the chief pagoda master really had a grudge against the ancestor, then when he showed the purple gold dragon blood, it would definitely arouse the chief pagoda master's suspicion. At that time, he would also inevitably ask about his identity. If it was someone else, he might be able to make up an excuse and dodge it. But this chief pagoda master, from the word quiet he wrote, Qin Feiyang already knew that he was not a simple character. It would probably only backfire. But he was unwilling to give up, because he had worked so hard for so long for this moment. Not to mention that there was a high chance of getting the divine art. Moreover, the mysterious lady also said that the 5-colored crystal stone was on the chief pagoda master. If he didn't become the chief pagoda master's disciple, he wouldn't have the chance to get it. What should he do? Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. The chief pagoda master reprimanded young Noble Hao a few words, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "It's your turn." It could be seen that he was very happy and gratified. "Come on." Young Noble Hao also looked at Qin Feiyang and gave Qin Feiyang an encouraging look. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 statues. On the surface, there was nothing strange, but in his heart, he was struggling. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly, maybe you can also get a divine art." Seeing this, young Noble Hao urged, "How can the divine art be so easy to get?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "How do you know if you don't try?" Young Noble Hao rolled his eyes at him, walked behind Qin Feiyang, and pushed Qin Feiyang towards the statue. "Okay, I can walk by myself." Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly, and then, like young Noble Hao, walked to the 3 statues and bowed one by one. Then, he also walked to the position where young Noble Hao received the inheritance, turned to look at the 3 statues, and let out a long breath. He was going to take a gamble, because if he went back on his word now, it would arouse the chief pagoda master's suspicion. But just as Qin Feiyang raised his arm and was about to cut his fingertip, the old man sitting cross-legged below the first chief pagoda master suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Wait." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that he had already been seen through before it even began? The chief pagoda master, young Noble Hao, and the other 2 old men also opened their eyes one after another and looked at the old man in confusion. The old man said hoarsely, "This old man has a few words that I want to say to him alone. Can you all leave first?" Alone? The chief pagoda master and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. The old man said, "It won't take too much time." "All right." The other two old men stood up, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the mountain stream below like lightning. Since the two old ancestors had left, the chief pagoda master naturally didn't dare to say anything. He waved his hand and quickly led young noble Hao into the mountain stream below. Qin Feiyang frowned imperceptibly, looked at the old man, and asked puzzledly, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" The old man said, "Then answer this old man first. What are you hesitating about?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. "Enough chit-chat, while they are not here, quickly open the inheritance." The old man said indifferently. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This old man was actually helping him. "What?" "Hurry up," the old man urged. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and quickly cut his fingertip. 3 drops of purple gold dragon blood flowed out, and in the blink of an eye, merged into the forehead of the 3 statues. Looking at the purple gold dragon blood, the old man's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. "You can come up." The old man shouted to the chief pagoda master and the other 3, then closed his eyes and fell silent. "Thank you, senior." Qin Feiyang bowed, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although he was very confused, he knew that even if he asked, the old man might not tell him, so there was no need to waste time. Soon after, the chief pagoda master and the other 3 also flew to the top of the mountain one after another. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was accepting the inheritance, they didn't disturb him. Time slowly passed. About 300 breaths passed, but the 3 statues didn't move at all. What's going on? Could it be that he failed? Young noble Hao muttered, his brows tightly knitted together. The inheritance here can only be obtained by the fated person. And obviously, this child is not the fated person. The chief pagoda master whispered, a trace of regret on his face. He was quite satisfied with Qin Feiyang. Chapter 947. Another few hundred breaths passed. There was still no reaction from the 3 statues. The old man who helped Qin Feiyang couldn't help but gradually frown. The chief tower master looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. "Although you didn't get the inheritance, as long as you work hard, you will achieve something in the future with your talent." Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of disappointment on his face. He would be satisfied if he could get a perfect battle art, let alone a divine art like young Master Hao. But he didn't expect that the statues wouldn't even satisfy him. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the inheritance here depended on luck. No one could force it. Buzz! But just as he was about to get up, the first statue suddenly released a ray of blood-red light. The chief tower master was shocked. The 3 old men also opened their eyes at the same time and stared at the statue in disbelief. What's there to be surprised about? Young Master Hao was a little confused by the chief tower master's reaction. "What do you know?" The chief tower master glared at him. "What do you mean?" Young Master Hao was even more confused. The chief tower master said in a low voice, "Since ancient times, only one person has obtained the inheritance of the first chief tower master." Young Master Hao was surprised. The chief tower master said, "My senior sister, the previous chief tower master." Young Master Hao was shocked. "Then, isn't Ancestor Mu the second person?" "Yes." It is said that the inheritance of the first chief tower master contains the opportunity to become a god. In other words, as long as one can obtain the inheritance of the first chief tower master, there is a high chance that one will become a god in the future. Actually, this is not a legend. That's because that senior of mine managed to reach the semi-divinity realm not too long after she obtained the heritage. And our chief tower master has a rule. Anyone who obtains the inheritance of the first chief tower master, no matter who or what identity they have, must be protected by everyone in the chief tower master. And let them inherit the position of the chief tower master. The chief tower master said in a deep voice. This, young Master Hao was also stunned. There was an opportunity to become a god. Wasn't this too shocking? Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light flashed out from the forehead of the first Chief Tower Master and entered Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang also immediately entered an ethereal state, his expression extremely serene. Young Master Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang and said inwardly, "Old man, according to what you said just now, wouldn't this ancestor Mu already be the next Chief Pagoda Master? After I abdicate, he will be the Chief Tower Master. No one can replace him." The Chief Tower Master said. Young Master Hao asked, "Then what if it's someone who has committed heinous crimes or has a grudge against our main pagoda? Can only be reformed. Can't be killed. This is the will left behind by the first Chief Tower Master. No one can go against it." The Chief Tower Master. Isn't this equivalent to having a death exemption token? Young Master Hao stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. He couldn't help but envy him. At the same time, the Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang with an inexplicable color in his eyes. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Young Master Hao was surprised. It takes a long time to inherit the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master. That senior sister of mine took an entire half a month back then. This ancestor worship should take even longer. Let's go back first. The Chief Tower Master pondered and said, "Half a month?" Young Master Hao was surprised. He shook his head and said, "You go back first. I'll stay here and wait for him." The Chief Tower Master was slightly taken aback. He frowned and said, "When did your relationship with him become so good?" Young Master Hao snorted coldly. "Can't I have a close friend?" Close friend. The Chief Tower Master glanced at Qin Feiyang and raised his eyebrows. Then, he didn't say anything else and quickly turned to leave. The inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master, you brat, you really hit the jackpot. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. The three old men looked at each other and closed their eyes. The land of inheritance soon fell into a dead silence. Back to the Chief Tower Master. After leaving the land of inheritance, he directly returned to his residence and sat in the pavilion with an upset look. "Gong Sun Bei, come and see me quickly." Suddenly, he shouted through the air. Gong Sun Bei streaked across the sky and landed in front of the Chief Tower Master. He bowed and said, "Sir, what orders do you have?" The Chief Tower Master said in a deep voice, "Immediately investigate the identity of ancestor worship." Gong Sun Bei was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Why?" The Chief Tower Master said, "He just obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master." What? Gong Sun Bei's face changed. Then he looked at the Chief Tower Master's expression. A light flashed in his eyes as he nodded and said, "I understand. I'll investigate immediately. Remember, don't leak out the fact that he obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master." The Chief Tower Master reminded. Gong Sun Bei nodded, then rose into the air and flew toward the north. After a while, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Next to a flower bed in the courtyard, a white-haired old man was lying on an armchair, basking in the sun. He looked quite comfortable. "Old Lu, you're living a good life." Gong Sun Bei landed in front of the old man and chuckled. That's right. This old man was Mu Qing's second grandfather, Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I'm just taking a break from work." "Do you need something from me?" "Yes, there is something." Gong Sun Bei nodded and said, "I heard that you were the one who recommended ancestor worship. You should know his origin, right?" Lu Xingfeng's heart trembled. He asked calmly, "Why are you suddenly asking about him?" "To tell you the truth, Sir just told me to investigate the identity of ancestor worship. But I really don't know where to start, so I came to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth." Gong Sun Bei cupped his hands and smiled. His attitude was very polite. "Sir is investigating his identity? Did he do something wrong?" Lu Xingfeng was surprised. "No, he didn't." Gong Sun Bei shook his head. Lu Xingfeng frowned and said, "Then why do you suddenly want to investigate him?" I guess you've heard that the Chief Tower Master thinks highly of him and wants to take him as his disciple. Before that, we have to find out who he is. Gong Sun Bei smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Xingfeng suddenly understood. He stood up and smiled. To be honest, I don't know his identity either. Gong Sun Bei raised his eyebrows. This answer was out of his expectations. He asked suspiciously, since you don't know his identity, why did you give him the God Envoy token? When I saw him in the 9th area, I saw that he was very talented, so I wanted to take him as a talent. At that time, we were at the crucial stage of capturing Qin Feiyang, so I didn't investigate his identity. Lu Xingfeng said. Hearing this, Gong Sun Bei frowned and said, his talent is indeed very outstanding, but you can't just ignore it. Yes, that's my negligence. Lu Xingfeng nodded and said, but there's someone who should know. Gong Sun Bei asked. Qin Dai. He's with Ancestor Mu, and the two of them seem to have a good relationship. He should know about Ancestor Mu's situation. Lu Xingfeng said. Okay, I'll go ask him now. Sorry to bother you. Gong Sun Bei cupped his hands. It's fine. Lu Xingfeng waved his hand. Gong Sun Bei smiled and then turned into a stream of light and quickly left. After Gong Sun Bei left, Lu Xingfeng's eyes flashed. He turned around and entered the attic. He closed the door tightly and then took out the image crystal. In less than 3 breaths, Mu Qing's figure appeared above the image crystal. Second Grandpa? Mu Qing's pupils shrank as she hurriedly said, Second Grandpa, didn't we agree not to send me a message in the Chief Tower? What if someone sees me? I know. But I have to send you a message now. Because the Chief Tower Master asked Gong Sun Bei to investigate Qin Feiyang's identity. Lu Xingfeng said. What? Mu Qing was shocked. Was the Chief Pagoda Master having a stroke? Why didn't he investigate before? Why did he suddenly attack now? Lu Xingfeng said, there's no time to explain. Gong Sun Bei has already gone to find you. Arrange it immediately. Mu Qing frowned. Lu Xingfeng said, you have to create a fake identity for Qin Feiyang in the 9th area. Create a fake identity. Mu Qing pondered for a while, then her eyes suddenly lit up as she nodded and smiled. I know what to do. Seeing the smile on Mu Qing's face, Lu Xingfeng also let out a sigh of relief. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Mu Qing, but in terms of brains, he was inferior. Alchemy Room number 9 of the first tower. After Mu Qing turned off the image crystal, she immediately sent a message. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and wore a long white robe. There were strands of white hair at his temples. His dark eyes emitted a sharp light. His whole body exuded the majesty of a superior. Father. Mu Qing bowed. The Mu family had nodded and asked with a smile, how's the progress on your side? Mu Qing said, it's going well, but there's a small problem now. I need Father's help. Small problem? The Mu family head frowned and said, say it quickly. I need you to immediately arrange 2 people to go to the 9th area and pretend to be Qin Feiyang's parents. Their cultivation doesn't need to be too high, 1-star combat emperor will do. Also, they need to dress plainly. Mu Qing said. The Mu family head's eyes slightly sank. So, the Chief Tower has already suspected Qin Feiyang's identity? Just investigating. Go and arrange it quickly. I'll take Gong Sun Bei to the 9th area later. Mu Qing urged. The Mu family head nodded and asked, what about the location? Since they want to pretend to be Qin Feiyang's parents, they must fake a home. And to fake a home, they naturally have to find a suitable place. When I was in the 9th area, I encountered an ice lake in the south of Ice Crystal City. There were few people there, so the location was chosen. As soon as Mu Qing finished, there was a knock on the door outside. It should be Gong Sun Bei. Go and arrange it, do it carefully, don't expose any flaws. I will also try to delay Gong Sun Bei here to buy more time for you. Although the Mu family has countless strong rankers, it will take some time to fake a home. If they take Gong Sun Bei to the ice lake now, there will be no time to arrange it. After that, Mu Qing gave the coordinates of the ice lake to the Mu family head, then put away the image crystal, but didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he walked into the alchemy room and started the alchemy fire. What are you doing inside? Outside the door. After a while, Gongsun Bei gradually lost his patience and reached out his hand to knock a few more times. The stone door still showed no signs of opening. Is he not in the alchemy room? He couldn't help but frown. After waiting for a little while, he couldn't wait any longer and turned to leave. But at this moment, the stone door slowly opened. It turned out to be Master Gongsun. Is there something you need from this disciple? Mu Qing pretended to be confused and stood behind the door, looking at Gongsun Bei suspiciously. Why did it take so long to open the door? Gongsun Bei frowned. Mu Qing hurriedly said, "Disciple was refining just now. If I offended you, I hope Master will forgive me." Gongsun Bei entered the alchemy room and sniffed. There was indeed a strong medicinal fragrance in the air, so he didn't pursue it. He closed the stone door and looked at Mu Qing. Are you familiar with Ancestor Mu? Very familiar. Mu Qing nodded. Gongsun Bei asked, Then do you know who is in his family? Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, Apart from his parents, he has no other siblings. Gongsun Bei asked again, Then do you know where his family is? Mu Qing shook his head. I haven't been there, but I heard him mention it. It seems to be somewhere outside Ice Crystal City. Where is it? Think carefully. Gongsun Bei urged. Mu Qing nodded repeatedly, then lowered his head and pretended to think hard. More than half an hour passed as he pondered. Gongsun Bei was sleepy from waiting. Mu Qing himself was also sleepy because he didn't think of anything at all. When a person was in this state for a long time, even if he didn't want to sleep, he still wanted to sleep. Gongsun Bei yawned and said, Have you thought of anything? Mu Qing was troubled. It's been too long. I really can't think of anything now. Gongsun Bei's face darkened. He suppressed his anger and smiled. Don't worry, think slowly. I'll go over there and take a nap. After that, he entered the lounge and leaned on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Mu Qing nodded. But when he looked at Gongsun Bei, there was a hint of ridicule. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. I can't delay any longer. Otherwise, it will arouse his suspicion. But over there, Father should be done with the arrangements. Mu Qing muttered secretly. His eyes flashed, then he hurried into the lounge and said, Lord, disciple remembers. Shua. Gongsun Bei immediately opened his eyes and asked, Where is it? Back then, Ancestor Mu said that his family is next to an ice lake in the south of Ice Crystal City. Mu Qing said, Take me there. Gongsun Bei said. Mu Qing was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, Why are we going there? Gongsun Bei said, Of course, to confirm it. This, Mu Qing hesitated. Lord, disciple has a question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Speak. Gongsun Bei said, obviously starting to get impatient. Mu Qing asked, Did Ancestor Mu do something wrong? Investigate him. Don't you know that the chief pagoda master intends to take him as a disciple? Gongsun Bei looked at him suspiciously. There's such a thing? Mu Qing looked surprised, then anger rose in his eyes. He said unhappily, This bastard actually hid such a good thing from me. This is too much. You really don't know? This time, it was Gongsun Bei's turn to be stunned. He shook his head and said, He might want to give you a surprise. Who cares? Mu Qing said disdainfully, So, the chief pagoda master wants to investigate his identity. Gongsun Bei nodded. That makes sense. After all, if it were anyone else, they would not be at ease to have someone of unknown origin become their personal disciple. Okay, disciple will take you there now. Mu Qing said and opened the portal. Shua. The next moment, the two appeared in the square of the Pill Pagoda. After Gongsun Bei explained the purpose of his visit to the law enforcement elder guarding the teleportation altar, he opened the altar and brought Mu Qing to the teleportation altar in the 9th region. The two did not delay at all. They flew straight out of Ice Crystal City and headed south. Mu Qing certainly knew the location of the ice lake. But he brought Gongsun Bei everywhere, and this was naturally to buy time. Chapter 948. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this moment, it was almost dark. Do you know the way or not? After wandering around for so long, Gongsun Bei had long lost his patience. I said from the beginning that I have never been to his house. How would I know the way? Mu Qing said helplessly. Then how long do we have to search? Gongsun Bei frowned. I don't know either. Mu Qing shook his head, glancing at the glacier below with a look of annoyance. Gongsun Bei couldn't help but feel weak. This guy was really unreliable. Gradually, night fell. There was no moon in the sky, and the earth gradually fell into darkness. But for the two of them, it didn't affect them. This should be more or less done. Mu Qing glanced at the sky and muttered to herself. Then she pretended to look for him in front of her. Gongsun Bei followed behind Mu Qing, looking all over the earth. About half an hour later, Mu Qing suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "Lord, look, there is an ice lake." Gongsun Bei looked over, and there was indeed an ice lake a few miles ahead. Let's go and take a look, Gongsun Bei urged. The two turned into a stream of light and quickly landed above the ice lake. The ice lake was about a few 100 feet long, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface. White mist rose, and the cold air was oppressive. Around the ice lake, there was an endless ice forest with fierce beasts roaming around. Mu Qing scanned the forest. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he locked onto a certain place in the forest in the north, saying, "Lord, there is a fire there." Gongsun Bei turned his head, and there was indeed a wisp of fire in the forest. The two of them flew over. Gongsun Bei suddenly asked, "Have you seen Ancestor Mu's parents?" But I heard from Ancestor Mu that his parents are people who live in seclusion and never appear in front of others. Mu Qing said, "People who live in seclusion?" Gongsun Bei was surprised. Generally speaking, people who chose to live in seclusion and concentrate on cultivation had a far better temperament than ordinary people. In other words, Ancestor Mu's parents were likely to be two hidden experts. A dozen breaths later, the two of them descended above the forest and looked down. In the woods below, there was a courtyard that covered an area of about 100 zhang, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. In the courtyard, there was a small 2-story wooden building. It looked very old and exuded an ancient aura. The roof of the wooden building and the wooden railings were covered with a thin layer of ice and snow. Isn't this too realistic? Mu Qing muttered to herself. Although he didn't see anyone in the courtyard, he could basically conclude that this courtyard must have been built by his father. In other words, this courtyard had been built not long ago. However, it looked as if it had existed for decades, or even centuries, and was filled with a decaying aura. At this moment, the courtyard door was tightly shut. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a bonfire that was burning and emitting sparks. In the meantime, from a window on the second floor of the wooden building, faint candlelight could be seen. "Go down and ask." Gongsun Bei looked at the window and whispered, "All right." Mu Qing nodded and landed in front of the courtyard door. He bowed and said, "May I ask if this is Ancestor Mu's home?" Not long after he finished speaking, the window on the second floor slowly opened, and a man and a woman entered Mu Qing's sight. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man's body was slightly robust, and he was wearing a white tiger skin coat. There were wisps of white hair at his temples, and he was full of vicissitudes of life. The woman looked dignified, wearing a snow-white mink fur coat. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. The two of them stood side by side in front of the window, looking at Mu Qing and then at Gongsun Bei, their faces full of suspicion. But at the same time, the man secretly sent a message to Mu Qing. "Young master, why are you only here now? I was afraid that you hadn't arranged it yet. So I took Gongsun Bei to wander around the mountains for most of the day." Mu Qing laughed secretly. "I see." The two of them suddenly understood. Mu Qing said suspiciously, "How did you do it? It's actually so realistic. In order to fake this courtyard, we spent a lot of effort. Look at these rotten woods. They were all specially found from our clan. Of course, The biggest credit is the ice and snow here. If it wasn't frozen, no matter how we cover it, there would still be some traces left. The man laughed. That's true. Mu Qing muttered. Ice and snow could cover all traces. And the 9 regions snowed all year round, and the temperature was terrifyingly low. It was no exaggeration to say that if a basin of water was placed outside, it would freeze in less than an hour. Therefore, in this environment, as long as one did it carefully, it would be difficult to find any flaws. The man said secretly, "What should we do next?" "I believe my father has already told you about Qin Feiyang's situation. You just need to pretend to be more realistic." Mu Qing said. The man nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the man glanced at Mu Qing and Gong Sun Bei, nodded, and said, "This is the home of Ancestor Mu. May I ask who you are?" Mu Qing cupped his hands and said, "Junior Qin Dai is a friend of Ancestor Mu." "So you're a friend of Zong?" The man's face suddenly showed a trace of a smile. As parents, they liked to use an affectionate form of address when addressing their son. Mu Qing smiled and said, "So, you two are Brother Mu's parents?" "That's right." The two of them nodded. "Finally found it." Mu Qing let out a long breath and looked up at Gong Sun Bei. Swish! Gong Sun Bei flashed and landed in front of the courtyard. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Gong Sun Bei, the Chief Tower's messenger. Greetings." Chief Tower's messenger? The two of them looked at each other, quickly went downstairs, opened the courtyard door, and said with a smile, "It's too cold outside. Please come in." "No need. I'm just here to confirm the identity of Ancestor Mu." Gong Sun Bei waved his hand and smiled. The woman was taken aback and showed a worried face. She said, "Did Zonger get into trouble outside? If so, please be magnanimous and don't bother with him." "Madam, you worry too much. Not only did Ancestor Mu not get into trouble, but his performance in the Chief Tower made our Chief Tower very satisfied. Now, he even wants to take him as a personal disciple." Gong Sun Bei smiled. "He went to the Chief Tower?" The couple looked surprised. "You two don't know?" Gong Sun Bei looked at the two of them suspiciously. The man smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, our child has been a little rebellious since he was young. No matter what he does, he won't tell us." "I see." Gong Sun Bei nodded and said with a smile, "Many children are like this, but compared to other children, Ancestor Mu is quite sensible, so you two don't have to worry about him." "Sensible? Messenger, don't comfort us. How can we not understand our child?" The two of them sighed. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled. He asked curiously, "Seeing that you two are one-star combat emperors, you can be considered top experts in the Forgotten Continent. Why are you hiding here?" "I'm tired. So now, I just want to find a place where no one is around and peacefully live out my life." The man said with a smile. "The mundane world is just a dream. Actually, there are many people in this world who want to be like the two of you, to let go of everything and live a peaceful life in the mountains. But how many of them can do it? Everyone can't get rid of the curse of fame and power. But the two of you can do it. Your indifferent nature is admirable." Gong Sun Bei cupped his hands and said, "I'm ashamed." The man shook his head and said with a smile, "Our place is remote. The two of you have come a long way, so we don't have much to entertain you. Why don't you have a cup of hot tea before you leave? The Chief Tower is still waiting for me to report back. I really can't stay for too long. When I have time in the future, I will definitely come and visit the two of you." Gong Sun Bei said with a smile. "The envoy is too polite. Since the envoy has official business to attend to, then I won't force you to stay. You are welcome to visit us in the future. I also asked the envoy to take care of my son in the future." The couple said, "I'm afraid it's him who will take care of me in the future." Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Okay, I won't say any more. I'll take my leave. Then I won't see you off. Take care." The man cupped his hands and said with a smile. Gong Sun Bei nodded and took Mu Qing into the air and quickly disappeared into the night sky. The couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The woman asked, "What should we do now? Go back?" Let's ask the patriarch first. The man pondered for a while and took out an image crystal. After a while, the Mujia's patriarch's shadow appeared and asked, "Did you send them away?" The two nodded. The Mujia's patriarch said, "Then you continue to stay there, in case the chief tower sends people to investigate again." The two bowed and said, "Chief tower." In the courtyard attic, the chief tower master sat in the hall, looking at the flickering candlelight on the tea table without saying a word. In front of him, Gong Sun Bei stood respectfully and explained the situation of Qin Feiyang's parents. A hidden person. After Gong Sun Bei finished, the chief tower master muttered to himself. After a while, he looked up at Gong Sun Bei and said, "So, there's no problem with his identity?" Gong Sun Bei nodded, then his lips slightly opened as if he wanted to say something, but there seemed to be some kind of concern, so he didn't say it. "I know, you can go now." The chief tower master lowered his head slightly and waved his hand. Gong Sun Bei bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. Just as Gong Sun Bei walked to the door, the chief tower master suddenly spoke again. Gong Sun Bei stopped and turned to look at the chief tower master and asked, "Is there anything else? How's the situation in Qinghai?" The chief tower master asked. According to the report of the spy, it has been confirmed that a cluster of 7th-grade pillfire is about to be born. Gong Sun Bei said, "This news must be blocked, otherwise if the major tribes and the Mu family receive the news, they will definitely intervene." The chief tower master said, "I understand." Gong Sun Bei nodded. "In addition, go and arrange a simple ceremony. After all, I want to accept a disciple, so I can't just do it casually." The chief tower master said again. "Then, do you want to inform the Mu family and the leaders of the major tribes?" Gong Sun Bei asked. "The major tribes must be informed. As for the Mu family, forget it, it has nothing to do with us anyway." The chief tower master said. Gong Sun Bei nodded and turned around quickly. "The inheritance of the first chief tower master, I have to say, you little guy, your luck is really good."